Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I don't know about you, but I am pissed. Pissed. Yiner was safe at the plate. There was no question. They had that best angle from the first base side. Looked like it was from the dugout side, the first base dugout side. Yiner gets his hand in before there. No glove touched him until it touched his body. His hand was clearly in. The Astros should have led 1-0, and instead they lose 1-0 in extra innings. It's inexplicable. If Daryl Morey was the general manager, I'm sure that Major League Baseball would be getting that video and saying, what is up with this? And I think Dana Brown should do that. You need to send that to the office and say, what the hell? How is this out? How in the world do you guys screw us? We get 1 run in 3 games, and you screw us out of it. The 1 run we score in 3 games, and you don't give it to us.
Did you watch the Houston version?
I did.
Yeah. You know, I got the. There's only one angle where.
Yeah.
Maybe it hit the glove, and it's just one angle they showed after he was called out. They showed this was the one that MLB said that they relied on to show that it did hit the glove. There was no other angle where it looked like it was even remotely close.
No, it didn't hit the glove because the really good angle from the first base side proved he did not touch the glove.
Well, they said,
and not only that,
they said
the Tigers were on the field. They didn't leave the field. Scooble is still throwing pitches out there. Everyone knew that he was safe, except New York.
That was because you're not going to get another run. Like, that's the only chance you have to score. So if you don't get that run, you can't score. This is 3 straight shutouts, 4 in the last 5. The Astros can't score. So if you take a run off the board of the Astros, which it was never on the board because it was called out, they don't have any chance. Like, you must let that run stay because they don't have any other chance to win a game. You can't win a game with 0 runs. No. And they're currently trying to win games, and they're trying to see. And I don't think they're changing the rules. I don't think you're ever going to see a team win with 0 runs. But the Astros are trying. They're like, let's see if they'll get us a win with 0 runs.
No.
And up to this point, Major League has said, no, we're not going to let you have a win with 0 runs. What we will let you do, though, is keep your 1.5 game lead. So somehow the Astros have been shut out 3 straight games. Haven't even lost. They've got the same lead on the Seattle Mariners they had before. No problems. 3 straight shutouts, and they still lead by a game.
7.5 over the Rangers. Can you believe this?
3 straight shutouts, and they have the same exact lead. What
and they
a
still have
sad
the same lead.
Sack division.
Oh, but I don't know if you saw. Jordan is a double-A star. He was 2 for 4, and one of the outs was a line drive to center diving catch on him.
That's sweet.
He walked. Jordan was, okay, if he can hit double-A pitching, we're going to see. Okay, maybe we'll move him up to high A, and let's see if he can hit high A pitching or Florida League. Okay, Cactus League, maybe Cactus League we'll send him to.
I'm just grateful I'm just grateful he's not.
His hand didn't fall off. His hand did not fall off.
After swinging a bat, he didn't immediately start going, it hurts to swing a bat.
Yeah, that's our Jordan.
I'm just grateful. I'll take a hit is great too. 2 hits is incredible. I'm just grateful.
It should have been
that
3.
He's
It
not
should have been 3. The center fielder, you can't. That was like that kid should immediately come up to the big leagues, making a diving catch on Jordan like that. They showed it on the broadcast.
Listen, the Astros. I hope they have somebody because I'm not sure either corner fielder can catch a baseball anymore.
Oh, how about
Sanchez? With the goof move of all time out there. Whoa. And then Taylor Trammell almost ends up knocking the breath out of himself because he can't judge where a baseball is. And he's got to jump backwards and blast the air out of himself.
What a catch, though. What a catch. That was awesome. And then
Well, it should have been routine. It ended up being awesome because he ran past it.
No. We're overrunning the ball and making acrobatic catches.
Sanchez did. Sanchez, what are you doing? If they lost, well, I mean, they still ended up losing, but if they had lost that, but just back to your Yiner point, I get that was a tough one from an angle standpoint for Major League Baseball, but there's not, to me, I know they're relying on right there. I think you can see the glove move a little bit. To me, you just don't have anything definitive, and I know they're relying on what was the play on the field. But what was the call on the field?
No, they confirmed it.
See, Dell is a firm believer that the glove
they confirmed it, and I'm not. Michael Schaub, who's a big Astros honk, initially said it was a trash call, and then he said, look, the question is, I think Yiner's hand made contact. The question is, did it make contact with the glove or the catcher's forearm? Because you can see his hand snap, and then it comes down on the plate. I don't know that it touched the glove.
Well, the forearm is not an out.
I think it might have touched the forearm, which means he's not out.
Go watch that play again.
I'm watching it right now.
Go watch the play originally and look at the umpire. Did you see that umpire? He's standing on the side of home plate, and he runs up the first base line and makes the call.
Yeah.
I'm like, why are you running away from the play instead of standing there looking at it? And he just goes out because the ball beat him there. Instead of looking at the hand, get in there first. I'm totally disgusted with this. How in the world do you have a replay system like this and you can't get it right? He was safe, period. When you get that angle from first base, there is no question in my mind that he did not touch the glove. He got the hand in, and you scored a run.
What did he touch?
He didn't touch any. I don't think he touched anything.
I'm looking. I think he touched the catcher has a wrist something or other. I don't know if it's a guard or maybe how he calls pitches, but you can see Yiner's hand tap the arm, but it didn't I don't think it touched the glove, which
send
means
it
he would
to me
be
and
safe.
John. Send that the angle you're looking at.
All right, it's Schaub's account, but I'll send it to you.
Okay, because when I saw I just after it was over I just said I just don't see it. I just don't. Even the angle they showed, I thought maybe I saw something. But it was not enough. Every other angle looked like he definitely didn't get touched. Against Skubal, anytime you have a run on a board, anytime you can put a run on a board, you have to get it. Especially when you're facing Skubal and you can't score against anybody that pitches on the planet.
His hand was not even close to the glove. Wasn't even close. I'm looking at it again. His hand wasn't even close to the glove.
Roasted, Del.
I didn't say he touched the glove, Lance. I think if he did make contact, it was the forearm. Which means he's safe.
I mean, his hand was not even close to the glove. This is it's unacceptable by Major League Baseball. Astros get the win. Well, just like Auburn. Auburn picked up a national championship in 2004. The Astros just won last night, okay? I'm giving them the win. And I wish Auburn picked up four national. How many national championships did Auburn pick up last night? 4? I think they picked up 4. Huh?
I thought I saw 7 national.
7? 7 more? See, if they can do that, then the Astros get the win last night. Just give them the win. That's ridiculous that Major League Baseball would be so stupid that they can't. It's not even. It's not even close. His hand isn't even close to the glove. Not even close to the glove. So I don't even. It's ridiculous that he would call it. I mean, that's terrible.
We gotta talk about this Auburn story.
It's terrible. That's a terrible call. I mean, a terrible call.
Well, nothing's gonna happen. It's just gonna go down in the pantheon of, you couldn't get a run. I mean, you couldn't.
Well, just because you can't, but you did score, Lance. You did score, and you got screwed.
Okay, you got
screwed.
You got
screwed. You did score. You faced Skubal. Hunter Brown was awesome. He gave up. How about he had bases loaded, 1 out. He had a runner on third, no out.
What a shot down the Carlos. Well, it wasn't even a shot. It's just a hard ground ball to Carlos. Gets him out and keeps running at third. Opening triple. And then what was the next one? Was strikeout, strikeout, flyout, or was it strikeout? I'm trying to remember what the last out of the inning was. I think the last out was another strikeout. Hunter was great. Hunter versus Skubal lived up to the hype. Holy crap. Yeah. Like we were talking about the over-under, what a joke. They made a 7.5.
7.5.
Thank you for all of your money, Vegas, because what a stupid over-under that was with the way Hunter's pitching right now and the way Skubal always pitches and the way the Astros are hitting. What a joke. They had no prayer of getting to 2 runs. Even if they scored 1, they wouldn't have gotten a 2.
No,
that was
everything
never
was
going to happen.
You know, you get some matchups like that, and then it's like, oh, look, it's 8-5, and not that one. Holy crap, did those guys pitch their asses off.
I mean, Scuba was just, Astros were swinging and missing, and he was getting ahead. The difference was Hunter kept going to too many 3-2 counts. But why is Scuba so unhittable? Why is he so dominant? I'm trying to figure out. I mean, he's got a good fastball. Lefties don't always hump it up at 98. He works at 96 plus.
Well, then he's got
that good change, though, that looks the same. And his delivery is a little bit herky-jerky, which maybe throws some timing off. But, man, the Astros look pathetic against him. How about the play where he ran and covered first base and was so tired?
He had to have
was so
timeout.
tired that I went back and rewatched it multiple times, and he calls the pitch. He calls the catcher out, and he's literally just trying to catch his breath.
He's laughing. He's laughing with him. And how
Blummer
long
knew.
did the umpire give him? He didn't even come out.
Forever. And Jeff Blum knew what he was doing. He's like, that's not the first time he's been to first base before. He goes, I think he's got his breath by now. And Blummer knew exactly what it was. And he was laughing. The Astros first base coach said something to him after he covered first, and he kind of laughed and pointed at him. And, yeah, Scuba, a run to first, took it out of him. I'm not sure baseball has the best athletes. I officially am not sure now. Before I thought these might be the most impressive athletes on the planet, baseball players. But
who said that?
Getting tired. Well, I thought that going into the thing, I'm like, they're the most impressive athletes on the planet.
Scuba ain't Byron Buxton, okay? He ain't.
Running to first, he's like, I'm going to need catcher to come out.
Yeah, come on out. Man, that sucked. You could have beat Scuba last night. That was good baseball, though.
You would have beat him 1-0.
The atmosphere was great.
You would have beat him 1-0 too, because they didn't score 9 either.
The Astros have played in some. I mean, they're just bad right now. 3 straight shutouts. 3 straight. I understand Scuba, but man, oh man, you need. I mean,
3 straight before a 5.
Sanchez right now is a disaster.
Yeah,
he's a disaster. I don't know how. I know you're going to keep on throwing him out there. They talked about it when Jordan comes back. You know, Blummer kind of, you could push Sanchez back in the order now as opposed to hitting cleanup or second or third, which is what he has been. He's Kyle Tucker in it right now. He's Kyle Tucker in it right now. That you can't put him on the field.
Yeah,
anymore.
I'm looking at what Dell sent. Yeah, that wasn't the glove. That's clearly up. That's clearly up on the wrist. He did hit something. You see the hand move. But you can't. It's not the arm, though.
The glove wasn't even close to it, though.
It's not the wrist. That's the problem. It's not the wrist. I will acknowledge that you do see the tip. You see the hand. You see his giant oven mitt tip. But it's clearly the glove is well past.
It's not the glove.
It's well past.
Yeah. Look at right there. Yep. He absolutely touched it, but it was up the forearm. I mean. That's bad baseball.
Nice
job,
Del.
Yeah, nice job. Oh, you want Detroit and Scoop?
I do.
It seems like you made the call right
now.
Yeah,
you liked it. You liked that call.
It feels like you were
in
favor
that.
Of this call. You like that?
You like that?
I said it. He touched him, but it wasn't an out because it was up the
you
forearm.
Don't know. You're not sure.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I did not say that.
You seemed a little bit. I'm not sure.
That's not what I said at all. I just wanted to acknowledge that they were wrong.
If Dell was the New York guy, he would have every call would go against the Astros, so he doesn't have to watch Astros postseason anymore.
No, he
stop it.
Well,
I
can't
hate
say
baseball.
he likes. Yeah, you don't like.
I don't like baseball, but I want the Astros to win.
That's true. It's better for him. He's got a show.
I mean, I don't like listening to John.
He
talk
didn't
about
like
the
him when he was a producer. Now that he's got a show, he likes the Astros.
Not really. It has less to do with that. I just don't like John being happy. So I don't like when he
Oh, well, that's understandable.
Okay. All right. See, that's it.
Real quick.
Miserable.
Okay,
right,
so
we got a break.
Was it baseball? Is it football or basketball? Which one will come out and say, "Hey, we screwed up there"? Like
it's
football
basketball.
Is basketball?
Yeah.
Do you think does baseball ever do that? Will they come out and say, "You know what? We got that one wrong"?
No, they will never say it. And you know what? Then if they'd have to go.
Doesn't football do that too?
You tell me. That's your league.
No, I think football comes out and will say when they miss something. Because this one, baseball would have to come back and say, "Look, we got it wrong." But I don't think baseball ever does that. I don't remember baseball saying, "We got that one wrong, guys."
All right, Let's break. You got to talk a little St. Arnold's. And then when we come back, 713-780-3776. We got Texans to talk. We got some Arch Manning to talk. We got a lot of stuff going on here. Don't you go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, so we talked about St. Arnold. So St. Arnold that's where we're going to have that's where we're having our listener appreciation party on September 5th. Really looking forward to it. We get together with the listeners once a year, and at least as a whole station, and that's going to be a fun time. We are going to be in the big beer hall. That holds up to 300 people. That's where our private event is going to be. Where's yours going to be? They've got the Investors Pub, which can hold a group of 20 to smaller groups, like 20 to 40, 20 to 50. You're in good shape in the Investors Pub. It's fantastic. It's great. It's great for company happy hours. Is a great one for the Investors Pub. They've got audio and visual capabilities, so they can set everything up that you need. You're drinking great beer that's brewed right there at St. Arnold. There's a lot of different types. Art cars, obviously really famous. Lawnmowers, one of my favorite during the summer. But you can have all that great beer. They have fantastic food, appetizers up to full feasts. And then you got the AV capability, so while you're having your fun, you can get business stuff done if you want. Or you can use the AV to have fun at a wedding rehearsal dinner, or possibly wedding reception there if you want to do that. And of course, Christmas parties are a blast at St. Arnold. Check them out for yourself. Food, drinks, 2 great spaces for smaller and larger parties. They even have the brewery game package that's absolutely free when you mention ESPN 97.5, and that gives you a combination of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, they're going to throw in a photo booth. So everything's included. Get started right now. Go secure the date for your holiday party or birthday bash or whatever it is that you want to have at starnold.com, and just click on private events, and from there you can take it. It's very, very self-explanatory. At starnold.com, click on private events.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you've got anything to talk about, you're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776, the number. All right, so the Texans got their final preseason game. We'll see what happens with the final cut down as we head into the NFL season. Who's going to play? What's going to happen? I think I just saw a list, Lance. It wasn't I don't know. It was some dude put out a list. Anyway, the Texans they ranked offensive lines, and he had the Texans like 24th. Which is higher than anywhere than anywhere we've seen.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans offensive line, and that whatever, it's a ranking or whatever. I do feel differently about the offensive line than you did cutting into camp.
Do you?
I do.
Based on 2 preseason games?
Based on what I've seen in camp, based on what I've seen with Popovich, based on what I've seen with Kaylee. Based on what I've seen in the games, yes.
I think you're going to get a real – we'll see how you feel after the Rams, because that'll be a good matchup. That'll be a challenging matchup.
Yeah.
The Rams have active, aggressive, up-the-field front. So you're going to get a good look at that after that one.
Mm-hmm. Wow, he's got the Texans pass blocking ranked 17th, so I don't know if I can believe this. And,
Who is he?
This is some list by Joseph Bryan, who is
Never heard of him.
Me either. I don't know. Anyway, he's got a blue check mark, so there you have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that means he pays.
that does make you.
They put
but
one
I
back
do
on
feel
me. I didn't even ask for it, and they put one back on me because I work at the NFL. I'm like, I don't have to have it on here. I don't care. Trust me.
Yeah, I've never had a blue check mark because I don't give a rat's ass about blue check
because
mark.
you weren't reliable.
Well, no,
Can't be trusted.
Twitter told us you didn't have a blue check mark.
You should have a blue check mark because but I said I don't care about that. I don't really. I'd have to go and ask them for one.
Why don't you give Elon a little help?
Now you got to pay him. Now you got to pay
Elon
for
get
it.
some of his money
Yeah,
back.
why are you not helping out Elon?
Help out Elon.
Send him a couple
It's
bucks.
just $120 a year.
Well, yeah. Guess what? I don't need a blue check mark in my life. Okay. My wife gave me a blue check mark. Okay, that's all I needed. That's all I needed in my life was my wife.
She verified you?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't let this go right now. Bravo says on the chat, I didn't. This is 8 minutes ago. He said Space City had the angle with the oven mitt hitting the glove before the plate when they came back to start the inning. No. That angle was up the line further. You couldn't really tell if it hit the glove. The angle that Dell showed actually shows, if you look at the positioning of where the glove was, I think it does hit the indicator light for calling pitches. I think that's what it hits. And now unless they tell me that's part of the glove, which I don't think that can catch a base. I don't think you can catch a baseball or hold a baseball with the pitch caller. No, there's another angle that Dell showed that is pretty, and it's a very clear. It's an adjacent angle. You can't, not adjacent. It's that's not even a word I'm looking for. It's the clearest angle you can have at a right angle of the action versus where the tag is happening. It's actually a better angle than Space City. I saw the same one on Space City. John saw the same one. You couldn't really get a sense of where the glove was. You did see movement. You saw the glove move.
All right, I don't want to talk. I mean, did it move? Did it not move?
Was it by or through?
By or through?
That's what.
I mean, yeah, we did that one. We did 2 shows
year
on
one.
by or through.
That was year 1 of our radio
yeah,
show.
It was
and
awful.
we had a 1-hour argument if the ball was by or through. And I don't even remember what was the purpose of that. Was it for
It was called whether or not or the runner is hit by it or not hit by it. It went through the glove. Never mind. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done with that. Oh, I want to talk about the physicality of it. Okay, I want to talk about. I don't know about you, and I don't know. Maybe callers, do you feel any differently right now about this offensive line? I mean, has the first couple of games, has preseason, has Nick Caley, has Popovich, D'Amico. I'm sorry, but our general manager told us that we're not to be concerned, okay? So you shouldn't be concerned. All I know is I'm not concerned right now. Nick Caley talked about, and this is it, it's physicality. Last year we had Laramie Tunsil. Last year we had Shaq Mason. Last year we had rotating centers. Last year we had Blake Fisher. We don't have any of that now. We don't have any of that anymore. Is it different? Here's Caley talking about the offensive line and the physicality, how it's going to be different this year.
I mean, I think, look, I don't believe in being anything other than the most physical team we can possibly be. I think it allows you to control the line of scrimmage. It carves out, actually takes a 2 or 3 yard gain in the run game to a 4 or 5 or 6 yard gain. It wears on people in the fourth quarter, and it's a matter of mental and physical conditioning for us just to continue to push through that. But, yeah, I believe in a physical football team, and I think our guys have answered the bell, and they're working to be the most physical version of themselves every single day.
I like that. I mean, this is not we're done with Gucci and Prada bags, right? We got Ariante, who appears. I was a doubter at first. I don't. You know what, Ariante? He's not. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, how are you going to have a rookie step in and be? And Ariante seems to be leading. I would not be surprised. The way that they talk about this guy as a rookie, the way that he goes about his business, everything that he has said. I would not be surprised at all if in 3, 4, 5 years this guy's not a captain of this football team. Because
you think so? Oh, well, yeah, because you get one on the offensive line. So
yeah. Well,
I could see that.
I could certainly see him being a leader. You know, Titus is the oldest that's been here the longest, and he has been a starter, and he's been good. But the way that they're talking about this kid right now and the way that he's come in, when he was drafted, you think, well, this is a starter this year,
Nursery?
Yeah.
I thought he had a chance. I mean, it really depended on how they viewed. I thought Blake Fisher had the jump on him.
So did I.
Expected.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Blake
there was
Fisher, and you
chance.
bring in you spend money on Cam Robinson. Where's this kid going to play?
Yeah, I for me it was about, can Blake Fisher play left tackle, because Titus Howard's not a left tackle, and then if Titus was going to play guard, then who was going to play left tackle? I wasn't really thinking Ursery, to be honest with you. Even though he played left tackle at Minnesota, he's played some left tackle, but he's been, he's wired the right way. This is what D'Amico. He's going to have his ups and downs. I'm not looking for him to be a great tackle this year. I just want him to get better. This is going to sound like coach speak, but he's just a rookie. He's going to have his ups and downs. But if you get the guy who's wired right and who's tough and makes other guys in that locker room tough, because Juice Scruggs isn't long for that team. He won't get a second contract with this team. Jarrett Patterson probably doesn't get a second contract with that team. Cam Robinson's probably a one and done. I mean, honestly, that offensive line is going to look completely different again next year. I think Titus Howard and Ursery will still be there.
Well, I don't know.
Why
can't Tomlinson still be there? Why can't
Laken Tomlinson? Yeah, Laken will probably.
Well, and
he's signed a contract.
Jake Andrews is a young guy.
Yeah, I mean, he could. I think they're going to want to get better than him.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how well he plays, though. Give him a chance to play.
Yeah,
his way into
it.
But
what I'm saying though is Juice, Cam, Jarrett. Those are the ones I mentioned. I think all those guys will be gone. I don't think they get to a second contract.
That's a real. Listen, if you're being demoted now. I mean, you were part of a terrible offensive line. There's no reason that you just walk into a job again and walk into a second contract, especially now that you're going to be sitting. Now, there are always injuries, and maybe Popovich is much better for this, and they'll be better than they were last year because they didn't have good coaching. They didn't have a good scheme for what their talents are. This is another thing where D'Amico said, Nick Caley is using guys the way that they should be used, not it's my system and this is the way we're going to do it, right? And maybe this gap scheme is going to be much better for all the guys involved. Mm-hmm. And maybe they'll just be smarter on pass blocking than they were last year because they were not very smart at all. Not very smart at all. 713-780-3776. If you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. take another one, quick one. John Daspit once. I saw John Daspit's commercial, baseball commercial with Bun B, right?
Yep, probably Texas baseball team.
Yep.
That's one of the things he's doing. He went to Texas for his undergrad and went to University of Houston for his law degree. And John Daspit is a huge sports fan. That's why you're going to see him on Space City with baseball for sure. Sometime Rockets. Sometime you'll see him with different football games, things like that. John is, it's just part of his marketing. You hear him right now. I speak for him. I know that John is I know John, and John works really hard. John has his lawyers work really hard. It's not an easy job working for John Daspit because he demands that you put in the time and you put in the effort for the clients. And, the people who are your clients are the ones that you're fighting for because they've been wronged by someone. They've been, injured because of someone's negligence. They have lost something because of someone else's negligence. At the workplace, it can be out on the roadway. It could be at a store. It could be at a restaurant, whatever the case may be. And John Daspit looks out for those people because what happens is the insurance company is looking to minimize the payout. So they're going to get to you as quickly as possible, sweet talk you, try to get you a quick check, get you to sign off, and then they're done. Their responsibility is done. You may not get exactly what you need for your physical therapy or some of your future hospital stuff or future doctor stuff. You may not get what you need for your time missed from work. You may be out of work for a while because of the physical issues, and you definitely aren't going to get a proper pain and pain and suffering settlement. That's out of the question. You're definitely not going to get that. So let John Daspit fight for you. Let his law firm fight for you because they put the time in to passionately pursue justice for the injured. It's DaspitLaw.com, DaspitLaw.com, or call 713 call now. That's 713 call now.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't watch Hot Ones, that often. I've seen clips, but I just watched Maya Rudolph on Hot Ones. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, it's an old, yeah.
I know it's an old one, but that is freaking hilarious. She got drunk trying to cool off after eating something.
Hot
really
Ones is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, the host of the show does an amazing job of eating the spiciest wings imaginable. It's the sauces and the 150,000 Scoville units and all that stuff. But what it is while you're eating, he tries to distract the people by asking them questions. He's interviewing them. So it's an interview, and he'll interview them and ask them questions, and they're like, oh, and they try to answer. And the funny thing is watching them fall apart as they're trying to answer. So, and eventually it gets to be too much for them, and they're like, God almighty. They got to bring out milk and all this stuff. It is Scarlett Johansson wasn't Scarlett Johansson. It was, what's her name? Lawrence. Jennifer Lawrence?
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, it was her. She has one of the best ones. And Paul Rudd had a great one too. But it's really fun to watch them go down the road. And Maya, when she poured milk in her beer and drank it, I don't care if it was
he looked and you went, oh, God.
Here's the thing, and he was playing it straight the whole time. Here's the thing. Even if she told him, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start yelling and screaming and all that. She still was eating super hot. It was still burning her face off.
Well, no,
she was still drinking beer. All that actually happened.
Oh, yeah.
She may have told him in advance, don't freak out because I'm going to yell and scream and all that. She still had to go through the hot sauce, and she still had to go drink that. She was chugging beer.
Yeah.
She was chugging beer.
I don't know that was set up at all. I think she was really, really hurting. She looked like she was, you're melting my face off. She was in trouble.
Oh, no. There's some. Del, find a couple of good clips. Idris Elba has
you
one that's famous.
You gotta be careful because there's F-bombs all over.
There's you gotta find it. Idris Elba has one where you see it kick in on him, and he's like, you can literally see his face when it literally kicks in, and he's in trouble. And it's a Twitter GIF or meme or whatever.
Yeah. Jordan might be with the Astros this weekend, according to John Morosi. Mm-hmm. And that, you know what? Yeah, I mean, get some games in and then get in the lineup. Like Jordan is gonna. Oh well, he's gonna hurt us. You mean the team that hasn't scored a run in 3 games? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 27 innings of 0 runs. Yeah, Jordan really might hurt that lineup.
He couldn't hurt that lineup. So he was 2 of 4 with a single and a double. Luis Garcia got his ass kicked yesterday, which isn't my favorite thing that I've ever seen.
No, he did. He gave up a homer in the first.
2 homers he gave up. He gave up 6 runs. 5 were earned and 4 1/3. He did have 6 strikeouts, which his strikeout total's been good the last 3 outings.
Well, I mean, is it any worse than Arrighetti? Is it?
No, that's not the bar for me, Arrighetti. I don't like that as the bar.
Well,
but
that's the lowest common denominator right now.
So Jordan for sure is going to be back in the lineup. He's going to be back in the lineup Thursday and Friday, and hoping to be back on the Astros next week.
Well,
as long as he doesn't have a setback.
Could be this weekend.
Yeah, could be this weekend.
As
long as there's no setback. But he says, as I went throughout the night, this is what the purpose of it is for me to get more turns and to get more confidence back. And I think his confidence, I think that's something we have to remember is, when he left, he wasn't confident at the plate.
He wasn't good.
He was sore. He was hurt. So he needs to get that confidence back. So, and I look at it like this. As long as the Mariners are going to lose every time we lose, then keep Jordan down there as long as you need to get his confidence
you
back.
You can't really count on that. They're not playing the Phillies every day.
Well, but they've lost 4 in a row. They always lose when we do. We don't lose any ground to them ever. There seems to be we've lost 3 in a row. They've lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm looking at my phone. I'm recording WNBA games and Get Up.
On your phone?
On my Fubo.
Why are you doing that? Do you need to see?
No sense at all.
Are you Sophie Cunningham's out for the year? You have no reason to watch.
How about that?
And your girl,
poor Sophie.
And
she was tripped up by another girl and
probably a hate crime.
It was a hate crime. Sophie was getting a little. Did you see
threw
her
the softball
twerking
up.
for the video?
No, that's trashy.
It really is.
I don't need
hated
Marty
it.
seeing that.
Stop doing that.
Marty's in high school. She's going to see people
so-
twerking now. This is terrible.
So let me
She
ask
goes to
you.
a performance arts high school, though.
She's lock in. This ain't Holy House.
Yeah.
Although they're pretty mild. I've learned high school kids are a lot more mild than we. First of all, they're not as mean as when we were all in school.
Yeah, it ain't euphoria.
No, I think high school kids aren't. I don't think there's as much mean stuff going on. Like, you just had to get bruised up a little bit. That's just what it was. You were going to get somebody to find a physical deformity, not deformity, but any physical issue or psychological issue, and somebody was going to. There was at least 2 or 3 people to find it,
Someone's
exploit
gonna
it,
lean
and pick
in.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. I grew up in a time where the black kids, if your hair wasn't right, they would destroy you. Man, don't come to school and they can see that your hair's a little nappy. It's over for you.
I had longer legs, and so they said my ass was on my back, and they'd say ass back, and they'd hit me. The black guys would hit me like on the mid back. Why is your ass up here? And then if you have bigger 2 front teeth growing up, Bucky started calling me Bucky.
I just remember this.
But I fired back.
There was this girl who had a darker complexion and wasn't popular, and they called her Black Smoke, and I was. I just remember that now. I was like, I can't believe what we were doing to people back then.
I know, but you bruised up and you healed, and it's like you got tougher.
She was not afraid to come back. But
No.
every time they saw her, anytime she said something that they didn't like, shut up, Black Smoke.
I
Wow.
know. But
That just means there's no pope. The vote didn't go through.
That's not what we were implying.
She scarred up and got tougher. I'm telling you.
Oh, man. That's ugly. I can't tell you what they called me.
Feels like you have told us.
Dell ain't lying.
Well-
Black kids are brutal in middle and high school.
Yeah,
what
man.
did all the black kids at your private school, at your nun school, say to you, John?
They didn't.
What black kids? What black kids?
We actually had, at my high school, 2 Hispanic guys that were dark, and that was the closest that we had.
You counted them as black.
Yeah. Yeah.
2
The
Hispanic
Hernandez
kids.
brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're the ones who killed their parents.
They played soccer.
Aren't they the ones that killed their
That's
parents?
the Menendez brothers.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
different.
That's right.
That's
Yeah,
different.
that's
That's
right.
different. No, yeah. So yeah, that was different. Anyway, okay, when we come back,
I'm going to need Black Smoke's IG for research and confirmation.
I don't know what
You're
you
not
look-
getting Black Smoke's IG.
This was when I was in middle school. That's a long time ago. I don't know who she is. I don't remember her name. I just remember the
you
nickname.
just remember Black Smoke.
Yeah, you remember that stuff.
I remember that name. I don't remember her real name.
I said something
because
about
no one called her by her
I
real
said
name.
something about a girl who had string. She would say stuff about me, and I would say, and then she had kind of stringy hair, so I called her Radiation and Silkwood because I said it looked like she was going through radiation because she had.
That's not.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah,
But she was saying terrible stuff to me, and you know what we did? You fought fire with fire or smoke with smoke. She
Right.
didn't want that smoke. I came back at her, and I'm like, I shouldn't have said that.
For the person who was looking for the IG, I mean, smoke can be used in different ways. Like you saw that girl smoke. This one was like dark as Black Smoke. Like it was not
Now
complimentary.
you're kind of leaning in a little here, Dell.
I'm not.
It feels like you're taking shots
That's
at her
all.
here.
That's all. Any of the people who got into the back and forth, I wasn't cool enough because I was gonna get hit with something. So you try to stay out of the scrum. So you don't enter the scrum because you never know when it's gonna come your way.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Well, did you call her Black Smoke?
no,
though?
she was angry, and I wasn't of the stature where I could get away with that.
Dell strikes me as somebody who's just not going to be
I'm
like
not-
you. Just stayed
I'm not
completely
gonna
out of
engage. I
everything.
just tried to get through middle school and high school and get out of there. But for other people, it was like, now I'm the one here, so I can call this girl Black Smoke, and nothing's gonna come my way. I wasn't that guy. No chance.
because she was going to light you up anyway.
Yeah, so I wasn't gonna get
Was your
involved.
hairline good enough? Like, how was your hair?
Look, I was an immigrant son.
oh, you don't.
I didn't know. The barbershop, he was cutting my hair when I was a kid. Yeah, it wasn't
They would have
great.
called you coming to America.
I don't know. No, trust me. My name was the center of all the jokes. The Nigerian stuff. Yeah.
Kids are wonderful.
Maybe
Kids are
you're
the
right.
best.
I don't know that kids do that today.
I don't think
We
there's
used to.
me.
Their bullying was at an all-time high. when we
Yeah,
grew
it
up.
was really.
It was-
It's not. They're not bullied. I'm like, I don't even know if Monty's school has any edge to it. Those used to be considered kids with some edge. I mean, a little different. When I was in high school, you knew about it. And now, remember the show Fame, John?
Yeah.
Remember those kids smoking, putting work in the bathroom, all that stuff. Now it's just like, now they're just friendly.
Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Forget
you
about
tape
it.
the cheeks. Tape the cheeks of the nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a terrible time now. None of that bullying's going on. It's a terrible time to be a kid.
Well, that's why everything hurts everyone's feelings now.
Yeah.
Like, what can hurt your feelings when you've been made fun of physically, and we had to sit on a bus, and we called it ranking on each other. So you had to rank.
Yeah.
I'd sit back there with the black guys, and you had to just fire. Like, it was no backing down. You could not back down. You had to just fire. And
Let your haircut look a little messed up. Let it happen on the walk, because you get a haircut on Saturday or Friday, so they don't see you until the Monday. Let you walk into that classroom or the bus and your haircut ain't great. It's over for you.
That's
until
it.
you get a new one.
John,
All right.
you didn't say what were you were on the bully side. You never got. No one said anything about you. You didn't
I
have any
could see
bad
Dell.
nicknames?
No, like he said, just sitting back. I'm staying out of this.
No, but you didn't have any. Oh, that's what you did?
No.
You don't strike me as somebody who would have stayed out of it. I think you would have been putting pedal to the metal on somebody.
I could see him mumbling some stuff, but watch out. I don't want to get in the middle of the crossfire. I don't want to be in the middle of that.
Yeah, you keep it to yourself. You got your circle of friends where you make fun of everyone else, but you don't actually get involved because it's over when that happens.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little Coors Light. Now, listen, I get disappointed when people don't have Coors Lights. I'm serious. When you go to a place, you go to a bar, you go to a restaurant, and you're like, hey, do you got a Coors Light? And they're like, I'm sorry. Oh, well, I'm sorry for you. I feel sorry for you that you don't carry Coors Light. This is on you. This is a statement about you, not about me. It's a statement about you and your choices in life. And if your choices in life aren't Coors Light, then I don't have time for you, okay? Then I'll be like that bully on the bus, okay? And I'll talk about you. And I'll talk about your restaurant. I'll talk about your bar. I'll talk about your stadium. I mean, you suck. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Coors Light you should have Coors Lights on hand. Have it at your house, okay? If you want to be a good host, make sure that you got Coors Lights on hand, because I'm telling you, we go to a golf tournament. We had a golf tournament up at Highland Pines, the member guest, and I swear to God, there were Coors Lights and Bud Lights and Miller Lights. The Coors Lights were gone because everybody is choosing the Coors Lights. Okay? And you're like, hey, we need more Coors Lights out here. You never said that about the other ones. Here's the deal. It's true. People want Coors Lights. So have them on hand, a 6-pack, 12-pack, a case. Make sure you've always got them on hand at your house. Be a great host. Coors Light. Keeping Texas chill. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
When they look at you and says, I know you ain't laughing. That was didn't want that.
No.
That's what Dell's talking about.
Yeah.
You don't even want to laugh too loud at jokes.
You, particularly if you don't have the firepower to fight back or you know you're vulnerable to something, you just keep it to yourself, because if they catch you, they will divert their attention away from the person crushing them to come after you.
I feel like that's Trump with tariffs. Other countries like, I just don't want anyone to tariff talk.
So yesterday,
Did you say Angola?
yesterday we broke the news yesterday that Anthony Richardson was not going to start. That Daniel Jones was going to start. I think Lance, you might have broke that story.
Well, I saw it from ESPN. So,
but you broke it on our air.
I officially, I technically I did break that story. Yeah, I'll let it stand. I broke it. I broke the story.
And a lot of Twitter lost its mind. ESPN hosts lost their mind. Some
know that that's not the hill to die on.
One, however, I did see, Anthony Richardson is younger than almost every quarterback in the league. He's one of the youngest quarterbacks in the league.
Is it true he's younger than Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah. How about that?
Wow.
I mean, that's crazy.
He's going into year 3.
Anthony Richardson, but Warren Sharp put this out. Why isn't Anthony Richardson starting? He's better than Daniel Jones. And Anthony Richardson's story in 4 parts. 1, 55 quarterbacks.
He didn't say that. What he was saying was
he's saying these are for these people.
Because this is the sentence, and now I'm going to attack.
He had it in quotes. Why isn't Anthony Richardson starting? He's better than Daniel Jones. And here's the answer to those people. He's saying, 1, 55 quarterbacks have 175 attempts the last 2 years. Richardson ranks 55 out of 55 in accuracy, 55 out of 55 in completion rate, 50 out of 55 in TD to interception ratio. He will make spectacular plays. Like and I saw this. I think it was on ESPN. Look at this play. And there's very few quarterbacks can make that throw, but it's so few and far between. He misses such easy plays that it's so hard. If you're a coach, you want some kid, and that's why Daniel Jones is starting. My question to you is, and Anthony Richardson's agent came out and said, well, we're going to have a talk. Yeah, the thought is he's going to want to ask for a trade. Is he the Trey Lance of this draft? I
think there's a good chance. And I'll tell you, Ballard is I've talked to him about Anthony Richardson. Ballard is a very loyal person. He believes in Anthony Richardson. He drafted him for a reason. He believes in him. And, look, and he said this out loud before. We screwed up when he was a rookie. He should have played behind Gardner Minshew. We should not have started him. He wasn't ready to start. We, as an organization, it was decided he would start. I'm not sure that was unanimous, but that was what was decided. And I think he and the organization know it was a mistake. Anthony Richardson wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to start. Anthony Richardson was very much a project when he was coming out. It was all on tape. And he said we made that mistake. And so now I think they're trying to let Anthony Richardson learn behind Daniel Jones some. I don't think they've given up on Anthony Richardson. My personal opinion is he'll be Trey Lance, who, this idea that he just needs to be traded and start somewhere else. I don't know that that's actually a good idea for him. I think that the Colts want him to succeed. I think they want him to succeed, and they think that maybe waiting and continuing to learn and actually be in the building and actually do the things he's supposed to do, and grow up, I think that's all part of it. But this idea that you trade him somewhere, he's all of a sudden going to be accurate? Come on, guys. Have y'all ever watched Anthony Richardson play football? He's never going to be an accurate quarterback. So he better run really well, and he better hit a bunch of long touchdown passes. That's what he has to do.
And Warren Sharp goes on. Now, this is interesting because it's all the quarterbacks, and see what you think of CJ. Mm-hmm. Completion percentage on unpressured passes, 7+ yards downfield. Would you think is the best completion percentage unpressured passes, 7+ yards downfield?
Burrow?
Joe Burrow is not. He's 60%. The leader is 68%.
Oh. Not CJ.
Brock Purdy.
Oh, okay.
7+ yards down the field. That's pretty good. It's not, it's not just dinking. Everything is, sideways and whatnot. Jared Goff is second at 66. 2 is good, 64.
But technically,
Jaden Daniels.
7 yards is not considered an
What do you
intermediate.
think Anthony Richardson's?
Oh, terrible. I would say 42%.
38%.
Yeah. He's
38% unpressured.
Like, you really have an agenda. I understand wanting Anthony Richardson to continue to get a shot somewhere, but if you're dying on the hill that Anthony Richardson has earned anything or deserves anything based on how he's played, number one, he's injury prone. Was at Florida, is now. Number two, he hasn't played well. Like, I don't understand how you can get there with him unless you just really. That's just some kind of pet project of yours, like with Dan Orlovsky. I don't know how you get there with him.
Well, speaking of Orlovsky, of course, this was going to be a topic of conversation, and he mentioned that Anthony Richardson entered the league behind in snap counts when you compare him to some of the other players. Like Jaden Daniels had so many snaps in college because he played for so long. You just mentioned why Anthony Richardson wouldn't have him. He was injured all the time. So he was always behind the chains when it comes to learning. He will continue to be behind the chains because his snap count won't increase. Like he said, Jaden Daniels had like something around over 4,000 snaps, and Anthony Richardson
played
was over
for 5 years,
like 1,700 from college to the NFL now. So he's behind by a good amount.
That's why you don't come out. That's why Anthony Richardson should have stayed in. I mean, he got drafted 4th. He'll get his money, but from a development standpoint, this is one of the reasons why it's not the same. But he's not ready. Arch Manning, the Mannings don't care. This idea, everyone's trying to find a way that he enters the league this year. He's not coming.
Oh, wait a minute.
They want him to
slow down, son.
What?
Yesterday he disputed that.
Well, we'll see. I think he wants that out there.
Do you want to hear it? Here.
Yeah, hear it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'll bet you he hasn't talked to Peyton and Eli and,
he talked to Archie.
And Grandpa Archie.
Yes, he did.
Grandpa Archie's not letting him come.
What? No. Listen to Arch yesterday.
Good.
Asked about Archie saying he ain't coming back. He ain't coming out after this year.
Is this Arch or old Archie?
This is Arch. This is Arch. He was asked about Archie saying that he's not coming out. Here's Arch.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
He said he apologized. Archie apologized to him.
Apologized for speaking. I'll bet you he doesn't come out.
I don't know. It depends on what team it is.
All he needs is some leverage now to get even more money out of the boosters.
Well,
that's what that is.
Listen, it ain't about. I think it's about what team is out there. I think it's going to be about what team.
And
then he says, and he'll know before he has to declare. Okay, I ain't doing it. I'm not going to that.
That would be 1 year as a starter in college football.
They told San Diego, sorry, Eli ain't coming there. It's all about what team it's going to be.
It's also you mean that quarterback who had 4 years of starting experience at Ole Miss, or his son, or Peyton Manning, who had 4 years of starting experience. Arch will have 1 year of starting experience. If you want to be your best version, Bo Nix hit the ground running. 5 years in college football. Jaden Daniels, 5 years in college football. These two guys hit the ground running. More and more, you already saw Dwayne Haskins. I mean, he's passed away, but he was terrible when he came into the league. He had 1 year of college football as a starter. Anthony Richardson, 2 years, I think, and only 1 year as a starter. There is a long line now of quarterback studies that have shown that, talent obviously matters, but experience matters.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I just don't think the Mannings as a group are going to say, no matter where Arch, and you can't predict if you say no, like, could he come out? I guess he could come out, but it would be with 1 year of starting experience. His best chance of being successful is getting more college reps, and he gets paid too. Although I don't think money is an issue at all for those guys.
Well,
Not like they keep their money. Everyone seems to act like the Mannings have some compound where all the money is kept in a collective. I mean, Cooper Manning's probably like, hey, I don't have Peyton's money.
Yeah.
I don't have Eli's money. I'm not part of the Manning cast. Don't include Arch with all that money. But the fact is, his NIL deals are so substantial. That dude will make $10 million a year. He'll make $10 million a year if he wants to.
They're not hurting, but they don't have that money. You're right.
Cooper,
all right, we got a break. We'll talk a little All-State And then if you want to get in, someone 3780-3776.
We're talking Allstate Windows and Siding, not the insurance company I'm talking about. Well, this is like, it's kind of like insurance for your home, but it's not home insurance. It's windows that are designed to stand up to Texas weather. And what is Texas weather? You know what it is. It's this crazy heat waves and heat domes. It's hailstorm. They had hail just 2 days ago west of us and north of us. It is terrible rain and hurricane strength winds. And this is just in Houston. Of course, in the surrounding areas, further south, you need to have hurricane grade windows, and they install those as well. But they're made and designed to help keep your home protected, to lower your energy costs by up to 40%. That's an incredible savings. They make your home look great. They add a safety feature because they're double pane, double strength, and of course, they're also going to reduce noise and reduce dust. If you're looking for a siding job, you want to get rid of that dilapidated wood, put the siding in. The siding is going to last, basically for the life of that you're in that home. No more painting, no more fixing the wood that starts to rot out. You won't have those issues anymore. And Allstate Windows and Siding, that's a family-owned company, but for generations, this name means something. The quality of their product, the quality of their work is very important to them. Call them today, 832-204-1936. They'll get out to your home. They'll give you an estimate. They give you big discounts on windows and sidings when you mention ESPN 97.5. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Elliot has been waiting to get in here. Let's get him in right away. Anybody else wants in? Someone 3780-3776. What's going on, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Joe, hey, I was listening to Greg Cosell the other day, and I'm not sure what y'all's thoughts on him or his opinions are, but I know Lance has talked about him before, and Cosell was kind of giving a breakdown on the AFC South and was stating his thoughts towards Cam Ward, and he's got very, very positive reviews on him and thinks he's going to be a very, very good player in the league, and he's also very high on Trevor Lawrence this year with Cohen. So I guess my question is A, did you guys hear that? It was kind of going viral a little bit on Twitter, and also Do you agree with that? And Lance, I haven't really paid attention to your breakdown on Cam Ward, but do you see kind of some of the stuff that he's saying of coming into the league? He could be pretty successful.
Yeah, he could. Cam Ward is just, you just get some things where you go, oh, what are you doing, Cam? But, I mean, the good stuff is really good, and he has tremendous arm talent. He's got a great mindset. His mentality and football character is exceptional. So as long as you have that, going for you, you got a chance. That means you're going to work. You're going to put the time in. And I think Cam needs to run a little more. He's not a great runner, an athlete. People just make that assumption, but he's just okay in that regard. But I think getting out of the pocket, not trying to be there's some times where some of these guys want to prove they can win from the pocket. And it's like, the play's over. Dude, throw it away or get out of the pocket and go get 3 yards, slide, and move on to the next play. So I don't think he's going to be real successful the first year, though. I don't think that's a very good situation. But, yeah, I think I gave Cam a high 63, which means he could be an above-average starter in the league. So, it's typically a second-round type grade, but you would get pushed into the first round based on positional needs. So he's not a typical first pick of the draft, but, yeah, I think he could have some success. I have more confidence in Cam than I do Shedeur, but I gave them both 63s. So one was a 6.39 and one was at the very bottom a 6.30. But to me, they were the only two. Now, I may have missed on Jackson Dart. We'll find out if I miss on Jackson Dart. But, I think those two are the ones that I think are going to become NFL quarterbacks. So, and Cam, I think, has a chance to become a pretty decent one. What was the other question, John? Or Dell?
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, Greg was very complimentary of what Trevor Lawrence can do under Liam Cohen.
He watches
Cohen could make a big difference for
this.
him.
This is all about Liam Cohen now.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Liam's done a great job in Kentucky with the Rams. He's gone back and forth between those two teams. And then with the Bucs, what he did for Baker Mayfield. He is, while Ben Johnson gets all the accolades, and rightfully so, for how great he is offensively, Liam Cohen is right there with them. And I give Trevor C. I think that the surprise, I was telling people this the other day. I think I said it on this air. I think Brian Thomas at 10 or 11 to 1 for most receiving yards in the NFL this year, even ahead of the great Jamar Chase. I think that's the play, because to me, in this offense with Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence got a bunch of money tied to him. Brian Thomas came out of the gate smoking. I think Thomas. Now, how many touched to fantasy football wise? I don't know how much I believe in Trevor Lawrence there, but I do think you saw what Baker did. Trevor can't do that now with Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas. He can't. I mean, can he touch 30 touchdowns? You think this year? You think he gets to 30 passing touchdowns, Trevor Lawrence?
I think that there's a chance. I mean, he's going to be better.
Baker had 41 last year.
Yeah, I could certainly see a resurgence. I can certainly see a resurgence.
He had
I don't think they're going to listen. Should they be better with Liam Cohen? Yes. Should they be better with Cam Ward?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The Colts, I don't know, Daniel Jones, but the Texans are still the boss. Texans are still bossing. I hope. I don't know what he had to say. Elliot was talking about, Greg Cosell is awesome. We had him on the show for years. We had him a couple of years on the show.
Watches a ton of tape.
He just is so knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. He didn't say where he had the Texans in the division. But I would hope that he has the Texans as the as the kings of the division, because I don't see either of these teams, as good as Liam Cohen is or as good as Cam Ward is. They ain't touching the Texans this year.
No, Trevor Lawrence, 12 touchdowns his rookie year in 17 games, and that was a disaster. That season, that team
look at his coach.
Terrible. Well, but the team, he had no help. 25 touchdowns the second year, and this is when we thought, okay, man, this guy's taking off. Then 23, he had 21 touchdowns of 14 interceptions. Not great. Last year, he played 10 games, had 11 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Like, he's getting paid a ton of money, and he better show out this year. But Liam Cohen and Brian Thomas, I can't say enough about Brian Thomas, man. Malik Neighbors gets all the talk, but Brian Thomas tested better than him and had numbers that were even better than Malik Neighbors his senior year, and he just kind of is just very quiet, just quietly threw up 17 receiving touchdowns for Jaden Daniels the year he won the Heisman Trophy. Like, the dude's legit. He can roll. He's big and can run a 4.3 40 and can make catches in the air. Like, he and Malik Neighbors. I mean, Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, and Brian Thomas. That's going to go down as potentially Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson. Well, okay, Burrow, Justin Jefferson, and Jamar Chase is on a different level. We've probably never seen three players that great at wide receiver, and quarterback.
No.
And I'm telling you, like, but Malik Neighbors and Jaden Daniels and Brian Thomas, that's in the conversation probably in a few years.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It'll be
CJ had some pretty good ones with him, though. CJ had some pretty good players.
What new coach is going to have the biggest impact? Ben Johnson?
Yeah, I think Ben
Liam
Johnson.
Cohen?
Well, yeah. I mean, Liam Cohen, if you get your quarterback right, how big is that impact? That's almost bigger than wins and losses.
Vrabel in New England?
Wow, that's a good one, too. A lot of hope. I still think it's going to be Ben Johnson because they got a lot of talent on that roster.
Yeah, he's got weapons.
He's got weapons now. He's got talent, but everyone's buying into this. Have you seen it's almost like too many people are buying into the Patriots, that there's this huge turnaround coming for them and the huge turnaround for Drake. Like Drake May, everyone's got a lot of eggs in the Drake May basket. And I'm like, are we sure he's still kind of rookie-ish? Like, you sure you want to put 8 wins on them, 9 wins? 8, they're over under, I think, is 7.5 wins this year. That's a lot from being, arguably the worst team in football for about 75% of the year last year. They were certainly in the battle for it. But I think that's the respect that goes to having, number one, a highly drafted quarterback. There's always expectations of success. And then number two, they've made some pretty good free agent moves. And then lastly, I think it's Vrabel. I think a lot of this is on Vrabel. And you know what? I kind of buy into it because Vrabel, like D'Amico, is Vrabel's a little bit of a culture changer. Vrabel is much more in your face about it, and Vrabel did it before D'Amico did it. We've seen Vrabel do this with the Titans before.
What about Pete Carroll?
I mean, he's totally different than Vrabel, but people really seem to love Pete Carroll. Do you think? I mean,
he could make a big.
He could. He could.
I think the Raiders are going to be much. They got a solid. I think Geno's a solid quarterback.
Geno's solid. You got Genty.
You got Genty now.
Who are the wide receivers over there, though?
You don't have much at wide receiver.
I mean, defensively, you got some talent.
Brock Bowers, the tight end.
You got right now. It's Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, Deontay Thornton Jr. That's not good. But you got Brock Bowers, who's probably going to get 120 targets. Brock Bowers should be going no later than the early second round in fantasy football.
Oh, yeah. Early
I mean, that's
round.
Travis Kelce stuff right there.
Yeah. No, Well, and the thought is, too, in San Francisco, with the losses that they've had at wide receiver, that'll be interesting. Trey McBride is getting a lot of love in fantasy. Brock Bowers is number one, I think. I don't think there's any question because of that situation, but there's some good tight ends, some really good tight ends.
Man, I'm looking at holy crap. I'm looking at the average draft positioning on a fantasy football calculator, which simulates a ton of drafts. They've got Brock Bowers in the 4th round.
That's stupid.
I'm just telling you. Y'all let Brock Bowers go in the 4th round. This guy's going to get 1 billion targets.
There is no league that Brock Bowers goes in the 4th round.
No, because the tight end position is one where if you have one of the top 3 or 4, you got an enormous advantage on other people. I can't believe that he's this far back. I mean, I thought for sure he would be 2nd round, and then worst case scenario, 3rd round.
No,
you've got. I mean,
well,
look at this.
And those things. They got Devontae Adams going in the 6th.
They got Chuba Hubbard ahead of. Chuba Hubbard is being drafted ahead of Brock Bowers.
No chance. No.
Yeah.
No chance. 0. No, he's a Travis Kelce kind, like you said. Like 3 years in a row, Travis Kelce went in the 1st round. Brock Bowers, there's a chance he's a first in a 12-team league. Brock Bowers could be 11th or 12th.
It's high. I mean, it's high for a tight end, but at the same time, how high did you put Kelce? Because if you drafted Kelce high, why would you not draft Brock Bowers high?
In our league, Justin drafted him with the 5th overall pick.
Well, that seems a
A
little
couple of years
much.
ago.
Okay.
A couple of years ago, yeah.
What, wait. Oh, you mean Kelsey? Oh, yeah,
Kelce,
because
yeah.
Kelsey was their receiver.
Yeah.
That's what Brock Bowers is. He's their target guy. There's no difference between a wide receiver and tight end when their targets are like 100.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Except
get
scoring
out of here.
touchdowns,
There's
obviously.
zero chance Brock Bowers makes it out of the second round. And if he does in your league, then your league sucks. You're stupid.
I know who's going to bid the highest for him in our auction league now. John.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I love Brock Bowers. Give me Brock Bowers, okay? I'm bidding $12 right now.
He's going to
now.
be in the high 20s.
Oh, at least.
Yeah.
At least. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. I'm talking a little basketball right now. And as a matter of fact, we do have some basketball to talk. It is produnk.com. Produnk.com is what we're talking about. Produnk.com is where you get what is and has always been. Keith Tate's been doing this for 30 years or so. I mean, we've been on the air since 97, and I believe Keith started advertising with us back in the early 2000s. 25 years it's going on that Keith Tate's been giving you the best goal, and it has progressed through the years. It's always been the best goal, but there's nothing technologically that Keith Tate won't do to make it better. I mean, he's improved it throughout the years. Used to be a crank. Like we had one in our front yard. I mean, we got one in our driveway, and it was like, oh, this is unbelievable. And you crank the goal up and down, and the kids loved it. Now it's just a push of a button. There's no better goal. There is no better goal. It's not even arguable. And, Dad, I can tell you from firsthand experience, the kids will be out in your driveway. You want them in your driveway. You want them in your backyard. You don't want them running the streets. You'd much rather have all the kids there and playing basketball on your goal, okay? Because you know where your kids are. And they're safe, and it's the best. It's the best goal. Push of a button up and down. Your kid can't dunk. Your kid can't shoot on a 10-foot goal. He can shoot on a 5, 6, 7, 8-foot goal, and he can dunk too, because that's what they want to do. Produnk.com, the best technologically, the best goal you'll ever have. Produnk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Did you see Matt Schaub? What he's talking about?
Yeah,
Can he
he's a
shut the
lunatic. Why is
bleep up?
why is he in anyone's business?
He's trying. Okay, so he's thrown his hat into the ring for executive director of the NFLPA. And here's what he said. If I were the executive director of the NFLPA, one of the first things I'd do is ask Patrick Mahomes, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Josh Allen, Cam Hayward, Lamar Jackson, and a bunch of other NFL stars to visit Saudi Arabia. The message it would send to owners would be quite clear. He says that the NFL, Schaub, according to him, NFL players in the union have already lost roughly $25 billion due to the 2011 CBA. And its subsequent 2020 extension.
Did you say billion?
Billion. That a similar agreement before 2031 could cost upwards of $40 billion if we agree to another 10-year deal. He says, you know what? He says, get on out there.
$40 billion?
$40 billion, yeah. He says, go visit there and see how the league responds to, because you know, this monopoly that the NFL has over the players, whether or not they wouldn't come to terms, and if they would if they strike, they're locked out due to the CBA, how that would sit with them if you're talking to the Saudis.
Dude, this is just...
Jim Quinn says this. It's a very different media landscape out there that's ever existed. There are other players who could and would easily get involved, like Netflix or Google. They would invest the money to get involved with showing games. There are the Saudis who would certainly get involved. You see what the league is doing right now with private equity firms, and it's obvious the players could do it.
No, I mean, they could do it would be exactly like Live. What Schaub is asking for is Live. What he thinks he's going to get is just you're going to bully the NFL and then they're going to give in and whatever. That's what he thinks. The reality is, if it becomes Live, it's a nightmare for everyone. It's a lose-lose, and Matt Schaub will have to be held accountable.
No, he'd be the Greg Norman.
I mean, honestly, what you're asking for is to dilute your product, and then you'll have football. That's great. You have one football league that operates this day. They have bad offensive lines, terrible offensive lines.
It's not like there's not.
It's a team sport.
Not precedent. It's the AFL came in. And that was, stealing players. They stole Joe Namath.
That's not precedent, though, is it? Now that you have TV deals, like the NFL didn't have the footing it has now. This is
obviously not. But
footing.
there is precedent of a rival league.
The closest I can come up with is actually USFL, and that was in the '80s. That's a real because the NFL had already garnered, and the USFL stole players right out of the draft.
Yeah.
But what happened was they can't. It's just not sustainable.
Well, it's sustainable. It's sustainable with Saudi money. It is absolutely.
I don't know that it is, because you got to remember, offensive lines suck with 32 teams right now. Now you start taking teams.
Yeah. Oh no.
You have to have teams. How many teams would Saudis be able to field? 6.
Yeah, maybe more.
You'd have to get a 53-man roster. You have to get that's 300. That's already 300 players. You'd have a bunch of guys who don't even belong in the NFL playing that product. I mean, I wouldn't want to watch that. For what? Why would I watch that? Why would I watch that? People they already don't watch Live. I mean, the TV ratings are terrible on it.
Listen.
This is Schaub just using. And really, are we doing this again? I know there's some people who, they were anti that, and then Live. They're anti-Saudi money, but then Liv took it, and they're like, I'm not sure. And then politically, Saudis are buying everything politically. They're literally sports washing some of the atrocities. I can't be on board with that. Why are you going and trying to get Saudi money for the NFL? It's just, what is Matt Schaub doing? Don't throw a pick six and get the out of our sport.
Yeah,
seriously, get out of here.
Hey, Sleepy, just beat it. We don't need you.
I mean, I get what he's doing. He's fighting for the player side and to get a bigger piece of the pie. That's totally acceptable. I totally get that. But trying to use Saudi PIF as the ultimate, and I got to admit, I mean, Dana White and UFC are in bed with the Saudis. Golf is now in bed. I shouldn't say golf is in bed with Saudis, but a lot of professional golfers are. It's only a matter of time before they get in college football. It's just like me as just I don't know. It just really bothers me that money is that important to you that you're willing to just say, I'll overlook everything else just so we can get as much as we possibly can. Like, okay, if that's you, I mean, you're already, it's millions and millions and millions and millions. But if you're using this as a negotiating tactic, okay, they do have $925 billion in the PIF for the Saudis. But man, it's just, I couldn't imagine NFL players. You wouldn't have to go to Saudi Arabia to play, obviously, but where are you going to be holed up? Where are your games going to be played? We've already got NFL teams. So where are you? I guess New York gets a Saudi team. L.A. will get a Saudi team. I don't know where you're going to play, which stadiums you're going to play in. I guess college stadiums.
The Saudis will build one.
Well, how long is that going to take?
Who cares? I mean, they'll do it. Listen, I don't want to talk about this. All right, they've already ruined golf. Don't let them ruin the NFL. This is
Matt
is
Schaub already ruined
Shut
Houston.
the bleep up, Matt Schaub. All right, we don't need you and your Saudi money.
And he's just trying to suck up to the players. Like, we've lost 40. You're going to lose $40 billion. Yeah. Elect me. Like, no, we can't trust a guy who had that many pick sixes in consecutive games. You're a poor decision maker.
Poor decision. Yeah,
poor decision. You're poor as a decision maker. You're one of the sorry people.
He is. He is a sorry person right now. I don't even. Just the thought, just the saying that. I mean, I don't. It just shut the.
As a golf
up.
fan, how upset are you about what's happened with?
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Bryson DeChambeau, you don't see him anymore.
I
right?
would love to see Rahm and DeChambeau and Dustin's done, but I mean, and Cam Smith, he just fell off the earth. I mean, Taylor Gooch has really come on and been a really good player. I would love to see what he could do with against the best players in the world. They're playing a little. They're playing a scramble. It seems like they're playing a scramble. Everybody starts at the same time, and there's 54. I mean, it's ruined it. It's ruined it. It's not. PGA's tour still is good to me, but man, it could be great if they didn't ruin it. They didn't ruin it.
I know, and that's what would happen if this actually. It will never come to fruition because it wouldn't happen because I think LIV is now agents. Here's the thing. If agents could get their cut of, if they bought Patrick Mahomes for $95 million a year, and Patrick Mahomes, at some point, it's not my money, but I'm just sitting there thinking, man, like, what's the difference between making
I think
$60 million and $90 million?
There wasn't
there
wasn't a
$30 million a year, Lance. Yeah, but from a spending standpoint and all that, you're gonna. John Rahm has lost. Like, where's John Rahm?
John Rahm is Spanish, though. Here's the deal: there wasn't a big backlash because there isn't a big golf audience. It's a selected group of older white males. That's it. Mm-hmm. Patrick Mahomes going over there would create such a backlash towards Patrick Mahomes and his brother. Everybody loves his brother. Okay,
his brother would catch it again. Jackson's like, "Hey, I'm just trying to stay out of everything here."
And Brittany, everybody loves Brittany.
Is Jackson
Everyone
still
loves
facing
Brittany.
those?
Yeah,
Jackson
no. If you ruin
everyone
football,
doesn't love Brittany.
If you ruin football, Patrick Mahomes, the backlash that he would get, there's not that big a backlash against golf because that's just not nearly the number of fans. Go ahead, try and ruin football and see what happens. See what happens to you. How much you'd be hated in this country.
Oh, man.
No,
it's true.
Yeah. And Matt Schaub,
true,
you're number one on the list right now,
number
Matt
one
Schaub.
On the list. He just made the list. He made the list by even bringing this up.
Yeah. All right, we got Josh Pate going to join us top of the hour here on ESPN.
Nope.
No, he's not in?
He's on from now on. He's 8:30 on Thursdays. He has a standing commitment with somebody who is bigger than us that he'd forgotten about that started tomorrow. This starts today.
Bigger than Hall of Fame?
Yeah,
okay.
Actual Hall of Fame, Paul Feinbaum.
Oh. He's not bigger than Walmart.
That's a good point.
No.
Feinbaum, I don't care how big you think
he is. Do you know
who
back in Feinbaum's show? The Saudis.
Oh my.
Josh is getting Saudi money.
Oh, what are you
doing? They're paying him $32 million a year.
What are you doing to Josh?
No, Josh is going to join us 8:30 every Thursday.
Every Thursday.
Every
That's
Thursday,
cool.
8:30, yeah.
All
That's his new time.
Okay, 24 hours from now.
Yeah.
24 hours from now, Josh Pate will be on.
The best college football talk can be found here in 24
exactly.
hours.
Exactly 24 hours from now.
Till then, substandard
or
college
here
football talk.
in 2 hours.
No.
No.
See what he's trying to do? He's trying to save stuff for his show.
If you love college football, the show for you is this show tomorrow in 24 hours.
Oh, are you going to have
I said
respect
show.
my decision?
No, the misery index will be back, where we just rank miserable fan bases depending on how their weekend went.
Misery fan. Why does that feel like a perfect segment for you?
That's why I do it. We just go around the country. Oh, your team lost. How miserable are you?
All right. I'm miserable because I'm not at the Golden Nugget right now, but in 8 days I will be at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, and we're going to have our fantasy draft there, and I can't wait. And we're going to have 2 shows there, and I just one of my favorite places in the world, the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, and that's not hyperbole. I love that place. I know it now in and out. I love the golf course. The swimming pool is awesome. The poker room I've spent a lot of hours there. The Coors Lights are flowing. The DraftKings Sportsbook, the concert hall, the restaurants, Vic and Anthony's. What? I love me some Golden Nugget Lake Charles. The hotel rooms are beautiful. I'm telling you, it's like a brand new resort, as opposed to now. There's other Lake Charles. I'm not going to name any names, but there are other Lake Charles casinos that have really gotten run down. Really run down. The Golden Nugget, man, I mean, Tillman prides himself on always being in first class and having everything as the best that it could possibly be. That's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Down to the pillows and the sheets and everything else that you get at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You've been to hotels where, it just is not it's an uncomfortable sleep. Not at Golden Nugget, man. I'm telling you, every bed, every pillow. Tillman tried the pillows out. I know this for a fact. He tried the pillows out himself before they were bought because he wanted to make sure how great they were. They spare no expense. You'll love it. If you haven't been, go. And if you've been before, you know. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Adrian is here. Let's start the segment with him, and then I want to get into something, some Texans talk. What do you say, Adrian?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I was listening to the broadcast on Sunday, and I don't know if it was Steve Sparks or Ford, but they were talking about a story that they were talking about. They were talking with a coach, and the coach told them a story about the Astros high A affiliate. I don't know the year, 18, 19, around there. But he said that team had Javier, Luis Garcia, Ronel Blanco, and Forrest Whitley, I think. And he was telling them that the Astros weren't focused on stats or statistics, and that's one of the reasons why they don't have high prospects. Because they weren't worried about statistics, because even if the count was 3-0, 3-1, whatever, the Astros wanted them to throw their breaking pitches so they can command them a little bit better as they move forward throughout the minor leagues and everything.
So you're saying basically it's like everything's a spring game. You're working on things.
Yes.
That's what
that's
like
what they were saying.
Yeah.
Well, but what
they
is
just
that?
wanted them to get commanded.
What is that in? Is that response to what Luis Garcia having a bad outing yesterday, or what? Or are you just talking about the farm system?
I'm just talking about in general with the Tommy John.
Yeah. Oh, Tommy John. You think because they throw more breaking balls in the minor league system, they come up with arm problems?
I mean, that's usually what they say, where you don't want to throw too many breaking pitches as a young guy. You want to come up just throwing fastballs.
Oh, you're saying young is when they first get in the system.
Well, by the time they're in the minor leagues, they're 18, 19, 20 years old.
Well, yeah, but it's still what Tom House will tell you is in pitching, what the kind of sports scientists will tell you, and the orthopedic surgeons and whatever, is it really is about how, like, certain ways you throw are put more torque on an elbow, and other ways, less. Like if you throw at the right technique, you're less likely. If you throw with the lower body, get more legs into it. There's
a chance. Yeah, there's a possibility. Yeah. Have you ever seen a pitcher's arm where it's all the way back and the picture, and it's amazing that no pitcher doesn't break their elbow.
Yeah,
as much torque as they put on their elbow. It's just about every pitch, not fastballs.
Shoulder
as much.
Too.
Shoulder, yeah, all of that.
That's why they work on that flexibility.
It's such an unnatural way to go about when you throw a baseball. It's amazing that there's not more.
The wrist is basically parallel to the ground.
Yeah.
And the whole forearm. Like but they do so much flexibility stuff in shoulders and especially shoulders.
At some point that gives the elbow gives out. And it's happening more and more and more, especially these guys throwing as much spin as they do, trying to get as much spin as they do.
It's got to be that, because where were all it just doesn't make sense that for years and years there are so few Tommy Johns.
Yeah.
And now it's such a normal part. I mean, there's got to be something.
And maybe they're throwing too much as a kid now, and all that. Yeah, and you're probably right, Adrian. That that's why their minor league system might not be as highly rated, because they're not worried about getting outs. They're worried about getting command of their curveballs or whatever. There is that. Listen, the Astros. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with this many Tommy Johns. Something is being done wrong.
I forgot about Ronel Blanco. He mentioned Ronel Blanco's name. I was like, oh my God, I forgot about Ronel Blanco. Wisniewski, Ronel Blanco. Wisniewski. Ronel Blanco, J.P. France, shoulder. Christian Javier, Luis Garcia.
Justin Verlander.
I'm not counting. I'm counting the ones who are just like were affected this year.
Well, they shut down
last year.
Brandon Walter again.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get some bad news on him any day now.
Well, no, he's done.
Well, yeah, but I mean, how done?
I don't know, 2 or 3 years. Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. At any point, you're going to find out he's done for 2 years.
Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. And Luis Garcia, thank God he's back.
Hey, how about Josh Hader?
Oh yeah.
How about Josh Hader? That's not the minor league
That's a
system or anything,
shoulder,
but
though.
I know, but that's just another
Or maybe
major,
it's a shoulder.
potentially major injury for he can't pick up a ball, can't throw for 3 weeks, right?
3 weeks. Yep.
So how long after that? What are we looking at here?
Well, then he's got to get back into throwing shape and all that. I mean, it's more than likely you're not going to see him again. More than likely.
What?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think? We're already heading into September, bruh. What?
Yeah.
I mean, the thought is, that was about as bad as news. If you're not going to pick up a ball for 3 weeks, really? And well, then he'll be right back. No, he won't be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question. So your favorite writer, Ben Solak.
There's nothing wrong with Ben Solak.
I know you love him. You said that multiple times. He went to a bunch of different camps, and one of them was the Texans. And here's what he had to say. One thing I saw a lot of Jacob Johnson.
How come I didn't get a call?
Well, not a lot, but more than I'd expect. A fullback through and through. Jacob Johnson. Now, in CJ's rookie year, they had 213 snaps with a two-back formation. Last year, that number fell to 135. They cut Andrew Beck, and maybe he says now with a true fullback in Johnson and another H-back type in Cade Stover, the Texans look to be renewing their commitment to two backfields and more diverse run actions. The gap scheme, it feels like the incorporation of a fullback in this offense is going to be something that's going to help the run game, and quite frankly, it will help the passing game as well. Should you be able to have a guy that can actually block in the backfield helping CJ. What do you think about incorporating a lot more two backs, maybe 12 formations, as opposed to 11 formations?
Well, actually, that's 21 is the two back.
Or 21.
Yeah,
It's running back and tight end, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You're less dangerous. You're more predictable. If it's Stover, then you have more of a pass catcher. Like you're not sure, but is Stover a good enough hammerhead block? I've got no problem with having a fullback as long as you say we're going to run the ball and then you execute and you're still able to run the ball. Fullback can be great, leading up in the hole and then smack somebody and Nick Chubb or Joe Mixon's slide through there.
Would they be
I'm
better
fine with it.
Without Joe Mixon? Would Chubb be better off having a guy leading him through the hole?
I don't know. Every running back is different in terms of what they like. I'd have to go see what Cleveland did. I'm trying to remember what Georgia did. Is he comfortable? Some guys are not comfortable with lead backs in front of them. Others are. I think most are pretty decent at it because they just, as long as you're patient and can steer your fullback, sometimes the positioning of the running back will also dictate. Usually they're reading the fullback and they're trying to stay really undecided where the linebacker can't really leverage them one way or the other. And then, boom, once there's contact, they'll make their break off of it, off the left hip or right hip. Some really good running backs, they steer linebackers or defensive players into the fullback with their positioning. They get guys, they steer guys into blocks. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But I don't know about having a full-time fullback is not the.
Well, and in the instance of Cade Stover, it would be 12 formation, having an H-back with a guy that can maybe, bust up through the hole and either take on a linebacker or he can run a route from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because Chubb is known as a good pass-blocking running back, that might Kevin Stover with an H-back in there, maybe in motion or stops just off the tackle.
Right.
And come through the line as either a lead blocker or get into a pass route. That might be something that a defense might have some problems with.
Well, it just gives you more versatility and it makes you less predictable. If you've got a guy that can be a lead blocker or a pass catcher, that always makes you. And we're not talking about a 6'2", 250-pound linebacker / fullback. One of those body types. We're talking about a tight end. So lining up in the backfield. I mean, I would argue that anytime that you can put people in multiple positions, you're less predictable. Yep. And if Nick Caley's trying to, but it's okay to also have some predictable stuff like, hey, we're going to line up and we're going to go get 2.5 yards. It's 3rd and 2, and we're going to be able to run it and get 2. We're going to go get 2.5 yards for the first down. It's okay to have players who do that, but ultimately the whole thing that CJ or that D'Amico was worried about was I think being too predictable last year.
Yeah.
And so some of the ways you're unpredictable is multiple personnel groupings.
Not only that, so Stover, sometimes he's out in the route and Chubb is protecting. Sometimes Chubb, you don't know which of those guys is coming out in a route and which one is staying back. Stover can chip and get into the flat. There's all kinds of different ways. I think it's intriguing if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. I do too. And if the more you have an H-back type, like one of the things I love that Jaden Higgins could potentially do is big receiver in a slot. This is one of the new matchup moves that we saw the Texans had that when Devontae Adams did that to Jalen Petrie. You put big, we don't have this on the team, but sometimes there's big receivers that they turn into quote-unquote tight ends. That really all they are is just big slot receivers. Or sometimes these quote-unquote tight ends that don't block at all. They're just big slot receivers. But when you have a wide receiver like Jaden Higgins, this has turned into a real mismatch philosophy where you stick 6'4", 214-pound wide receiver in the slot. And if teams don't travel their corners, you all of a sudden get a nickel corner matching up on 6'4", 215. And if he'll block a little bit, which he will, that can become a big advantage because if you go smaller on him, he'll block him. You can run there. You can audible into a run. And if you have, a bigger corner back there, then maybe, typically what you're doing is you want to mismatch a smaller cornerback or a guy that doesn't cover as well with a Jaden Higgins. That's why I'm not sure they don't run Kirk outside wide from time to time at the Z and then have Jaden Higgins playing in the slot because it may be mismatch opportunities. So, I'm excited to see what Caley does. I saw Ben Johnson was asked by K Adams something about, his playbook. He said, I'm dusting off the same plays in preseason I had it with the Lions. We just happen to be executing them better. He goes, I'm not showing anything. I'm just, and he said, I'm going to take the offense and I'm going to, formulate it to what Chicago has. So it's not going to be like the Lions necessarily. But I get excited because Caley comes from a place where they're pretty creative over there with the Rams. I'm kind of excited to see, or they can be. I'm kind of excited to see what he brings to the table because we're not going to see in the preseason. He's not going to show you anything. There's nothing. You're going to see everything's going to be a lot different.
Well, and Ben Solak said, I saw this at camp when they were up in West Virginia, and not in the games. This is what we saw in West Virginia, that there was a lot more.
Why are you
Jacob
ratting
Johnson.
out what's happening in practice? Don't be telling the secret stuff, Ben.
Well, Ben, hey, Ben's a reporter, okay? I report on what I see.
Well,
I tell you about the Will Kunkel. What did Will Kunkel say?
Ben's one of the best in the business. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
is he? Well, we found out the Texans were very upset with someone revealing information they didn't want out there.
Yeah.
Now Solak's on the list too.
I'm not sure saying that there's a fullback who might be a factor really fits into that. Like, ooh, you told about our fullback.
Rams, changing their entire game plan.
Right. Guess what, Rams? Watch it. Okay. Now the Rams know. But I've got secrets when I went and watched the Rams practice. Have you told the Texans about them?
Wait.
I went.
When did you go?
I went when I told you I was going that day. I went.
I know, but you never told us about the practice.
It was the most boring thing I've ever seen.
Oh wait, you did say
they
that.
didn't even throw. They didn't run.
You
they
said
didn't
they
throw
were just
a ball.
handing everything off. That's right.
They were in slow motion, faking handoff the whole practice.
Weweren't going to.
How do they win a game around here?
Well, they weren't going to allow you to reveal their plan to the Rams.
Maybe they knew I was
Texans, there. So they said this day decoy day.
Yeah. And apparently Matthew Stafford has thrown a couple days in a row.
Yeah,
so
he's moving around. So
yeah,
that's
guess
not
what?
You
great.
should have
Well,
worn
you know
a
what?
Dodgers hat so they didn't know you were there as a plant.
When Daniil Hunter puts his helmet in the small of his back, guess what?
I don't know. While that would be great, that'd be great. I don't particularly want the Rams to, exacerbate CJ's general soreness.
How are you going to do that when you can't get to the quarterback because Ursery's there?
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you getting the quarterback?
Cal.
Well,
When Cade Stover's staying in.
Listen, I know somebody who's not worried about the offensive
Yeah, you're
line
not
play.
concerned. I would point out that he has not blocked any pass rusher that's any good yet. I mean,
I would also point out that they have not gone up against
the
Ariante
Vikings were backups, and the Panthers have a terrible pass
We
rush.
call him Tay. By the way, he's Tay Ursery.
You said it. I didn't say his name. You're the one who said his name.
He's Tay Ursery. And if D'Amico's not worried about it, and if Nick's not worried about it, then you shouldn't be worried about it, Joe.
I know that Tay is still having trouble with the Texans front.
Supposedly.
Good pass rushers.
No.
Well, that's
not.
Blake Fisher.
No, they all say what a great job he's doing.
No, I know, but then the reporters will say he's struggling with, the likes of Daniil
I can't
Hunter,
believe
Will
them.
Anderson.
I can't believe what
Well,
they
no one else
have
has
they
a
ever played
Daniil
pro
Hunter
football?
or
Then
Will
they don't
Anderson.
know. If you haven't played pro
But there
football,
are
you don't
other
know
good
what
pass-
you're talking about.
There are
You
other
don't
good
know.
pass rushers in the league, John.
Yeah. No, there's no better pass rushers in the league. Sorry. You know what? And there's no better HR and payroll company than HR&P. Period. Exclamation point. They got the name. How'd they get that name? HR. Oh, it's HR. And P, which is payroll. Everyone knows what P is. It's payroll. And, all these other ones that have all these other stupid names. Okay? HR&P has the best name. HR&P has the best technology. HR&P is going to get your business to where you want to go. They are partners in your business plan. What is your plan? They've got I don't know how many clients they have. I know they got a bunch because we go to their crawfish boil every year, and it's huge. And it's all these clients that love dealing with HR&P. It's like their family. They have HR&P has a vested stock in your business. Because if you don't succeed, then they lose a client. So, no. What they want is you to have the best HR and payroll experience that you can have. Taxes as well. Take out tax experts, affordable care experts that are going to make sure that you get through tax time easily and, without any harm, and make sure that you're compliant, which is kind of a big deal. And then they help you along the way with your insurance and your 401k needs and more. So if you are somebody that is growing as a business and it's just becoming too much, or you're not completely satisfied with your admin company, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 9:02, our final hour of the morning. Glad you could join us. If you want to get in, come on. 713-780-3776. Astros lost 1-0. They got screwed on that call at the plate. Yainer Diaz clearly safe, and New York botched it, and it cost the Astros. I mean, when you score 1 run in 3 games, you should have a win out of it.
Yeah, you should be able to get at least 1 win, if not 2 out of that.
Right. Hunter Brown was awesome. He got in some trouble. He had the bases loaded situation with 1 out, a line drive to first, double play. What? And then he got out of a triple, nobody out, run around third, got out of that situation as well, ground ball to third, and then I think a strikeout, then a walk, and then a fly ball to center. And so he was able to work through a couple of tough innings. Man, Christian Walker hit that ball so on the nose, and it goes all the way back, and he makes a beautiful catch. Actually, right at where it would have been a home run or off the top of the wall. That was a great catch.
I like this version of Christian Walker that we're getting.
Yeah, I like this one too.
It's finally, I feel like we have real Christian Walker.
It'll be interesting to see. Pena leads off. Correa second. Altuve third. Yordan fourth. Walker fifth. Diaz sixth.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever outfield you have. Because Altuve is going to have to move back to second base.
Jake's not coming back, apparently.
Did
we ever get what is Jake's injury?
It's a calf.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, and he tried to jog out to center field, and he collapsed.
No, I know. He
Yeah.
collapsed. I know that.
Right.
So 2 days ago, the word was
I think it's
Jake
I'm pretty sure it's a
Myers,
calf.
who's been out of the lineup since July 10th. Feels like longer than that. He's only been out for
Is that it?
He's only been out for 5 weeks.
It feels like longer because he was out and then he came back for the national anthem and then he was gone again.
Right. I mean, how are you going to get through a national anthem?
You can't.
Yeah.
The NFL had issues. You guys, some people who listen to the show, sometimes we talk a lot of nonsense and stuff that isn't relevant. Well, this is in your eye. We talked all that stuff about long snappers and the Ferguson brothers. The Texans just signed Blake Ferguson as a long snapper.
See, we're the only ones that will have the conversation about long snapping and why it's so important. Like, this is why Belichick would love this show, and Saban would love this show. We give proper importance to the third phase, as they call it. We're out there talking about things that matter, like, are the Texans going to miss John Weeks? Well, who are some of the best? And we educated you guys on these snapping academies and snapping camps. And then Dell brought up the fact that there is a snapping family, and now the Texans have one. You know why? Because they're immediately having could we see John Weeks back with the Texans?
Well, he's on another team, so unlikely right now.
But could he be traded for a seventh before the trade?
I don't know that the team he's on is looking to do that. He is currently a San Francisco 49er. So apparently Austin Brinkman, the current long snapper, ain't so safe. They're bringing one of the great Fergusons into camp.
Did you see the Texans picked up another wide receiver yesterday?
I did see that. Body, right?
I was like, why? What are you doing? You're
body.
wasting Cal's money here.
Taking snaps.
They don't want to run out the guys they care about in the last preseason game. Hey, you want a preseason check? Go ahead.
Who'd they sign? I didn't see who the wide receiver was.
God, it was
no one of consequence.
No one of consequence. But I was like, why would you do that?
They need a body. Some of these guys aren't going to play. How many Texans aren't going to play?
Oh, you're talking about Cornell Powell.
Yeah.
Yeah, former Clemson guy. Juwan Winfrey, Cornell Powell, that's who they brought in.
So
he ain't making
you're looking at it.
J.J. Taylor's just, they cut him. This dude is just up, down, on the roster, not on the roster, on the roster.
They probably keep his locker. They'll bring him back. But
J.J. Taylor been in every camp since like 2020?
Well, since he came into the league, yeah, he's a wee running back now. He's as wee as it gets.
But, I mean, he's in every camp.
Well, he's not, I mean, he actually is pretty well put together, but he's short. He's like 5'5".
And I think Jose Altuve proved you could be great.
Well, different sports.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it
Okay.
kind of does.
In basketball. Well,
Ice Cube?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
was he any good?
Oh, Gerald McNeil, not
Oh,
O'Shea
I
Williams.
was like, who-
you
Ice
thought he was talking
Cube?
about O'Shea Williams.
I was a good rapper. I was like, what does that have to do with this conversation?
No. I mean,
He went all the way back to Gerald McNeil on you.
I had him on Sports Night Live. He is we.
J.J. Taylor, 5'6", 185. I mean, he's a well put together 185, but still 5'6". But he still sticks around. He played for New England. Well, duh. Played for New England in 2021-22, then made an appearance in 2024 last year for the Houston Texans. Did he have any carries last year for the Texans?
J.J. Taylor?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, he had 10 carries.
Did they bring him up for the final game? Where they were arresting everyone? When did he play?
He played in 5 games.
Wow. As a special
So
teamer for the most part?
Mostly hating. I can go check his snap count. See,
10?
this is why this show's so good. We're getting into the J.J. Taylor playing, snap counts.
But Blake Ferguson is a big signing. I mean, that's kind of a big deal that they don't miss any snaps this year.
Mm-hmm.
If they just saved money with losing weeks, and they screw up possibly screw up a game because of a bad snap, that'll suck.
And Blake Ferguson was good. He was ill last year, so that's why he lost his job, and then they eventually just moved on with Cardona, another one of the names of long snapping lore. So if Brinkman ain't getting it done, and Blake Ferguson's healthy, that's an improvement, I would think, because Blake Ferguson had done it for
Good
a
news,
while.
guys. I wrote up his scouting profile.
Who?
Blake Ferguson.
What did you say?
Well, here's what I said. One of the top long snappers in the country.
Whoa.
Ferguson has a great shot at following his brother into the pros. His snap accuracy on punts is a little down from 2018, but it's not something that will kill his chances. He's the likely leader in the clubhouse as the long snapper most likely to be drafted and make a team long-term this season.
Yeah.
And you were right. He was drafted in the 6th round.
How about that?
Rockets it to the holder
How
and a
about
punter
that?
without much hitch. Repeatable placement for field goal snaps. Now, on weaknesses, as I said, may need to have a little bit more mass. Although I don't know why.
He doesn't
It's
get touched.
He got sick.
I know. Doesn't
this
play
was
any other
before
position.
he got
He
sick.
might have been eating too much Portillo's or something.
By the way,
Because of you.
they're not Portillo's. It's funny. I read that Portillo's, they're not having the success that they thought.
Well, they put it like 40 miles from Houston.
Well, it's in Katy, but there's one in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
It's on
It's
99.
not-
Well, listen, if
Well,
you don't grow up with
99,
Portillo's,
there's
you're
like
not.
millions. Portillo's is good.
It's really good, but if you don't grow up with the combos and beef and
They haven't marketed it very
Chicago
well.
style hot dogs, it's not going to.
Portillo's,
I don't know that
get at
Texas
us
is ready.
if you're going to open up. Get at us, and we'll do the marketing for you. We'll do live spots. You can bring food in every week.
How's the marketing gonna go? Good.
Yeah,
That's how the marketing
Yeah.
goes?
That
Yeah.
tells you that it's good,
That
Del.
just tells you how good it is.
Okay, because someone noticed you're eating Cheez-Its earlier.
No, I don't care. They
heard
probably just
that.
saw it. They didn't see it.
No,
they
they-
didn't know it was Cheez-Its through listening.
No, they asked what it was, but I
Well, we
saw
got
that it was
Del,
Cheez-Its.
We got. When's the last time? What happened last? We were able to
I
get
didn't
something
even
out
know
of
he
our.
was-
Were we able? See, John didn't even know. We're
You
able to
see how good he is?
That's how good.
Well,
I
a
was.
listener noticed.
You
I
saw
didn't
you
even
on
know.
Twitch.
No,
probably.
He's a Hall of Fame eater.
They were
That's
here.
right.
Well, I don't know if that's what he's in theAll of Fame for.
Del,
Him and Joey
what
Chestnut?
happened last? Jake Myers played in the game, or our little the machine
vending machine now works again?
worked. Yeah.
I think by a slight hair, the vending machine was
If
operational.
the vending machine is working, Jordan's definitely coming back.
and you get to
So-
buy chips for people again.
No. That was just one time to be nice. That included El Cheto. Now that El Cheto's not there, I'm not doing it.
Now you can make more trips down there. with
By the
chips.
way, remember last year when Melissa from Power came to our listener party? They got their own listener party here on the same day, so they can't come to ours.
yeah, Lance tried to invite them. Turns out they got their own party the same day. And Lance and I thought, hey, you know what? Sure, let's put a couple of hours.
Here's Lance and I.
Yeah, we talked about it.
You can take this one on yourself.
No, we talked
this
about
is
it.
you.
Did we not talk
Tell
about it?
them what you said.
Did we not talk about it?
No, we talked about it. Tell them what you said.
Let's put in a couple hours at St. Arnold and then roll over here for their party.
Their party.
Yeah, we invited them. They were part of our party last year. Let's return the favor.
Yeah.
We're at St. Arnold saying hello to the listeners, and then, hey, let's come back to the station for their party. That's all.
I mean, we could.
So that same night.
Yeah, why not?
I'm staying with the listeners.
Then we can invite everyone down to the conservatory, have some drinks, or you guys will have drinks.
That's what we did last year.
Yeah, and John can arm wrestle someone's brother again.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, let's make it up.
Are we going to run it back? Is he arm wrestling the same brother?
I mean, I'm not looking
I'll
to
arm wrestle anybody.
I'm not looking to invite every listener who was at the party last year.
Anybody.
I heard
the perfect amount of Coors Lights in me, I'll arm wrestle any. I usually pick the biggest guy.
Of course, because it's like prison rules.
Right.
So we go to St. Arnold for that party. We bring a select group back to hang out with the ladies of their station here. KJ may want to come. I'm sure he would like to be there. We don't make it a wide invite. Couple of our bros. That's all.
Yeah. My boy Irv.
Yeah. Why not? Irv's already in, I believe, to the listener party. He can come. Not Lazy J.
Lazy J.
He kills the vibe.
He's
Why?
too white. He's too white.
Well, that's John's thoughts. Lazy J will kill the vibes. He's the friend who's always loud and, hey, you're scaring the girls. He's that friend.
Oh, he's that guy?
He's that guy.
You're scaring the girls. By the way, did you see this? So remember when Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was arrested by ICE? He's officially being deported, but he's being deported because there's an arrest warrant for him in Mexico. He was handed over to the authorities in Mexico and admitted to a prison outside the city of Hermosillo in the northern state of Sonora. Claudia Scheinbaum, their president, said, I understand he was deported. I don't know if it was yesterday or this morning, but we were informed he was arriving in Mexico. He had a warrant for his arrest in Mexico for alleged arms and drug trafficking and ties to the Sinaloa cartel. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to see. We last saw him fighting Jake Paul, where he lost to Jake Paul. I think that's, of course, his dad was an incredible boxer. But it said Chavez's father was a massive celebrity in the 80s and 90s who mixed social circles with dealers and claimed to have been friends with drug lord Amado Carrillo Fuentes, who, by the way, that's Narcos, right? Narcos Mexico. Amado Carrillo Fuentes. I'm almost positive that's one of the names from Narcos, but he was also from Culiacan, Mexico. I remember because everything. And from Culiacan, Mexico, Julio Cesar Chavez. Can't believe
he's being deported.
Well, he was deported, and now Mexico is going to have to deal with him being a drug and gun runner for a cartel. So
it's a shame. All right, we got a break. Oh my God! Speaking of which, when we come back, this is actually kind of funny. Deshaun Watson might have been a little scared at practice. We'll talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you'd better hurry. We've only got a couple of segments left here in the show. What haven't we gotten to so far today? Victor Robles got 10 games for his bat throw. He is appealing, but he is that's good because we don't want Victor Robles back with the Mariners. So, sit out his life. Throw another bat at somebody. That's great. I'm pretty sure. We give you the Yordan update. He was 2 for 4, and they made a diving catch on one of his balls that he hit hard to center field as well. So he looks like he's on it, and he could be back as soon as this weekend, which is awfully nice. Auburn has 7 more national titles. Congratulations to Auburn for winning all those titles yesterday. They claimed the 2000. Now, the 2004 team is interesting. It went 13-0 and did not get into what was considered the national championship game. USC won the Natty that year, right?
Yes.
And who did they play?
USC beat the hell out of Oklahoma.
Beat Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Was Oklahoma undefeated too?
Yeah, I think it was 1 versus 2 because Auburn would have been there either. If
Would've
not
been 3?
for that, yeah.
That was the last year that the SEC was not involved in a playoff or national title. 2004. I think that spurred everybody looking at the SEC and going, because the SEC was not as highly regarded.
You're considering the 4-team playoff as being involved, right?
Right.
Because Michigan played Washington in a title game.
Michigan played. Yeah, no. Yeah, 4-team. I'm talking about. Yeah, that was the last year. Yeah, no. We've had national title games.
What you mean?
As far as being in the mix for the
maybe
title.
make it. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. I think there might have been one other year.
Yeah, Ohio State played Oregon.
Yeah,
but that was a 4-team playoff.
That was a 4-team.
Yeah.
No. I think there might have been. Was there? I'm not sure that there wasn't when they just had the 2 teams playing off.
I'm trying to think because once USC won, didn't the SEC rip off, go on their run?
Well, it was Texas and USC the next year.
That's right. Yeah.
Texas and
105.
USC, but I'm pretty sure after that, the SEC has been at least had been a part of the national title hunt every year, but maybe one. That was the spawn. I thought it was as good at players as they had. They had 4 first-rounders on that Auburn team. As good as that team was that they didn't get a title, they said, well, yes, we did. Auburn just said, you know what? Yes, we did.
They pulled UCF did that in 17. Yeah, do it.
They're giving themselves the title. Yeah.
I don't know. How do they make this make sense for them? Did they say, well, this random poll that no one acknowledges said we were number 1, so we're going to take that? Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, absolutely. It was like that one guy. Remember the one guy? What was it? 93. The one guy who had Alabama as their number 1 team in the country and beat Miami. That beat Miami in the national championship, and he was the only guy that had Alabama all the way.
Oh, you mean going into it?
Yeah, going into it.
Yeah.
I mean, going into the season, I think everybody was on Miami that year.
Jay Barker. Never going to forget that quarterback's name.
Yep.
Jay Barker.
That was
Jay
awesome.
Barker.
Tomorrow we'll have Josh Pate with us here.
That's right.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
My son talked to Josh at practice. Josh was at the Alabama practice on Saturday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he was there and making his rounds. We got to find out how Josh is big timing this. I got a text at about 10:30 last night saying, "Hey, need to move it. I've got a standing spot on Wednesdays at 9:00." But we had that last year, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was Wednesdays last year.
So
for us.
somebody big time. So somebody big boyed us.
Does Josh announce on his Twitter where he's going to be? Because I can find that right now.
Yeah, probably find out.
Where he?
Thursday's
I don't
not
think
a
he does.
travel day for him.
Well, every once in a while it may be.
Yeah.
So we may have to move it every once in a while.
So Josh is in Happy Valley, it appears.
But he said this is a standing thing. They needed to move it.
Well, at least he was there yesterday. I'm not sure where he is today. I don't know. It doesn't come up. I'm sure it's a radio appearance.
He doesn't know we're in the Hall of Fame. That's clearly what's going on.
You guys haven't made that clear to him?
Yeah. By the way, you know what else we haven't made clear? And, Yainer Diaz, they missed that call without question. How come you haven't talked about your boy, Ort, throwing a bunch of stupid-ass curveballs in the dirt to walk in a run, a walk-off? It was a walk-off walk-in. A walk-off walk. What was Ort throwing? What were his last two pitches? They weren't even remote. Dude, just throw it in the plate. You can Chas McCormick that thing right in the – just – I don't care. Give him something to hit. There was 2 outs. Like, what are you doing trying to throw hooks down and away for your last 2 pitches when the bases are loaded? No. Oh, my gosh, that was terrible.
Why is he my boy Ort?
You've always defended Ort. You're always a big Ort lover.
You're a hater. That's all. I just want to. I got to take his side.
Okay, then you're an Ort guy. You're officially an Ort guy.
I am an Ort guy.
I'm more of an Okert guy.
Yeah,
you're an Ort guy.
I tell you, Sousa looked good. Brian Abreu looked good.
Yeah, they all did their job. Only Ort didn't.
Right. So yesterday at Browns practice, did you see who was out there?
Christopher Maloney.
Christopher Maloney of. Which
Merloney.
It's
he's from all the SUVs.
He's Detective Stabler.
SUVs.
You would know him best from his partnership with Detective Olivia Benson.
Mariska Hargitay.
Well,
yeah.
Or if you're a real one, you know him from
Oz.
That's right.
Oh, he was on
He
Oz?
wasn't very nice in Oz.
No, and he was a gay inmate who would do things to people.
He would do stuff to people.
Well, how scared?
I think he's got in a fight with the white supremacists in Oz. I think.
How scared was Deshaun Watson when he saw Christopher Maloney of Law and Order SUV there?
You think he didn't know immediately that that's an actor? He just thought Detective Stabler is here.
That's right.
What if Ice-T was also there?
Well, that's
he thought,
how you know him.
No, they're here to get me. Yeah. What was his name?
Munt.
Yeah.
Detective Muntz or whatever his name. The other one,
right.
Richard Belzer.
Yep, that's it.
Oh, yeah. He's a funny guy.
No, Richard Belzer's dead.
I never believed him in that role.
Belzer's dead, but
That's
Ice-T.
all he did. He played that role across multiple shows that some of them weren't even Law and Orders.
Right. Did you see Jordan steal second base yesterday?
I don't want him running.
No.
Why?
What are you doing?
He's got to get in shape. He looks big.
I don't need him stealing bases.
It's his hands that are a problem, not his legs.
Do you remember when both his knees blew up at the same time?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
You don't think that's
We don't
possible?
have leg problems. I don't know if you heard. It's all hands now.
Talk to Jake Myers about leg problems, okay? I don't want him stealing bases. You know what? You want to do your little sprints before the game to get yourself in shape? Cool, but no competitive running from Jordan.
No.
You're asking for a disaster.
No, you can't do that. What are you doing? Stop running. As a matter of fact, get a pinch runner on.
Yeah, can we?
After a second hit, pinch runner.
Yeah, turn Jordan into some sort of Savannah banana. All he does is swing the bat.
No, I don't want that.
All he does is swing the bat, but when he's down in the minors, you have someone run for him. That's all.
Jordan's out there juggling. Hey, Savannah banana. Look at me. I'm juggling baseballs that are on fire.
Get Bryce Matthews to run for him while he's dead. Bryce is probably at Sugarland. Whoever you need, get someone to run for him.
They're double-A guys. Just run. You're
who
a designated
cares?
runner.
Just run. We know the Astros don't care. We just found out the Astros don't really care if you throw strikes when it matters. Just throw curveballs. So get someone to run for Jordan.
Oh, my God. Are you guys watching the Cowboys Netflix documentary?
No.
I'm not either. I'm not interested, but I'm interested in this. Did you see how Charles Haley got his way out of Dallas?
You mean a long time ago?
Yeah. Charles Haley.
I can't. Not the stuff where he was doing stuff to himself.
No. Yep, there was that.
Yeah.
He also walked up to the general manager's office, pulled it out, and peed on the desk.
Well, that'll
said,
do it.
"This is how bad I want out of here."
That'll do it.
That'll do it. That's
Man.
So
Does
I
it have
hope,
to be all that?
I hope Micah Parsons doesn't watch that.
And you didn't do that with 6'10"?
I didn't do that. Not
He
once.
metaphorically did it.
Yes, I believe that
No,
to be the case.
I dropped a deuce.
Yeah, he metaphorically dropped a deuce on. Hey, just like I've told the story before when he was leaving the show. The show was over. We were in a brand new studio that they built for us. It was on a
Which they didn't
the
ask
whole
us
station.
a thing about how,
No,
what do you
like,
guys
hey,
want?
yeah, nothing.
It sucked.
And actually, the microphones were all jacked up for
Oh,
a
it was
long
terrible.
time. For a long time over there,
Yeah.
multiple years, and not that we've ever had issues here. And
We've never had a
no,
technical.
never had technical difficulty. John Dasper was complaining about your mic earlier from when you're in California. And I said, yeah, I think he's
not
got
this
it.
one.
No,
Not
I said,
this
I
one.
think John's got it fixed. Everything's fixed. He said it sounded like you were holding your nose in a bathroom. I'm like, nah, that's the old stuff.
That's how I used.
In
That's
California,
that's what I was doing.
our California guy got it fixed.
Yeah.
But not that he's on the payroll or anything. He got it fixed for you, right? You got a guy. You have a guy now. He's the Billy Brown of microphones in California, I guess. And so, John, but anyway, we were in this new studio, and we had only been there for like, I don't know, maybe a month.
Maybe.
And probably less than that. And John, like, hey, show's over. Like, I'm getting ready to go on vacation. The very next day, he goes, hey, just letting you know that when you get back, I'm probably not going to be here. I'm suing the station today. I'm like, what? Yeah, I'm suing 610. I'm just going to sue them.
They owed me money.
They owe me money. They never paid on money that they owed for live spots that they screwed up. I'm like,
Yeah.
I
signed a contract and
suing,
they
He goes,
weren't paying
and then
me
John
what they were
goes,
supposed
yeah, I can't tell you anything else. Can't really talk to you about this. Like, what?
Well, it
What
was
is-
because
obviously, yeah.
because of tortious interference.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, y'all could have told me something.
But you were in the whole time.
Yeah, but I didn't know I was in. I'm
But I
sitting
know,
there
but
doing
that's the law.
shows with every other person, and some kid starts calling in, Steve Francis. And I was just taking calls every day from somebody who would prank call and go, Steve Francis. Over and over and over.
Pikachu,
we called him. I don't know why. I just started calling him Pikachu. And then I actually got to where I really liked it when he would call in.
I know. Like Gilbert. At first, you didn't like Gilbert, and then
Somebody
Gilbert
says,
turned into.
wait, that's why John left? So here's the story. John had a chance to do 610 had screwed up. They owed John money. They didn't pay him. They owed you like, what, $1,800, something like that?
A couple thousand.
Yeah. And that technically you thought you had a case to
I did.
a case to sue them and get out, and they could have fought you, but they didn't, which is crazy. In hindsight, they should have fought you and tied it up in court and all that stuff, but they didn't. They let you just walk, and instead they fought me. When they took me off the radio and like, we're just going to pay you, but you don't work anymore. I'm like, okay, but so that'll be 4 months on your contract, and then you'll have a non-compete of 6 more months. Like, wait, what? What? No, that's not right. So yeah, you left to start 1560.
Yeah.
That's the real truth. And then John wouldn't tell me because he didn't want to get sued for tortious interference.
That would have been.
So I'm like, what in the hell? And then I see all my friends are getting hired over at 1560. Like, what is going on?
Well, then you knew.
Yeah, you were walking around here.
Yeah, you were here.
Couldn't talk, but you would walk around.
No, that was after I was actually
yeah,
here.
you're gone, but
Yeah. No, I'm talking about while I was at 610 still.
Well, now the story has become about me, so I'm telling you what I saw when I was here because I was an intern at the
What'd
time.
you see? Oh, you were?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was maybe the station's first intern at the time. I wanted a job, but Nooney Oaks was in line to get this job. So John was like, you know what? You want to work for free? I was like, sure. Let's do that.
Start a long career move for you.
I interviewed for the producer job, but I was inexperienced. So yeah, right move. But I sat with John. Was John Harris in the room? I think he might have been in the room. There might have been one other person, and we talked. And of course, not ready, but I became an intern, and I would see you up and down the halls, fake like you're gonna come in and talk.
Me?
Yeah, but you couldn't talk because well, the rules kept you from talking, non-compete and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't talk. But they hired me, so I came in November, but I couldn't get on until November, like, I don't know what it was, like November 17th or something. No, I could get on November 1st.
So John would do
November
shows.
1st. So I was hired like in October.
He was alone, but sometimes, of all people, he would bring in a certain Richard Topper to come in and talk because John didn't have anybody to talk to.
No.
And
And Chris Solis started coming in.
Yes, and he would talk to Nooney, and then as an intern, he would bring me in to do like baseball updates of all things. He would bring me in to do baseball updates, and even then, I was messing with him. I was like, Angels 3, Rangers 2, and that's all I would give him, and then I would leave. And John, I think, actually wanted people to talk. So even back,
when you're by yourself.
So even
and it was probably 4 hours back then.
And then we did
6 to 10
rotating.
maybe? Yeah.
Like Hoffy would come in one day.
No, it was 7.
7, yeah.
7 to 11. I think.
Hoffy would come in one day, and then Sean would come in one day. Johnny Harris come in one day.
Yeah.
Raheel one day. Nuno one day. Yeah.
There's stories about that station.
Yeah.
There's some
great
stories how it got started, how it collapsed.
Great stories.
Wasn't any of our faults. Can you believe we didn't have video? We could have turned it into a
Oh
documentary.
my God. Yeah, we did. We had Brittany's pod on the desk.
No, I mean we didn't have anyone else taking, like Frank just running around with the camera.
Right.
Yeah, we were one of the original. Well, it wasn't our show, but it was Ken Hoffman's show had a cam girl on.
Yeah.
Dancing on a desk. Ken of all people was Ken Hoffman was doing this.
Ken
but he also loved Howard Stern.
Yes, Ken
so
Hoffman.
That makes some sense.
Ken Hoffman. We had an intern. Her name was Erica, I believe. Erica.
Yep.
She was a former Penthouse pet.
We didn't know that at the time.
Yeah,
but
we
we found out
Yeah,
quickly.
we did. We found out pretty quickly if we didn't know originally.
And the pictures started popping.
Yes, Ken Hoffman brought her on to talk to her, and while he was talking to her, because she couldn't see because she was on the other side of the table, he pulled up one of her Penthouse videos on his laptop and was watching it while he was talking to her. And, of course, she was unaware, but anyone on the other side.
Why was she on? Why was she our intern?
She actually went on to do some sports stuff away from us.
She
But
did?
she wanted to be in sports.
And then we had another cheerleader from LSU here.
Sure. Yeah, we had.
Oh, yeah. We had one, the Denver girl that was, she used to go and get guests for the Denver station, and then we hired her. You remember her? Robin.
Yeah.
Yes,
she was on with Sean
She
Salisbury.
did some stuff on the national.
Yeah.
Hell, we had Marcus Coleman as an intern at one point.
An intern, Marcus Coleman just started showing
then
up
he
and doing the
started
show.
showing
up. Yeah.
And we had him on one day a week to talk Texans football. Then he would come in on a Tuesday, then a Wednesday, and before you knew it, he was laying down on the couch, like just randomly here. Like, it's getting kind of weird that Marcus Coleman's here on our show every day.
Man,
we didn't
had
ask him to.
1, 2, 3 Cancun. He was in all
Now
the
that
time.
was fun.
That's
When
Nick
Nick
Van
Van
Exel.
Exel, somehow you got Nick Van Exel to come on the show every week, and he would bring Jack in the Box in,
Right.
and bring breakfast in. And it was just you and Nick Van Exel and Chris Solis were just, and Nick was just doing whatever, saying whatever. That was crazy. He wasn't being paid. He just thought he would come in, and then one day he just said, "Yeah, I'm not coming in anymore."
Yeah. Seth Payne was with us for a while, and he wasn't getting paid either, so he went over, and it was a good move for him to go over to 610.
You guys
yeah.
let people know that he could do that.
Yeah.
And then he's been in the
Yeah,
market.
Now he
for,
created competition.
Now he's been in the market for how long?
Yeah, right. All right, we got to
Should
break.
have buried him.
We're up against it
Should have
here.
crushed Seth
Should have
Payne.
buried him at that time.
Hey, I want you to become an Air Team MVP, okay? It's the Air Team MVP service plan. Proper maintenance ensures that minor issues are relatively inexpensive to fix, and if they're not caught early, they could turn into bigger problems that cost a lot to fix, okay? Reduce the effectiveness of your unit and possibly end up destroying your unit beyond repair, which you have to buy a new one, which is what happened to me. I was not an Air Team MVP service plan guy, and I wish I was, because my little problem turned into a huge problem that ruined the motor, and here we are. It's basic. If you haven't done anything with your air conditioner, then you need to. You need to now. You need to do this. You need to go to airteamltd.com and say, I want to be in on your service plan. It will save you so much money. Now, honestly, you can't get an air conditioner for under $10,000, $11,000, $12,000. I mean, that's what they are now. It's ridiculous how expensive they are. So let Air Team come, take care of your stuff. They've been in business for 30 years. They've got employees that have been there for 30. I mean, it's incredible. It's a great family business, but they want to make sure that they don't have to put it. They don't want to put in. They don't want to put in air conditioners at your house. They want your air conditioner to work. Go right now to airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com, or call 713-936-5346. But tell them you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Who does? Hey, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is interesting. Keith wants to talk fantasy football, and then we'll get into Adam Schefter and Rashee Rice. Keith, what's up? What do you want to talk about?
Hey, guys. I got a big draft tonight. PPR League, 12-team. I have been pre-selected pick 11. So pick 11, I'm in a tough spot. You know, 2 of the top 14 picks. I just wanted to get some real quality fantasy football advice from you three who know you guys are ball knowers. So maybe you guys can help me out. I'm thinking, do I go double receiver 11 and 14, double running back? Do I maybe reach for Josh Allen or reach for Bucky Irving, or do I just play it safe with like Taylor and Henry? What are you guys thinking here?
So what are you used? Do you have a flex, or is it? See, in one of my leagues, we start 3 wide receivers and 2 running backs. So I lean heavily early on wide receiver. But what is your league?
It's 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, flex, only 5 bench spots, 2 IR. So there'll be some quality players available post-draft. But pick 11, I'm thinking, you know, do I go Josh Jacobs? Do I go Derrick Henry at 14? You know, where's the value? I tell you what, I really love round 8, 9 with Liam Cohen. Is round 8 to 9, Travis Etienne just sitting there sounds like insane value for what Cohen did with Bucky Irving last year, right?
I would be careful. They got a lot of running backs over
too.
there with
You're not talking about that at 14, are you? What are you talking about there?
No,
No, 9.
round 8 to 9. If you can
Oh,
get drafted
no, he won't
again.
last that long. He won't last that long.
Well, everyone thinks Tank Bigsby's a starter.
Well, that's the thing is I'm not sure what they're going to do. I think there's going to be a bunch of split carries, so I would be careful with any running backs in Jacksonville. Although, if you hit it right, you hit it right, you know.
So around 11, you're going to be Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're going to be around Ashton Genty, Devon Achane, Nico. I mean, you're going to have a
hurt.
pick.
I think I got to skip Achane. I think and Amon-Ra without those coordinators, you know, the Lions have got to take a step back, losing 2 coordinators.
Well, that's kind of
but
question.
Amon-Ra is still going to be good. He's still going to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian Thomas is going to be in that neighborhood.
Same O-line, same running game. Like, I don't think
Drake London. Drake London's getting a lot of love with what. Did you guys see what the Charlotte affiliate did? They had Michael Penix up on, but they misspelled his name.
They
with
misspelled Penix.
Yeah, they misspelled.
And it stayed up there for a little bit.
You know, you're going to have Brock Bowers there. I mean, you got that. 11's a nice spot. 11's a really nice spot. I wouldn't be pissed about that. I don't think that there's a bad spot, if you want to know the truth. You could screw up if you got the number 1 pick. Okay, who were you taking, Lance? You got number 1.
I'm not taking Bijan Robinson. I'm probably taking God, I would love to take Jamar Chase because he's just gonna have a monster year with Joe. I might take Bijan. I might take him.
I would take Jamar. I had Jamar at 6 last year, and he was unbelievable.
If you got the first pick, you got to figure you're not going to in a snake draft. You're not going to pick again until 24, and so you better have one of your running backs locked down.
Well, you can get a Bucky Irving then. You could get a
you could get a Bucky Irving, but then I guess you could go back-to-back running backs at 24 and 25.
You might get a Jonathan Taylor there. You might get a.
I guess you could do that. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that would be the play.
You get a James Cook, a Kyron Williams. I mean, I don't know. I want
maybe
the best
a number
guy.
1 wide receiver. That's actually not a bad idea, John, because your wide receivers at 24, 25, you probably are going to have better running backs 24, 25 than wide receivers 25. Although wide receivers are going to be very good at 24, 25. The difference is there's a bunch of those guys. There's not as many running backs.
I think in that other league where we do pick, and it's not an auction like ours, Lance. I got 3. I got to play 3 wide receivers every game, so I'm taking.
So like if you had the chance to go Jamar Chase 1, 24 Brock Bowers if he was still on the board, and then 25 Bucky Irving if he were even on the board. I don't know if he will be. Boy, that'd be a pretty good 1, 2, 3 pool.
That wouldn't be bad at all. And I might even take McConkey there. And really bulk up at wide receiver. 713-780-3776, the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome to do that. Did you happen to see we're running out of time here, aren't we? Yeah, we're good.
I mean, kind of.
Did you see Cam Whitmore's statements?
Yeah, I saw Cam Hayward and Cam. I saw both Cams.
Cam Whitmore, he had comments. He said, I mean, Kevin Durant's a fit, but at the end of the day, that calendar is marked when the day comes and it's going to be a good game. He did admit, he said this, you can't get on the floor without defense. When I first arrived in the NBA, I really didn't focus on that side of the floor, but as time went on, defense could make a big impact, and you don't even have to score the ball. You can rebound and hustle back on defense and get deflections, just the little stuff that helps teams win. I think he's probably maturing a little bit. He didn't sound bitter. He's actually probably in a pretty good place.
He's in a great place.
He's in a great place for himself. He's not going to win games, but
no. And he's going to end up.
He's going to make them better.
I think he's going to end up He's going to find a home after his contract's over that is going to be the best home for him. And that's going to be the best. The best thing for him is that, and not that I care what's best for him. I wish him the best of luck. He's super talented, and I have no doubt wherever he goes, he's going to be an explosive scorer. But he just didn't fit here. That's all.
Yep.
And there was questions about, there's questions about his work ethic. There's questions about his attitude, all that stuff. We saw a lot of the attitude stuff. He had a hard time not showing it. He's immature, but he's talented. And I understand why Houstonians, Rocket fans, kind of wanted the Rockets to hang on to him. I get it, but at the end of the day, that head coach just wasn't feeling him, and that's that.
No, he was in the wrong
changing.
place with a guy, a taskmaster, like Ime, right? I mean, no one knows who the Wizards head coach is. Brian Keefe. No one knows that, but I'm breaking news. Brian Keefe is the head coach of the Washington Wizards, and he is going to.
Nobody knew that. Go ahead, John. You want to break that news?
Brian Keefe is the head coach of the Washington
That
Wizards.
is impossible to know.
That was impossible. I had to Google that, by the way. But he's going to get a good player, and he's going to get a guy who actually, he's going to be on the floor. He probably will have a better, and hopefully he matured a little bit. And won't have the attitude that he had here when he wasn't playing. Well, if he is playing, I guess he'll have a good attitude. He'll have a much better attitude because he is playing. So there's that. But I think he's got some self-realization about that defensive thing. He understands, hey, I didn't really care about that whole defense thing. So that was a problem. It was a bit of a problem for me, especially with Ime, though. I mean, you didn't have to care about it with Steven Silas. You absolutely had to care about it when Ime got here. So he was just a bad fit. And I wish him well, too. I thought he's a talented guy. Holy crap. He's going to be – hopefully he's a good player in the NBA. All right, we got a break. News of the Weird. Come your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. Well, a Florida mother is facing multiple charges. Apparently, she was divorced from her husband. First day of school, she packed his gun in her child's backpack and told him to give the gun to the dad who was taking him to school for his first day.
Uh-huh.
Well, the kid didn't give the gun to the dad, probably forgot, probably was on his phone, forgot, and brought it to school, where teachers found it, and now she's being charged. Listen, she told the kid what to do with the gun. Why is this a problem?
I mean, gun at school, kind of a tricky situation. Not really tricky. It's just not allowed.
But she told him to give the gun to the dad. What more did you want her to do?
Yeah, I guess she could. I guess that's all she could do. Really, is just put a gun in the kid's backpack and send him to school.
Well, and sent. Well, give
really
it to
no
your
other
dad.
options there.
Yeah. I mean, honestly.
Except
now,
maybe
if you're not talking to, if you're really pissed at him and not talking to him,
maybe meet the dad yourself in a car without the kid.
But you can't count on kids these days. That's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the kid is the one you choose at fault here.
Hey, Mom, you do know they have metal detectors at schools now, right?
Yeah. Well, not at this one, apparently. Apparently, it was on the top of his backpack, and his teacher saw it, and then, oh, my God. No.
What do you have, Trey?
A gun.
That's my dad's
handgun.
gun.
Oh, yeah.
It's my dad's gun.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
could you slowly
maybe
bring
not
me your backpack?
Mother of the Year, but, I mean, it's the kid's fault, really. He didn't listen.
It's
just
the
listen.
kid's fault.
I mean, if he'd have just listened and give Dad the gun, then everything would be fine. 2 teens accused of stealing and derailing a train in South Carolina. Apparently, they stole the train, took it on a joyride, but then when they were trying to return it, they were running into rail cars and tipped it over, it derailed, and oh, my God, we're just trying to have fun. And now they got like 5 different charges against them. You know, kids will be kids, right?
Yeah, it sounds like 2 kid stories that aren't great. I don't love these two kid stories up to
we're
this
just
point.
going for a joyride. I don't understand what the problem is. And I know I'm
almost positive John Granado would have ended up in News of the Weird. Some of your news just isn't weird. It's just like criminal stuff. Like it's not weird.
Well,
it's
it's
not
kind of
weird.
weird
It's
for
just
kids to be going on a joyride in a train.
Yeah, but that okay. But
you don't
putting
hear
a gun
about
in
that
your
every
kid's
day.
backpack is more like that's just poor parenting.
Yeah, I guess. Or kids that don't listen. Another instance of kids that just don't listen. 2 suspects are being charged with burglary. Apparently, they dug a tunnel and they through the bathroom wall of a Kingston Starbucks. Now, my thought is this. There's a giant hole next to the toilet where they dug the tunnel. My thought is they're just stupid criminals that took a wrong turn somewhere. I could see a jewelry store or a bank. What are you going to get at Starbucks when you tunnel through their bathroom?
How much cash do you think? Everything's on a freaking app. How much cash is at any of these places now?
Yeah, not only cash, but what, did you need more coffee?
Are you going to get coffee machines that you're going to fence? You're going to fence coffee machines?
You did all of that?
There's one thing I do like. When they put those sandwiches or whatever in that one little toaster that you can push stuff, and it just it looks like a microwave, but it toasts. I would want one of those.
You want one of those toasters?
Yeah, I don't know what that Starbucks thing is, but I would take that. But I'm not willing to tunnel in to get it.
No, I could see a jewelry store.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you doing? I think they had to take a wrong turn in their tunnel. To me, they took a wrong turn.
You think they were headed someplace else and ended up at a Starbucks?
And ended up at Starbucks. That's the only explanation. Because I ain't doing all that.
I saw Starbucks by my house closed. I think it's the first Starbucks that has ever closed in history.
Really? Wow.
How do you not make money at Starbucks?
I mean, well, if you're in a neighborhood that can't afford
No,
Starbucks.
they don't. Trust me, they don't allow Starbucks in those neighborhoods.
Yeah.
If you've ever searched for it out of state, Starbucks is extremely particular about where they let their franchisees go.
Yeah, right. Well, apparently in your neighborhood.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, Sean Tier ain't buying enough Starbucks.
I guess I'm not either. I go to this Chimney Rock one, though. I go buy from the store.
That's a problem. You didn't even support your own Starbucks.
I go every Saturday because my dogs get pup cups, and I have to go get something.
You think that's going to keep the doors open?
Wait a minute. Are you taking him to task for not supporting the mom and pop Starbucks?
Mom and pop Starbucks.
You didn't support. Okay, fine. He didn't support.
You didn't
Starbucks.
support that publicly traded.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, they're going to be okay.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you listened. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Hope you have a great day.
last night in the middle of the game, the Astros-Tigers game, I was trying to think, are we getting to recent droughts for other teams in the city, and are the Astros getting to the point where they should be included in the mix? That's now, well, it's now 3 games in a row without scoring a run. 4 out of 5 games not scoring a run. And, of course, you got the Epic 0 for 27. The Rockets did score points while they're missing all those 3-pointers, but the 0 for 27 sticks out. The Cougs, not the basketball team, the football team, they went 2 Big 12 games in a row, right, going scoreless. And I tuned in to watch them play TCU to see if they could get to 3, and then they beat TCU. So it was fun to watch them win, but I wasn't there for that. I was there to see if they would get to 3. This Astros thing, look, yeah, Scoob on the mound. So I can't say it's inexplicable that they didn't score last night. And, of course, we'll get into the Yiner play. But it's tough. It's a tough watch because outside of the Yiner out, but he really wasn't out, there was never ever a threat. Like, Correa got a single, got a board, and then Altuve immediately hit into a double play. Like, he was down 0-2, hit into a double play. I was trying to remember, and then I just started to look at it, bats and innings, and that was really the only Astros threat. It was a 2-out rally. Yiner gets on with the signal, and then Urias hits a double. It leads to the controversial call. But other than that, the Astros never threatened Scooble or the rest of that Tigers pitching staff. The only other time that they had a man in scoring position is in the 10th inning when they were gifted one, I believe. And even Yiner wasn't in scoring position. He was at first. It's just that the play led to him getting a shot to score, which he did, but it didn't. But they ruled differently. It was an inept performance, which has been the case more often than not over the last 5 days or so. They lose. Yiner was safe. Are we still upset? It's 10 a.m. I don't know if I can work myself up to be upset about the play anymore. I mean, I've had time to digest it. Like, I went through it with John and Lance this morning. It would be really fake of me to pretend like now at 10:09 I'm still boiling mad about it. That might happen later. I'm sure some people are built differently, and they're still upset by it. You might hear it maybe starting at 12:05. I don't know. We'll see what Paul feels. We'll see what the Killer Bees feel. But I have moved past that play. I can no longer be perturbed by that play. Yes, they got screwed. But you know what? What the hell, Ort? What are we doing?
What the hell?
Bases loaded.
What the hell, dude?
Throw it in the strike zone and see what happens. Please.
Guys get out in the home run derby, all right?
Yeah, you have to at least make them swing the bat.
Yeah, make them swing.
Look, the Yiner Diaz in the 4th inning should have been a run scored. Understood. All that, let's push that aside. You couldn't control the umpires in New York ruling the way they ruled. What you can control is once you put yourself in a spot that is bases loaded because you've lost command, you were he wasn't competitive because the runner took second after, I guess you would say, indifference, whatever you want to call that, when they didn't challenge. They just let him run the second. Once you do that, you see you got a base open, so you're not going to give the batter any pitches to hit because you do have the base open. Okay, now you've put yourself in a spot where you got to throw strikes. And even if it's a grand slam to win the game, I don't care. It's better than what we got. The anticlimactic, I'm just going to walk this guy in with no pitch that would even entice him to swing on the last 2 pitches is ridiculous. That I have a bigger problem with. I'm more upset about that than the Yiner play because that was in your control. You cannot go out that way. It's soft. I'm not calling Caleb Ort soft. I'm calling that particular sequence of pitching soft. You don't have it. You're not going to entice that guy to swing. Your pitches aren't what you want them to be. Put it in the strike zone. Let's see him put it in play. Give your guys a shot to go make a play. Instead, it's a walk. In fact, you know what? I have a problem with the Tigers celebrating the way they did too. Come on, you don't celebrate. You don't run over to the guy who walked, who's over there making sure he gets the first, so it's all legal. You don't run over there and celebrate and do the hey. No, not when you walk a guy in. Not when you score the winning run on a walk. You go, you know what?
Handshakes.
You do what Marshawn Lynch does to his linemen when he scored touchdowns. Just shake their hand.
Yeah.
Shake his hand, and then you go back into the clubhouse, happy that you got the win, but celebrating it because Ort wouldn't be competitive in the last couple of pitches is ridiculous.
Because you can't really celebrate the guy who scores from third on that because that guy was only there because of the
rules of baseball.
So,
yeah,
like that guy got out last inning.
yeah.
so you have to mob somebody. But yeah, congrats, you beat a team that hasn't scored in 3 games.
Yeah, congratulations to you. Yeah, you guys couldn't get it done. It took you 10 innings to beat a team who can't score runs. Look, Hunter Brown was good. He had a little trouble early, but found his way out of it, and he was good. Scooble, of course, good. That was one of those games where all the people who love baseball, like the general media, national media, who aren't covering the teams, they run to Twitter to type out, check what's happening in Detroit.
Yeah,
it's like
popcorn emoji.
Yeah, we got a real pitcher's duel. And they tweeted out, try to get people to watch. Look, I don't know how many people tuned in. That's not how baseball works. People care about their teams locally.
Yeah,
I don't think they rush.
People don't do that where it's like, hey guys, Jags Titans is 3-3 at halftime.
Yeah.
Rush, it's a defensive battle.
It's not how it works. It's the witching hour is the witching hour for a reason.
Yeah.
Baseball doesn't have the witching hour.
No.
Scooble and Brown, cool, but it feels like more than it's ever been. Baseball is a regional sport. I wouldn't be rushing to see. I wouldn't rush to see Baltimore versus the Royals just because they're 2 pitchers having a great game. No, I don't care.
I mean, it's like to the point where if a guy, I mean, this is recent for the Astros. If a guy's throwing a no-hitter, like unless it is someone like a pitcher I know or like a star pitcher. If it's like some random jabroni throwing a no-hitter, it's like, all right, cool.
Sure.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Like, we've had a lot of no-name no-hitters. This is another one. I don't need to rush to MLB TV and find the Diamondbacks game to watch this. You know what? I'm good.
Unnecessary. The clip will be out shortly. I can watch it there. I don't need to have.
I've seen it.
Yeah. And in fact,
I've
I've been
seen
around
pictures
long enough to see that before.
I've seen the Astros not score runs for 3 games in a row now. Like that, only half of this is really that impressive.
The impressive part is the Astros and their ineptness. That is the actual takeaway. How inept they've become.
It is a lot like the 27 missed free throw or missed 3-pointers. Because in there was a James Harden make that got taken away because of an offensive foul. And that is like the Yonder Diaz one, where it's like they did score a run there in the middle there. It got taken away.
And somehow, some way, they didn't score a run.
Yeah, it didn't count.
It got reviewed, and I believe confirmed that the call on the field was right.
I'm pretty sure they said confirmed.
Yeah, I thought I heard
Crazy.
that, which is nuts. Okay, you want to go look at stands. I don't like it. It's clear you're clearly wrong. Okay, you don't believe you have visual evidence, but you're gonna throw it in my face that he was clearly right and it's confirmed. All right.
Yeah, I don't know how you can say it's clear. Like I if you want to say like we don't know exactly when the catcher's mitt hit Yiner and where his hand
and where
was,
it hit him. Yeah.
It's like I don't agree with that, but I can at least like all right, that whatever. But to say like confirmed is ludicrous.
No, it's ridiculous. No matter what you feel about it, the Astros go down. They have a game that starts at noon.
They should make a dossier like Daryl Morey.
It'll fall on deaf.
Dossier.
It'll fall on deaf ears
with that play.
Just like the Daryl Morey dossier did. What did it do for the Rockets? Nothing's gonna change the fact that call went against you, and you move on. So you have Hunter Brown with a great start, leads to nothing. You do lose.
Momentum is next day's starter.
And next day's starter is Fromber.
Yeah, in like 2 hours.
Yeah, Fromber will pitch today. Fromber, a bit of a checkered 2 weeks for Fromber. We'll see if he can pitch well and he can get out of a post game
without saying something unbaseball-like. We'll see.
That we talk about tomorrow.
Yeah. He's got 2 things he needs to do today.
Win.
Well, it's not up to him. The Astros have to score runs.
In position to win.
Pitch well.
I would say Hunter Brown put the Astros
certainly,
in position to win.
Certainly. So Fromber, follow that up with a good performance. If you got to shut him out, apparently you do.
No promises.
But once that's over, and maybe you lose because your offense doesn't score any runs again, don't say, I can't control what happens at the plate. Don't do that.
I mean,
he's
you're right.
But don't say it.
You're technically right.
But don't say it. Enough.
That is like the Fromber Valdez thing. Like, it was the last post-game press conference thing where it's like, listen, dude, technically you're right.
You're correct.
The way you're going about it is throwing your teammates under the bus.
Yeah, no matter what happens. Let's say Trammell overruns another ball. And instead of catching it like he did last night, he misses it.
Which, by the way,
we haven't gotten to the back-to-back moments
of like that.
A Sanchez.
I'd rather lose like that than Ort
throwing
things in the other batter's box.
Honestly, if the ball that Sanchez misplayed had rolled to the wall for an inside the park home run, I would have taken that over the Ort thing. Yeah.
Right.
Little
time.
league home run, fine, whatever. We're back at it again. At least that was funny. At least it was funny.
Yeah,
the Ort thing was just disappointing.
Yeah, it was just like that's the perfect word for it because you're just sitting there. You're like, come on, dude. Like, just
throw it into the
throw
zone.
A meatball to the sky. Like, don't even. I'm not even saying you have to like get him to swing and miss. Just get him to swing. Maybe it's a ground out. Like, just
a pop up, whatever.
Get him to
deep fly ball to center as long as the play is made. I don't care. Going out the way they went out last night because Ort wouldn't throw a strike or even a ball near the zone.
Yeah, that
sucks. Like, okay,
if he's getting squeezed, again, not great. Still stinks. But it's like,
but I don't need the last 2 pitches for the batter to spit on him and go, what are you talking about? I'm not swinging at that. That's not even close. Yeah. I'm walking to first and watch my teammates mob me for keeping the bat on the shoulder.
For not swinging.
So there it is. The Astros go down. The Sanchez-Trammell stuff was entertaining. Trammell was okay. If you missed it, Sanchez misplayed a ball that led to the Tigers having a run in scoring position. Just a badly misplayed ball. You could tell he was in trouble pretty much immediately.
Yeah. Classic, like, Utto.
Yeah, exactly.
Utto.
He wasn't smiling then. He does a lot of smiling no matter what the situation is. Not smiling at that point. And then Trammell comes in. Look, he's running hard to get to it, but it looked like he had it. It looked like that was going to be a routine play in the inning. Instead, he overruns it and has to leap backwards. He lands flat on his back, has the air knocked out of him, and then jogs off. He did jog off. It's one of those things like, I'm fine, I'm good, I'm going to jog off.
Yeah.
You may be hurting, but I'm just going to jog off.
Yeah, and
because you didn't even. It's not like you crashed. Yeah, you didn't crash into the wall. Like if you crash into the wall and make the play, you can walk off slowly and be like, you know what, I made the play, but I did crash into the wall. When you overrun a baseball, leap backwards and make the play, we're barely acknowledging what a tough play it was because you brought that on yourself.
Yeah, that's a
so
classic.
You need to jog off the field and go, you know what, shaking that off, I'm fine. And that's what he did.
Yeah, 99% catch probability.
Yeah, until you turned it into a real problem. Yeah. But at least he made the play. Sanchez didn't make the play. No matter what, the bats aren't doing anything, and they go down. They got Fromber today. We'll see if he can stop what has been. Well, as I said, it's not the pitching. They've had their bad moments, certainly 10-0, 7-0.
It's been the pitching at some points. It's been the hitting the entire time.
Yeah, the pitching has not been good. Mostly Dubin has turned some competitive games into non-competitive games. But if you're not going to score runs, it doesn't matter what your pitching does. Yeah. And that was what we saw last night, despite the bad call with Yainer Diaz. So they got a chance to not get swept. They got a 4-game series against Baltimore. You'll see Alexander, which is great, actually. Lance McCullers will pitch as well. We'll see. And then Arrighetti is in that mix as well. You won't see Fromber or Hunter Brown. So it'll be who's the other guy? I just saw them. I just saw the rotation put up. McCullers, Arrighetti, Alexander,
Javier, Arrighetti. Javier.
So Javier.
Those the rehab boys and Jason Alexander.
It's very true, and we'll likely, if the trend continues, get the best start from Jason Alexander.
Yeah, that's the horse there in the middle.
He can actually get
save our bullpen tonight, all right?
He actually can get you 6 at this point. He's the only lock out of those 4 to get it done at this point. All right.
Yeah. Christian Javier, take an Imodium or something before you go out there.
I'm still only counting on 5, even if he doesn't have the bubble guts. I'm still only counting on 5. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join the show, as always, we welcome you. That number is 713-780-3776. We'll give you some Texan news because they got a couple players back, but it has not changed the outlook for the offensive line as far as who's starting. So we'll talk about that. We'll hear from Nick Caley about what he wants from his unit as a whole. And also, a guy who has not participated in much this camp is Damian Pierce. So we'll hear from Nick Caley on, at this point, his backup running back. We think we'll see if the status of Damian Pierce changes if he doesn't take a snap in a preseason game, and if he's available even for the joint practices that they're going to have with the Lions. All right, we'll go to break. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll get to some Texan sound. Jordan was playing baseball yesterday, so we'll do that first. He was with the Hooks, Corpus Christi, getting some at-bats in. Had a couple hits, and no setbacks as far as we can tell. I mean, it hasn't been 24 hours since he went out there. We'll see if he's back out there for another outing. But he went 2 for 4, had a double in that rehab assignment. And he said he felt really good. It's been one heck of a year dealing with this injury, but he's very thankful to God and is getting to the point where he can hit the baseball. But I'm getting to the point where I'm at, especially getting to hit the baseball and go up to bat. So he's thankful for all that. So Jordan's getting closer. Feels good. That's good news. Because if any team in baseball needs one of the better hitters in baseball, it's the Astros. They're desperate for any type of juice. Jordan, when he's Jordan, can be that. Hopefully, he's long past his early season struggles and the injury, and he's back with the Astros before they wrap up their series against Baltimore, which I think is part of the plan, that he'll be with them in Baltimore. So that's good news. But it's one of very few good things going on with the team right now, particularly with guys who have a bat on their shoulder. All right, we'll get to Nick Caley. Nick Caley spoke about his team. Now, every coach you've ever heard talk about his team, he wants them to be physical. I don't think I've ever heard a coach say, you know what, I prefer finesse. It's just not something you say. So Nick Caley's words aren't a surprise, but here's him on his approach to physicality for his side of the ball.
I mean, I think, look, I don't believe in being anything other than the most physical team we can possibly be. I think it allows you to control the line of scrimmage. It carves out, actually takes a 2 or 3 yard gain in the run game to a 4 or 5 or 6 yard gain. It wears on people in the fourth quarter, and it's a matter of mental and physical conditioning for us just to continue to push through that. But yeah, I believe in a physical football team, and I think our guys have answered the bell, and they're working to be the most physical version of themselves every single day.
So he wants physicality. He thinks physicality will lead to his team scratching out yards and also beating up on an opposing defense and hopefully, wearing them down, which I wouldn't be surprised if this is how the Texans go about their business on offense. C.J. Stroud, yes, we want him to have a good year. Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in football. Understood. But from the talking points, from what players have said about the offense to how they have constructed their offensive line, where they have chosen maybe more physicality over skill and a mindset, maybe more will over skill, I could see this is a unit where they lean into, three things can happen when you pass, and 2 of them are bad. I feel like this could be an offense that doesn't take many risks, doesn't ask their line to hold up. And you know what? If we got to punt the football, run on 3rd and 9 to punt the football so our defense can get back out there and get us advantageous field position, I can see it. They may lean hard into defense, particularly early on. And if they can't run the football effectively, I don't know that they're going to be asking a rookie left tackle, because it appears around Tertiary is going to be your starting left tackle. Cam Robinson is back, but he was with second team the last couple of practices. Of course, you're going to have, it looks like Titus Howard. If they go by this, Titus Howard's back at right tackle, and you've got Tomlinson, and I can't imagine, would it be Ingram? Maybe.
That guard spot is
a guy who was not good last year.
Yeah, well, it's 2 guys
with Minnesota. Well, Lakin Thompson wasn't good either. But if Ursary is going to be the guy at left tackle, and Blake Fisher can't play right tackle because he's just not good, Titus Howard is going to slide back in the right tackle despite what the plans were, and you're going to have, let's just say, 2 guys who were subpar last year, and then a center who was the guy you picked up off the street last year, and Jake Andrews. So this is what I'm talking about, will over skill for these guys.
Yeah.
the attitude, the teaching of Cole Popovich is something that I believe they want this line to be league average. I think that would be a success if they get this team to be league average.
They're league average, yes.
And league average offensive lines aren't generally lines that get you into the contender status unless your quarterback is like superhuman. And while CJ is on pace to be a good quarterback, I don't know that in year 3 we're going to see a superhuman performance from him. That's kind of reserved for, well, the best guys in the league who can make up for subpar offensive line play. But generally speaking, those guys have pretty good offensive lines. Pat Mahomes, last year, particularly against the Eagles, we saw that they had issues and they go out and go get Josh Simmons. And they've done this in the past. When the Bucs took them apart in the Super Bowl, they went and reinforced their offensive line. So even the best guys in the league, their teams know.
Yeah.
They go get them a good offensive line. The Texans have decided they may not be good on paper, but maybe as a collective unit,
their good work counts.
in their gut,
in their heart.
Oh, in their heart.
The one thing, all these PFF grades and Lance obsessing over arm length. You know what those numbers don't account for? The size of your heart. How much dog you have in you. We're betting on dogs. 5 dogs across the offensive line. Air Bud.
I don't want retrievers. That's not the dog I'm looking for.
Yeah, they're golden retrievers.
Can I get some Cujos?
Yeah.
I think they.
Full mastiff.
Can I get one of
mastiff on each end?
Yeah, Australian sheepdogs.
Yeah.
Those dogs
Rottweilers.
They wear. What are those dogs that wear like spike collars around their neck because they're protecting the sheep and
Russian ones?
Yeah, and they got to keep the wolves off them, so they wear these spike collars so the wolves don't get at their necks. I need those type of dogs.
Yeah, and a Saint Bernard as my signal collar in the middle. Making the checks.
I don't know. Saint Bernards seem kind of dopey. I don't want a Saint Bernard as my signal collar.
Beethoven put the PR back for dogs.
I need a dog that's supposed to be intelligent.
Okay.
I don't need a Saint Bernard.
But they also have to be big, though. That's
not at quarterback.
No, I said at center.
Oh, at center. Centers are usually the smallest guys on the
but they're
unit.
Still big.
But still, I don't need a dumb center. Find me a smart dog who's of good size, and then we'll have our unit. You can start to tell people what type of dog do you want as a left tackle. Doesn't matter. Just give me a pit bull. Doesn't matter. So when Sean's Googling,
these aren't large enough
to find a large dog that's considered smart. Once he figures that out, we'll come back with who we want Jake Andrews to be in dog form, I guess. But before we do that, let's hear about a guy who might be running behind that unit in the final preseason game. I'm sure he'll get snaps in the joint practice with the Lions. Here's Nick Caley on Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, I would say this. Damien's played a good amount of football. He's a physical, violent runner. You get to see him out here. It's not like this is an unknown commodity. So whatever we feel is best for the reps, that'll be it. But, I've watched Damien. I've had an appreciation for him for a while. And, I think he wants to go out there and just be at his best every single day. And I'm excited to get him back out here with us.
Yeah, he's played a lot of football, but not with you as the OC and not behind this offs line. And he's a guy who has an opportunity. We talked about it before with Joe Mixon's status up in the air and Nick Chubb, despite looking good on Saturday against the Panthers, he's a guy I don't think they planned on leaning on to be the guy who carries the bulk of the load for them. I don't think Nick Chubb is a 20-plus carry guy anymore. So even if Joe Mixon is on the mend and is going to be back but not back for week 1 and maybe beyond, I'd like to see Dameon Pierce run the football a little bit in the preseason just to see, just for my own well-being, just for my own state of mind. Because at this point, you're looking at Nick Chubb and Dare if Saturday is any indication, and Dare's fine. Dare's third down back. He knows what he's doing. He'll pick up a free rusher on a blitz. That's what he's there for. But as far as a consistent ball carrier, you're going to need to find another guy beyond Nick Chubb, particularly if Joe Mixon can't go. All right, so Texans have joint practice with the Lions on Thursday. They're getting one more practice in among themselves before that. So we'll get to find out who can win another practice, because apparently winning joint practices has become a thing this offseason.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an Eagles reporter who has kept track of the Eagles and their joint practice wins over the last 3 to 4 years or so.
The Sirianni era.
Yes, he had a little graphic. Think the Eagles are like 11-3 in joint practices over the last 4 or 5 years. Okay, man. I think at this point, when you're the Eagles, you don't have to keep track of that. When you're an Eagles reporter, you don't really have to keep track of joint practices because your team plays in Super Bowls. That particular stat you're keeping is for the Bears. The Bears beat reporters should keep track because there's not a lot of success that the Bears have taken part in. Not a lot there. That's why all the regime changes. The Eagles, now one Super Bowl win came before Sirianni, but even with him, you got a Super Bowl loss.
Yeah,
and another Super Bowl win. It's okay. It's okay to not put a lot of emphasis on what they look like in the middle of August.
They're winning. That's all that matters. They're winning joint practice, where score is famously kept.
No, it isn't. It's not kept. That's the point. It's not kept at all.
How do you even do that?
I guess if you score touchdowns and the other team doesn't, you force a couple turnovers and you don't turn the ball over.
But Nick Sirianni could really goose that by being like, we want to work on red zone offense the entire time, and we'll just every time we complete a pass, it's a touchdown, basically.
Well, that's how it's set up. Like they have red zone periods, and then they'll have 11 or 11. But there's no
don't really want.
But there's no full drives. It's not like, hey, we're going to start at the 25. For the most part, there's no.
Those are called preseason games.
Yeah, they don't.
Those are called preseason.
They don't start at the 25 and then drive for 75 yards because they got to get more plays in.
Yeah, they want to maximize the amount of plays they can run. But yeah, would you like a bloodhound as your center?
Because he sniffs out problems.
Exactly.
Not bad. Not bad. Either way, the Texans, we want a lot of Texans accounts this season to do that X-ray of a human body and have a dog in it, and then attach one of the linemen's names to it.
Oh, and when the what's it called? All 22 comes out the next day, like the play of like watch 57 here after the whistle, and it's like, oh, he's being nasty after the whistle too.
57.
I don't know.
He's gonna be flat on his back. That's Blake Fisher's number.
Oh, really? I just
pick 69
picked a random number.
Or 79. Pick Ed Ingram's number or Ursa's number. Blake Fisher. I hope I don't see him in the all 22 in a regular season game. That's bad news.
Well, because they're up 25 and they're resting their starters.
Then that's bad news for Davis Mills. If they drop back to pass.
But okay, how about this? Look at 57 picking up Stroud after giving up a sack.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Step in the right direction.
Yes, famously, the offensive line did not do a lot of picking up of Stroud once they let guys get by him and knock him to the ground. You're right. It's a step
too cool for that. Can't put creases in your Jordans. Your Jordan cleats.
He'll play in the Jordans, but he won't bend down because it'll put a crease in him.
You need to get the pick off.
Like your offensive line thinks a lot of themselves when they're pretty much dressed like wide receivers on the field and off, actually.
And walking into the stadium.
To be honest with you, dressed like wide receivers on and off the field. Doesn't matter anymore. We got blue collar guys. At least that appears to be the goal. We'll see how they play as a unit in Week 1 against the Rams. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got some college football stuff to talk about. There is a team in the ACC, not my favorite team. Don't worry about it. It won't be Miami centric, but there's a team in the ACC who has 3 of the top 100 players in football, according to ESPN. I think their quarterback's ranked a little high, so we'll talk about that on the show today. We'll see where some of the guys we recognize are. Of course, some Texas players are there. We'll see if there's a Coug there, or an Aggie. So we'll get into that. We've got more NFL stuff to discuss because the fallout of Anthony Richardson no longer being the starting quarterback for the Colts remains. And there's a funny clip when Quentin Nelson went on a podcast about who he wanted to be the quarterback. Let's just say the Colts didn't follow his lead with his want. So we'll get into that. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So it's just one man's view. Sticking with the Texans here before we move to something else. DJ Bianime, who made frequent appearances on this station last season, when he's watching the Texans receivers out there, of course, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are your top two guys. And then he says, right now, Xavier Hutchinson is the next guy up. The assumption was that Higgins would be your other outside receiver, whether you want to consider Kirk the 2, because maybe CJ will target him more in the slot. That's whatever. Decide whatever, 1, 2, or 3 as far as the top 3 guys. But I did not suspect or expect that Hutchinson might be the guy who gets more of the early snaps. Of course, as I said, just one guy and what he's seeing at practice, but they do like him. He has been around. He stuck around through multiple. Did he begin with D'Amico? How long is he? How long has Hutchinson been here? I feel like he's been here longer than that. But either way,
either 23 or 22.
They like him.
He's stepped up when there's injuries.
Yeah,
before.
he fits as a bigger receiver.
Yeah.
He can play on the outside. We just thought you draft Higgins in the second round, give him all the guaranteed money, which started the whole delay for other teams to get their second rounders in. The assumption was Higgins would just be year 2. But right now, at least according to DJ Bianime, he sees Hutchinson as the next guy up after Kirk and Nico. We saw Higgins make a really good play. He made a good play on the ball, and they also had a good route in the game against the Panthers. It's probably his one highlight from actual game footage. Of course, he's made plays in practice that people put out there, but you see the skill there. But you wouldn't be surprised if the new offense leans into an older player to before they work the rookie in fully.
Yeah, that's why I'm not like – he's a second-round pick. Now, he was the 34th pick or whatever, 35th pick, so –
very high.
Yeah, he almost a first-rounder.
Yeah.
But it's not the most shocking thing in the world that they were like, hey, you know what? Let's actually play the guy who fits the profile of what we want, who's just been here longer. At least to start the season. That's the other thing I think people – we talked about a little bit with the Anthony Richardson stuff yesterday about by the time the Colts actually play the Texans, like who knows who's actually going to be taking snaps at quarterback for them. The NFL season, you have your week 1 starters, and then the season happens, and either guys get hurt or guys don't play well or guys lower on the depth chart play really well in flashes and things get mixed. I'm just not that. I don't know. I just don't sweat the week 1 starting lineup of oh my God, here we go. It's just, we're just going to have to figure this out over 4 months and we'll end up where we end up. And for the Texans, in my eyes, it's unless things go horribly wrong, you're probably just going to win the division anyway. Really, no matter what happens.
Yeah, I think this entire year will be proof of concept about how they want to do things, particularly offensively. The defense we expect to be great. Yeah. They're the solid unit. This entire, let's say, 17 games will be about where they are when the playoffs come around. Is that offensive line unit one that's ready to protect your quarterback and run the football against a contender? Yeah. Do they top out as another wild card team, or is there another step to take? And because of the division, as you said, this is one of these things where you can
just win 10 games.
You can get to 10, hopefully more, and put yourself in a spot where you're actually a team to be feared at least a little bit when it comes to a potential deep run to the playoffs. And if Higgins isn't ready to go right out of the gate, it's not a giant deal. You have your number 1, and you have a veteran number 2.
That makes it way easier. Yeah. Is that we're talking about?
We're not desperate for Higgins to be really good.
On the opposite side of Nico Collins, it's I think having Nico Collins is a good start. That's really what we should be focused on.
Yeah, I was listening.
It's the Mechie thing of oh my God, can you believe Mechie got cut? It's
yes, I can.
Yeah, not that crazy.
I can believe he got traded. They did draft 2 receivers.
It's also the 7th receiver on the team. It's more technically it matters more who is going to be like the Hutchinson or Higgins, that actually matters more than Mechie or Jared Wayne,
who was released earlier.
Yeah.
Best known for the Tank Dell injury, unfortunately for Jared Wayne. See if his career takes a different trajectory someplace else. But you got your guys. You traded for Kirk. You have Nico. That's good enough. And we'll see if another option emerges. I was listening to a podcast, and they talked about this, where the young quarterbacks in football, the good ones, generally have a guy and then a real number two. Yeah. You just start to go around. Of course, the top of that is Higgins and Chase. You can look to certainly Minnesota when Addison is available. They'll have Jefferson and Addison. Jane Daniels was the outlier.
Yeah, Higgins and Hill and Waddle.
Yeah, for Tua, and he got going. Jaden Daniels was the outlier. He had McLaurin and Zacchaeus, I guess.
Zacchaeus, Dynemi Brown.
Yeah,
like just kind
they didn't really
Zach Ertz, I guess.
Yeah,
like
they didn't really have a number two, and it worked out well for them. And the point the podcast made is these teams, they put real options and not just a second around their young quarterback until they're ready to be better where it doesn't matter. It was like Patrick Mahomes had Kelsey and Hill, and then eventually when Patrick Mahomes showed himself to be who he was, they can discard Hill.
Allen had Diggs. He really got started as a real guy when Diggs showed up, and the Gabe Davises, they kind of
he was
good
fine.
Number two, a fine number two.
Yeah, he was a guy who was a deep ball threat, all those stuff. Yeah. So I understand the want to have a solid two, but let's just insert Kirk into that role.
Yeah,
and hopefully when I would say Kirk is probably a one-year guy if things work out with their other guys, because Noel is there and Higgins is there. If those two guys show themselves to be worthy of where they're drafted, then you have cheaper options for your 2 and 3 pass catchers. You say, appreciate it, Christian. Yep. Thanks for the year.
Thanks for the memories.
And then you move on because you've invested in that position.
We'll send you the Super Bowl ring in the mail.
It is funny that's probably how he'll get it if they win one. It'll come in the mail. Because don't they usually bring the guys up there and on the
I know they do that
they
for
hand it to them.
Baseball and basketball, but that's because every team shows up at some point, or you play every team once.
Yeah, you'll eventually be able to give the guy his ring.
In football, it's you don't do that. There's a 50-50 chance
and there's a lot of guys
play him ever again.
Generally championship teams in those sports.
Yeah, there's also 100.
The turnover isn't the same.
Yeah.
So if you are right and the Texans do win a Super Bowl, I would say a quarter of the guys get them in the mail.
Christian Kirk is of the level where he'll be on another NFL team, but
you can't guarantee he'll be making a trip.
Oh,
they're not going to have
the Giants this year.
They're not
going
to have Christian Kirk Day and have a ring waiting for him. So no, he's not of that level. So yes, he probably will get his ring in the mail if it comes to that. Hopefully it does.
I hope so. I hope that's the problem we have, is that they're not properly honoring Christian Kirk for the game-winning touchdown catch.
Who's the person who has to send Kirk his tracking information for his ring? Do they leave that up to an intern, or does someone in PR make sure Christian Kirk gets his tracking information from FedEx as he awaits his ring from the Texans?
After he made the San Antonio Holmes catch 2.0 to win the Super Bowl.
CJ ain't throwing a Christian Kirk to win the Super Bowl. That ain't happening. If it happens, it's more likely some Will Anderson strip
Nico
sack.
Because Nico Collins was quadruple teamed.
Nah, some Will Anderson strip sack to close it out.
Stingley interception.
That's where I'm going with it.
Stingley, Tracy Porter style interception.
If we're talking about it, that's how it's going to go. All right, we'll go to break with that. We can all dream, right, about a Texans Super Bowl and how it ends?
Right now, just close your eyes and think about
and imagine how the clinching play. Do you believe in any way that Christian Kirk is going to play a part in the deciding play? Maybe he sets a screen. Maybe he blocks on a bubble screen or something.
Yeah, downfield block that springs Nico Collins.
Yes.
For the yards after catch.
I'm trying to think of all the big moments in Super Bowl history. I mean, we had John Taylor catching a touchdown. We've had Plexico Burress catching a touchdown. Does Christian Kirk live up to those two? Probably not. I'm gonna go with Nico.
Cooper Kupp.
Star receiver. Yeah, it's generally
Throwing
the
Cooper Kupp
star.
every play of
like
the drive.
Taylor was a 2 on that team because of Rice, but he was still a star receiver. I don't know if a slot receiver is going to get it done. Although, didn't McCole Hardman catch the winning touchdown? Was that him?
Hardman caught one. I think didn't Tony catch another one?
He caught a touchdown, but it wasn't the winning touchdown.
Okay.
In overtime against
Sky Moore.
In overtime against the 49ers.
Against the Niners, that was
McCole Hardman. Tony
Tony
had a big punt return. He caught a touchdown.
Yeah,
but it was
the Eagles. There's was it Sky Moore? It was like another MVS, like where you're just like, sure, I guess.
Yeah, but I think the deciding points was a field goal or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was
off of
Butker,
defensive holding or pass interference.
That's right.
Yeah. So if McCole Hardman can do it, I guess Christian Kirk can.
Christian Kirk.
I take back all I said.
Draws a key defensive holding play to set up the Kaimi Fairbairn.
Oh, I get it. But if McCole Hardman can win a Super Bowl, then Christian Kirk can win a Super Bowl.
I agree with that. The logic checks out to me.
Yeah. It's not the type of legendary player doing it.
No, that's why we talked about famous Super Bowl plays for like 5 minutes before thinking of the one that happened 2 years ago.
Just more proof that the Chiefs are frauds. That McCole Hardman won them a Super Bowl. All right, we'll go to break with that. I said that like 4 minutes ago, but now we're going to break. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. All right, we got some sound from Dan Campbell we're going to play, mostly because there's a difference of opinion. He talked about the Texans and what he thinks of their defense and D'Amico and their offense, and he gets to C.J. Stroud, and Sean's a little bothered by the tone of Dan Campbell.
I'm not bothered. It's just...
It's a little bit less than what you want as far as respect being paid. We'll see what you guys think. But first, let's get to Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. First-time caller, long-time listener.
You don't have to lie. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, I heard through one of my sources that the Texans are making a play for Micah. A first-rounder next year, second-rounder next year, and a third-rounder next year. Can you imagine how good the defense would be with Micah on the Texans defense? And also, instead of having a prequel to Weapons, they should have a prequel to the autopsy of Jane Doe, how she became a witch and all that. I'll hang up the listen.
Did you catch the character he was talking about? Did I hear Jane Doe?
I heard Jane Doe.
Eric, have Candy call back and explain what you're saying. As far as the Micah Parsons thing, no, I can't imagine it because they're already paying Danielle Hunter, who, by the way, is the 25th best player in football, according to the players. That part of the list has come out. Number 25, Danielle Hunter.
One spot ahead of Zach Bond from the Eagles.
Zach Bond, who was a guy who no one had heard of until Vic Fangio got a hold of him.
Unranked last year.
Yeah, unranked and unthought of until Vic Fangio got a hold of him with the Eagles.
It's like, hey, how about you play linebacker?
And now middle linebacker is instead of an edge player, and now we're going to pay you lots of money. As far as the Micah Parsons thing, no, I haven't thought of it. The Texans, why would they give up that type of draft capital and then pay Micah Parsons right before they have to pay Will Anderson and still have Danielle Hunter on the books, I believe. So while it's Eric and sometimes you pay credence to what he's talking about, I don't believe he has any sources. And thinking of Micah Parsons as a Texan is fine, but financially and asset-wise, it makes little sense for this team who already has pass rushers, who already is, they have a Darrell Taylor who they like. They have guys. Derek Barnett, who we haven't really seen very much of this camp because he's been hurt. He's still on the roster. We're not giving up first-day picks and second-day picks for Micah Parsons, all for the opportunity to pay him $40+ million a year. And then next offseason go, hey, Will Anderson, do you want $43 million a year? No. Paying two edge rushers about $80 million per year? Nah. They got one they're going to have to deal with here shortly. And they're going to feel good about it because he's got real DPOY potential. Micah Parsons likely will just get paid by the Cowboys. That's generally how these things go. Although pass rushers right now are, at least a couple of them are still asking for deals. Micah, Trey Henderson's still asking for deals, and now the Bengals have kind of let it be known through reporters that it'll cost you plenty to pry Trey Henderson out of their cheap, dead cold hands. We'll see where that one goes.
Yeah, we're not going to pay this guy,
but if you want
him,
if you want the opportunity to
you're
pay
trading
him
for one of the best pass rushers in the league.
Yeah.
Now we don't want to pay him.
We think he's one of those guys, but we're not going to pay him like one of those guys. But just so you're aware, if you think he's one of those guys, you're going to have to give us a lot of stuff to make it happen and then pay him.
Yeah.
Since you think so highly of him. Thank you, Eric, for the call.
It was Autopsy of Jane Doe, by the way.
Don't know what that is. Okay. Is it a movie that neither one of us has seen?
Starring Brian Cox.
Nah, haven't seen it. Sorry. Brian Cox, great actor. Most recently, for most of us.
Next two.
Yes. Trask, was that his character name?
William Stryker.
Stryker, there it is.
Tyrion Lannister played Trask in Days of Future Past.
I do remember that Peter Dinklage found his way into one of the X-Men movies. But Brian Cox, we know him as Logan Roy from Succession. Now, we also know him as William Stryker.
Yeah, guy from Troy, too.
He was the guy from Troy who wanted to make war, just needed a reason to do it.
I respect that. Got to respect that.
Why do you have to respect that? All right, let's play this sound. This is Dan Campbell on the Texans, who he will see in a joint practice. and that'll probably be the last competitive snaps any Texan you care that much about will be taking. Maybe Dameon Pierce plays in the preseason the finale to get him some snaps. If he goes in the joint practice, I can see him not taking any snaps in the preseason finale. But CJ, the defense, and D'Amico all mentioned. Here's Dan Campbell on the Texans.
I'm really fired up that we're going to get Houston to come in here. It's only for one practice, but I mean those guys are, what D'Amico's done out there has been really impressive, and I know this defense is they're the real deal. The way they play, the way they practice, go about their business. They got weaponry on offense. Quarterback's a good little player.
So that is a point of contention, slight contention with the show. Sean believes it's slightly, not much, a little disrespectful to call CJ a good little player. Is it a little big bro-ish to little bro-ish?
It is big bro. That's more disrespectful than what C.J. Stroud did to Caleb Williams.
I don't know. He kind of patted him on the head. That's very disrespectful.
That's the verbal.
That's the verbal pat on the head?
Hey, you're a good little quarterback.
I can't disagree. It is the verbal pat on the head. Now.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
Now, do we excuse Dan Campbell because he's tried and true Texan, and that's just kind of the verbiage? That's how he's talking. Is he really disrespecting CJ or just being a Texan right there? Or is it more in the line of bless his heart, which is very disrespectful?
That's what it comes off as. Because also, it'd be one thing if he was Kyler Murray.
No, he couldn't
if
get
he was actually.
He couldn't,
if Bryce Young.
No.
Bryce Young's a good little quarterback.
He couldn't actually do it with one of those guys. Then it becomes a real thing.
It would make more sense.
It's only a thing on this show because we're stupid. But if it happened to one of them, he's a good little person quarterback, then there's a real problem. He wouldn't do that. He would
Is
avoid
Russell
it.
Wilson a good little quarterback?
You're a Super Bowl winner. You don't get called a good little quarterback.
Baker Mayfield, good little quarterback?
You think Baker would take it as an insult? Definitely.
100%.
Definitely.
He took it as an insult that I just said it.
That you would even joke about it in that way.
Yeah, he just sat up in his chair somewhere.
Wait a minute. Someone just insulted me from my home state.
Is that a chip on my shoulder that just appeared?
Not just a chip. The whole
It's another chip.
The whole bag.
Yeah, one more chip? Wow.
So, I think it's just a Texan being a Texan.
But it's this part.
They're the real deal. The way they play, the way they practice, go about their business.
So
they got weaponry on offense. Quarterback's a good little player.
It's so effusive, and then quarterback's a good little player.
Yeah,
I guess.
He was not against complimenting D'Amico and that defense at all. And then he was like, you know what? I'm not going to call CJ a great player. Good little player.
Which is fair.
It's fine. He's not a great player
but
yet.
You could say good young quarterback, good little quarterback. So.
You're winning me over.
I'm a little quarterback.
I'm still gonna go.
I'm also a tried and true Texan. I'm like, yeah,
nah, but you're from Houston. That's different. He's from like Clifton, Texas.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it's different. I think that's just how he speaks. I don't think he meant any insult. But
John and Lance, they have a good little radio show.
Well, that's what John does to people.
Yeah.
He says,
is he being respectful?
Not at all. But he's from Chicago. That's different. They're all a-holes up there. He's a northerner. That don't count.
You know what, C.J. Stroud? Make him pay in these joint practices. I don't know what that consists of, but make him pay.
Maybe Dan Campbell remembers the second half of the game last year.
Make this Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson merchant pay.
We'll see. But
You're under a microscope now, buddy.
Hopefully our good little quarterback has a good day tomorrow against the Lions. No, that's what it sounds like when Kyler Murray throws the football, according to Raheel.
That was the Raheel Kyler Murray.
Yeah. That's fine, right? Dan's just being Dan. The guy said bite kneecaps at one point. It's fine. He's not crushing the quarterback. He'll get to see that quarterback tomorrow. Texans, Lions, joint practice. That'll be fun, at least if you care about the reporting surrounding it. Okay, we'll go to break. If you want to call in, you got a problem with what Dan Campbell said to compliment your quarterback? Maybe you're on Sean's side. Or maybe you just think that's a nice Texan way of saying, I like that guy. Okay. I'm looking at the phone line. That's why I responded that way. It's Katie. We'll get to Katie on the other side. She wants to talk about autopsy of Jane Doe. Who doesn't? Speaking of John Granado. I can answer that question. I don't. But we'll hear from Katie on autopsy of Jane. If you want to call in about a rather obscure movie, you can do that too. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Astros with a early start today, noon. They'll finish their series up with the Tigers. Framber on the mound. Let's see if they can score a run and, more importantly, get a win. But, got to score a run to get a win. So let's try to get that done today. Try to avoid getting swept by the Tigers.
By the way, we got a call in the break by Breon. He said he didn't want to come on, but he wanted to note something. Dan Campbell didn't even call C.J. Stroud a good little quarterback. He called him a good little player. Like he's not even a quarterback. He's just a guy out there.
I can't say that the points being made by, you said Breon?
Yeah.
And yourself, I can't say that they're not having an effect on my original opinion. I'm still going to lean into...
He's not being as respectful as he could be.
That's true. He could have said he's a good young quarterback. He called him a good little player. What's that about, Dan?
Don't love that.
I guess I would put it if I'm going to lean to what you're thinking. If someone had said about Jared Goff he's a good little quarterback. Dan Campbell probably wouldn't have liked that connotation.
I probably would agree.
No, I think he's in on this guy.
Okay.
I don't think he would have seen that as respectful.
Okay.
But
I would say, I saw him throw 5 interceptions on Sunday Night Football. Saw my own 2 eyes, Dan.
Yeah, it's true. Saw him lose to the Commanders at home.
That too.
Although the defense stunk, but
Yeah.
because they had no bodies left,
Yeah,
but still. But Jared Goff was a problem in that game. We'll see what it's like tomorrow. CJ's not going to care that much.
They'll settle the score in joint practices.
Not really.
I need DJ BNMA
To talk about how CJ's actually shredding them tomorrow?
or at the very least, keep track of who wins and loses this joint practice, like that Eagles reporter did. I need him. I don't know who else is going to be out there.
If they weren't motivated by losing that Sunday night game, now you have bulletin board material.
Get you through a practice.
Good little player, huh? That's 4 touchdowns on your head. How about that? All right, let's get to Katie. She wants to talk about autopsy of Jane Doe, and then we'll get into the top 100 players in college football. What's up, Katie?
Hey, guys. I want to talk about the autopsy of Jane Doe. First of all, it's on Showtime right now, and it is a great horror movie, a lot better than Weapons. And we do need a prequel to the autopsy of Jane Doe. I'll hang up and listen.
So it did good. It did get good reviews. Rotten Tomatoes had it at an 86%. Is it a lot better than Weapons? I can't speak to that because I've never seen it. But this is another one of Eric's, let's just say friends. I don't know what their actual relationship is. In fact, it might be the same woman because they all have the same voice. That saccharine voice. It's very high pitched. It almost seems a little fake, but I think Katie is real and that voice is real because she's called in for the last 5 years under different names to the John and Lance show. But thank you, Katie. Thank you for recommending Autopsy of Jane Doe. Probably not going to watch it. It is free on Tubi for those who want to take a look at it. So not just Showtime.
The probability jumped up a little bit. Not gonna
That
lie.
you don't have to sign up for Showtime. You can just watch it on Tubi. And as we mentioned, does have a pretty good cast because Brian Cox is in it. Emil Hirsch is in it.
Okay.
You'll recognize that face. And the Jane Doe, appropriately enough, I've never seen before. Makes sense.
There we go. That's how you save money on the budget too.
Can't have
You're just
Jennifer
gonna lay there on a table.
Yeah, can't have Jennifer Lawrence play Jane Doe. It's got to be someone we've never seen.
Although that would be a funny cameo in like one of the like cop shows, or like SVU, like the guest star that day. It's just,
She's just doing a bit.
You just open up a blanket. And
it's one of the most famous women in the world, playing the dead girl who wouldn't get a credit normally.
Yeah. Olivia Benson's like, ugh, it's disgusting what they do.
Yeah. Just cut her down in her prime, and it's Jennifer Lawrence on a cold under a sheet.
Yeah.
Just because she had some time and she wanted to
just a
appear on the
fan.
show. Yeah, I love SVU. Love Stabler.
I'm a fan and I'm too busy to learn lines.
Yes, I'm Stabler. I love Stabler and Benson. And speaking of that, Stabler was at Browns practice. John made a very obvious joke.
Yeah.
What do you think the joke was?
About how many perverts are on the Browns?
It was more specific to one alleged pervert. And he said Deshaun must have been worried. Benson was coming to, or excuse me, Stabler was coming to get him.
Yeah.
I think Deshaun can discern.
Stabler would have like suplexed him too.
He would have. If
that guy does not mess around.
If he was in character, he would if Deshaun didn't have a ruptured Achilles already, Stabler would have ensured that he did. All right, let's go to something a little bit more serious than this show. The top 100 players in college football. I said very early on that one ACC team had the most in the top 10. Can you guess the team? And I said it wasn't Miami, so I think it's a pretty easy guess, Sean. Who do you
Florida
think it
State.
is? Amazingly, you got that wrong.
More top 100 players than wins last season. No, Clemson.
It is Clemson. Clemson has 3 players in the top 10, which is fine. Clemson is expected to be good, expected to win the ACC, expected to be a real contender for the national title. I don't know that Cade Klubnik is the 6th best. Let me see. The 4th best player in football. I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah, that also means he's the best player on Clemson, which I don't think is the case.
I don't think he's better than Peter Woods. And
Yeah.
T.J.
Who's
Parker will have some
loud,
things
yeah.
to say about it, too. But T.J. Parker, 6th, the defensive lineman, had 11 sacks last year. And then Peter Woods is the defensive tackle, is 9th. So they've got 3 out of the top 10.
In the article, they have like his 2024 stats, and then they have the 2024 postseason rating or ranking.
Ranking, yeah.
For each of these guys.
Yeah.
Cade Klubnik's so after the season in 2024, saw it all, ranked him 53rd.
Yeah.
In an
Jumped up-
off season, he's jumped up 49.
Well, maybe 49 guys went to the NFL, Sean. I don't believe that's the logic, by the way. Just joking. But yeah, he's not the 4th best player. He might not be the 4th best player in the ACC, to be honest with you.
First player on his team.
I didn't want to do that, but
Two guys.
that's possible.
We're
already halfway there. We already think 2 guys are better than him. If we're real about it, we probably could pick at that Clemson.
AJ Terrell's brothers also really good corner.
And Williams, the receiver, pretty good too. I'm not sure that Cade Klubnik's the 4th best player on his own team, let alone the 4th best player in the country. The guys ahead of him, Caleb Downs with Ohio State, Anthony Hill, number 2, Texas, and then Jeremiah Smith, the star of stars at Ohio State. And let's see, Anthony Hill he jumped up 28 spots. Jeremiah Smith, after the postseason, of course, helped his team win a national title. 16 touchdowns, was all-world. He was 5, so he went up to number 1. Dylan Stewart, famously known as not just a really good pass rusher in the SEC, he's also known for letting off a clip in Jackson Dart. Let me be clear, he mimed letting off a clip in Jackson Dart. Got himself a 15-yard penalty, surprisingly enough.
Jackson Dart was never the same player after that. Too.
Somehow he's better, at least if I look at Giants preseason. Actually, you know what? That joke can't be made because I saw him play against Florida.
Yeah, I was going to say the Florida game gives back all the...
Yeah, despite what he looked like in that preseason game.
You're going to have to do it in a real NFL game, dude. I'm sorry.
Very true. Texas has a couple guys. I mentioned Hill. Colin Simmons is there at 11. And then Ryan Williams, the first receiver we paid attention to as a freshman because of what he did against Georgia, is 12. So Ryan Williams had the early lead as far as best freshman receiver, and then we saw what Jeremiah Smith did when people started paying attention to Ohio State as their schedule got tougher, and he kind of lapped Ryan Williams with stats and with how people thought of him. So we got a couple calls. Let's go to okay. We've got another call about she hung up. Candy. Was Candy the first call, right? Did she go by Candy? Katie. She went by Katie.
And this was Brandy.
Brandy. Not a lot of creativity. Let's maybe don't go with the name that rhymes with the previous one if you want to fool the good people on this show.
I mean, you're not really fooling us.
We just welcome you. We don't really care that much. But if you are operating under, you think you can get one bias, perhaps don't call in as Katie, then call in as Brandy. Maybe try Jessica. I don't know. Maybe that'll trick Sean. Let's go to Keith. He wants to talk some NBA. We'll get more into the college football stuff when we come back. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Not sure if you guys touched on John Wall retiring yesterday, but wanted to take a deeper dive. Also, in John Wall news, it looks like NBA on Prime just hired him as an analyst. But my neck of the woods on Twitter is saying John Wall clears Derrick Rose all time. My question to you guys is, would you rather have John Wall or Derrick Rose all time? And I'm looking at some stats outside of the MVP that, Derrick Rose won, youngest MVP of all time. It might be an argument to be had here. Who are you taking all time, Rose or Kentucky legend John Wall?
We did talk about this yesterday, Keith. Not that we won't touch on it again. Is your neck of the woods just your algorithm? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
you Googled John Wall at some point, and then you got a conversation. Fine. Your neck of the woods. We went through what John Wall accomplished before he got hurt with the Wizards. He doesn't have the MVP that Derrick Rose has.
Yeah, other than being the youngest MVP of all time. Other than that,
Derrick Rose did have a team as the 1 seed and led them to the Eastern Conference Finals. Of course, they lose to the Big Three in Miami. John Wall never made it past the second round. We talked about how Kelly Olynyk, of all people, kept that from happening kept him from getting to a finals. I think John Wall, when he was uninjured in Washington, was a very good player. Who knows what he would have become if those injuries didn't take a hold of his career. But Derrick Rose clears John Wall. He's got the MVP.
And he was, even after the injuries, he stayed a productive.
True. Derrick Rose became a guy who could start for you in a pinch, but became a productive bench player.
Yeah. Scored 50 points.
Yeah.
Like 4 years ago. No, actually more than 4 years ago now.
But I get what you're saying. You start lining up some of the accomplishments as far as all-star appearances. Yes, John Wall has a case. But this is just one of public opinion. He's not going to win. Unless you're a Wizards fan or, as you said, a fan of the Kentucky legend John Wall because of what he did at Kentucky. It's just not one he's really going to win.
Or you're in Keith's neck of the woods.
Yeah, because John Wall never won Rookie of the Year. That belongs to Derrick Rose. He also has, as you said, the MVP. Derrick Rose was a 3-time All-Star. I think John Wall may have made it 4 times, so it's not that big of a difference. And as young players before injury, Derrick Rose, sure, on a better team, say better coach with Tom Thibodeau, more impactful player. But John Wall had a good 5-6 year run with the Wizards. There's no denying that. He just became a non-entity for the most part after that happened. The man got paid to not play for a year.
Yeah.
The Rockets were like, you know what? Whatever.
And he got, basically, once he started getting super paid, he got hurt.
Yes,
that's really what happened.
That doesn't help either.
Yeah. And he was right, by the way, when he was like, wait, how much am I making? And how much is Reggie Jackson now making? Because it was like that, it was during when the cap jumped up. And like all the guys that were free agents just like were backup point guards getting paid more than John Wall was. And John Wall was like,
so I don't remember the circumstances of this, but Derrick Rose, he played with Detroit and the Knicks in it's the year after the bubble.
Yeah, 21.
In the shortened season. He was 9th in MVP voting. At 32 years old. 2 teams he played with, and he somehow made top 10 MVP voting at 32 years old. So, yeah, we're going to go with D-Rose.
Hey, someone gave him a vote.
Well, I don't know how that works.
I think someone gave him a vote.
And that gets you to number 9?
Yeah, probably.
Probably
not that many guys. Because you only do a top 5.
What if it's a first-place vote?
That's even more ridiculous.
But top 10 in MVP voting, a couple of runs at trying to win 6th Man of the Year later in his career.
Jokic or Derrick Rose in 2021.
The Nick reporter,
Yeah, wait.
Frank Isola.
The Iceman was just like, you know what?
Yeah, I don't know how. I would have to go look into it. I'm not going to do that, at least not right now, to see where that vote came from. Appreciate the call, Keith. We continue the conversation because you called in. But, yeah, I think Derrick Rose takes this one. It's not as large of a gap as you would think if you just go by their accomplishments on paper.
It's definitely closer than, like, first.
Just laughing at John Wall, which we did quite a bit of yesterday for reasons beyond the Derrick Rose comparison.
He had a funnier career than Derrick Rose.
Yes, Derrick Rose, there were some off-the-court things, but Derrick Rose, the player, people thought fondly of him, and the person, too, as his career aged gracefully. John Wall's career did not age gracefully at all.
Glad that he's working for Prime now, though. Can't wait to watch him. He was on NBA TV and he was like decent.
Yeah, he doesn't do a bad job.
He was great on that one podcast.
If you say so.
Calling the Rockets trash. I know it gave
he
Paul
didn't call
he didn't call and I like an hour.
Did he call the Rockets trash or his time with the Rockets trash?
He directly called the time with the Rockets
I think
trash.
he called the time with the Rockets trash.
And then later in the podcast, he went into detail about how trash it was. And it wasn't, I share some blame in that.
Well,
it was big.
I think a lot of
Steven Silas catching him.
Well, he is the one. Steven Silas of that time period consistently. He caught it from anyone who wanted to talk about the Rockets during that time. Just a victim of circumstance, I would say, at least initially. That guy thought he was coaching Russell Westbrook and James Harden.
Yeah.
Turns out, no, he wasn't.
Yeah.
And then he
got
had
the wow factor.
He had for 40 games or so. And then he had to be the Bo Porter, where you just coach this bad team until we're ready to win. He got his paychecks, not Monty Williams level paychecks, but he got his paychecks. And then he went on to work for Monty Williams in Detroit for that 1 year. What a bad run for Steven Silas. Went from a promising name, son of a coach, next up.
Was like the offensive coordinator for like a Mavs team that had like the greatest offense of all time.
He was highly regarded. Couple years in Houston, and now I think he's out of work.
Yeah, I think so.
Out of work.
I
Did not coach basketball last year, at least not on the NBA level. Those checks still are in the bank, I imagine. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Those NBA head coach checks mean he'll be fine. But the reputation,
not fine.
Down in the dumps. You coach the Rockets for 3 years, then you go coach that Pistons team with Monty Williams.
It's tough. Where you go like, I don't, all numbers inexact, 20 wins, like 25 wins. And then you go to the Pistons who won like 15 games.
He won 17 the first year, 20 the second year, 22 the third. Improvement. The team kept getting
Trend
better.
line up.
By 2040.
Yeah, give them another 20 years.
Yeah, by 2040, they're going to be a playoff team. All right. We'll go to break with that. Thanks, Keith, for reminding us about the Steven Silas here. Somehow we got there. Okay, we'll talk some more college football. We'll hear from Arch Manning, in fact, because despite what his grandpa said, the whole I'm going to stay in college for a couple more years, not something that he's thinking about right now. So we'll get to that and more of the best players in college football as we are just a couple days away from week 0. So we will certainly dive deeper into the sport that we both love when we come back.
But first I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, a way that you can make some money on the sports you love, whether it's college football, NFL football, baseball, basketball, when that tips back off here in a couple months. If you like MMA, if you like golf, tennis, whatever you want, esports even, it's on Prize Picks, and you can use that sports knowledge to make some money. Luckily, given my job, I'm very aware of the Astros' inability to score runs. So that presents an interesting money-making opportunity for me to, hey, all these starting pitchers, let me take the mores on their strikeouts. Let me take the more on their pitching fantasy score, because chances are, if you're going against this Astros lineup right now, you're going to have a good night. So a good way to do that is to look, hey, it's Charlie Morton. I remember Charlie Morton. Give me the more on his pitching fantasy score, and Prize Picks, to celebrate the start of the football season, is giving max discounts for Dak Prescott on Thursday Night Football in a couple weeks when the Cowboys play the Eagles. And they're also giving out a Avery Johnson for Kansas State to throw more than half a yard in Ireland against Iowa State. I think he gets a full yard in Ireland. I don't know if its metric system messes that up. I think this is a pretty easy one. You go with the starting pitcher against the Astros, and you go with Avery Johnson, the throw for 1 yard, and you make some money on Saturday. That's all you had to do. Work last night with Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal, no matter how you put him in your lineup, chances are, if you thought he was going to have a good night, he did have a good night, and you're on your way to making money. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you sign up on using the promo code MAPES. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So college football, their top 100 list isn't very different from like a pro list, an NFL list. Generally, quarterbacks just get elevated. And do I actually believe that Kate Klubnik's the fourth best player in the country? Nope. Don't. Do I believe that John Mateer is the 16th best player in the country? I do not. I do not. Now, their importance, I understand it. But if we're just going by rankings, I think we can get to 16 players who are better than John Mateer.
I mean, I would count Kate Klubnik as one of the 16 that are better. Like,
well,
if we're just going to, is this guy better than John Mateer? Yeah, probably.
Okay, Drew Aller winds up at 17. And you get to other quarterbacks like Lenore Seller at 19, Sam Levitt at 21.
Actually, Seller should be higher.
And then Arch Manning at 23.
Whoa, disrespectful.
To the guys behind him?
Yeah, to DJ Lagway. He's 5 spots behind.
He's 2 spots
Two
behind
spots
him.
behind.
Yes. So the SEC represented quite a bit on this list as far as quarterbacks in the top 25.
Still need to watch that doc, by the way.
No, I don't. But let's hear from Arch Manning. All the noise surrounding Arch Manning was, or is, he'll be playing more than, or at least he will be the starter at Texas for more than one full season. That's the Manning way. They stay in college for 4 years. It appeared Arch was well on his way to doing what his uncles did. His grandfather even said as much. Arch, when broached with that topic, said this.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
I don't think it's a story that Arch wants to give life to. What his draft stats will be. Field Yates already has Arch as the number 1 pick by the Browns in next year's draft.
Yeah, Field Yates said, F Archie.
You know, understood the name, the hype, but 2 starts, is that the fewest amount of starts ever for the preseason number 1 draft pick overall to have?
So
2 starts?
This is a little different. This is about the Heisman, but I think it was Bill Connolly mentioned that he's college football writer for ESPN, mentioned that Arch Manning is the first preseason Heisman favorite with less than like 1,000 career passing yards, or it's like something like that, where it's like he's the preseason Heisman favorite, and no one's ever like had less actual output than him for a preseason favorite.
So any conversation we're about to have goes beyond Arch and what he will be. Look, Steve Sarkisian, he can produce offenses. He will, whatever Arch is, however good he'll be in year 1 of being a full-time starter, they'll find a way to be productive because that's what Sark does. This isn't about Texas or Arch and what he'll be. I just would like the guys who do this to acknowledge 45 to 55% of this is about his last name. Right? We know, right? If he was an Arch Manning, if he was another hyped Texas recruit, they have a lot of them.
Yeah.
They've done a lot.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers says hello.
But only had 2 starts under his belt. They would not put him as the number 1 quarterback. In fact, they certainly wouldn't put him as the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
This is about not just even the hype of Arch Manning from high school. This is about he's a Manning. He's got to be good, right?
High hit rate on these guys.
True.
Lance will do like there's not a whatever starting left tackle in the league right now with less than whatever inch arms.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there's never been a quarterback with last name Manning.
There's never been a non-number 1 overall pick as a Manning.
Yeah, that hasn't been
as a quarterback.
I don't know if I don't know if they had the draft when Archie was drafted.
I think they did have the draft.
Okay. NFL draft, not a military draft.
I do believe they had the NFL draft. He was drafted in 1982. It's not that. It's
Really?
long ago. Yeah.
Wow. I thought that.
Sorry. No, not what? No, he played for the Oilers in 82. He was drafted
in like 60.
In 71.
71. Okay.
And he was the 2nd overall pick. So there is a Manning who hasn't gone first overall.
And that gave him the chip on the shoulder.
And look what they've done since. So while it's a pretty good bet, that you put a Manning quarterback as number one pick
they
overall.
figured this thing out.
I would say Peyton Manning. They probably did less of it back then. I would say Peyton Manning didn't get in his year. He would have been a freshman when he first started the game. So it's a little different.
Yeah, I mean, when he actually came out of the draft, it was him or Ryan Leaf.
It wasn't even a lock.
Yeah, when he actually was eligible to get drafted, when he said he was going to actually, because I think he was a senior. I think he played all 4 years.
He stayed all 4 years.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Drew Aller or Lenore Sellers or one of these other draft eligible guys, John Mateer.
Yeah, sure. There are a lot of guys in the mix who could be first-round quarterbacks. I mean, he's draft eligible. We'll see what he does with the Cougs. Hopefully he does play well enough.
I kind of think the Cougs are going to be not like good, but a huge step. How about that?
Yeah, Willie Fritz
Big step up.
He is a program builder, which should not surprise anyone if the Cougs surprise.
Same thing with like Nebraska with Matt Rule. I'm like, by year 3, he normally has this thing worked out pretty well.
We'll see if cosplay Mahomes is ready to go.
He's really got to stop doing that.
You're too old for this, man.
Either change your haircut or change your
number.
He
cut his hair to match Mahomes' haircut?
I don't want to look until week 1. That will be my okay. This will be another 7-5. 7-5, or if he doesn't look exactly like Mahomes. All right. Okay, I can start thinking, I mean, 9-3. Like I'm not going crazy here, but
I will tell you, going by his current look, he looks like the old Mahomes, not the new one.
The hair I forgot Mahomes cut his hair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said, did he cut his hair like Mahomes? He already had the old Mahomes haircut. I was just asking, did he update it because Mahomes did?
I was thinking cut his hair to not look like old Mahomes. But now I realize if he cuts his hair to not look like old Mahomes,
he may look like new Mahomes. Currently, he still looks like old Mahomes with the hair.
Grow it out. Grow it out.
Get that Caesar. Get that dark Caesar. Really change up the look. As of yet, the hair remains the same currently, so we'll see. I would agree. Matt Rule, when it comes to the college level,
There's just certain coaches.
What he did at Baylor.
He's gonna be.
There is a track record of him flipping the roster and then becoming a real player in the conference.
And Dylan Raiola, now we just rip him for being a Mahomes cosplayer, and he had a, I guess, disappointing season as a true freshman, but also most true freshmen are not very good quarterbacks.
Tough job.
I think there's a chance that he comes in and okay, he's actually good. Same thing with DJ Lagway. It's like I think they just comes in.
Yeah,
this guy's actually just awesome.
The Mahomes cosplay stuff is a distraction.
Yeah,
he is a talented player.
Yeah, it's just like, what if he actually is one of these knows dad about it 5 stars where turns out you just need a year to learn how to play quarterback.
Yeah, on the college level.
Yeah, on the college level.
There's nothing about what happened with him and that team last year that to say he's not going to work out.
And I think people are just so caught up on and which is understandable on the Mahomes stuff where they're just like, I don't want to stick my neck out for this loser. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it's tough to back him.
It is tough. That's why I'm backing Matt Rule. Although their defense probably is not going to be that good, so they're going to have to throw the ball around.
You look at it, Matt Rule last year was very much like Scott Frost, except he made a bowl game when it came to losing one-score games that they had real chances to win. Like Nebraska last year, they lost to Iowa, who they hate, 13-10. One-score loss to USC, one-score loss to UCLA. That's a team, you flip a couple of those, you're talking.
Yeah. Do you know how hard it was last year to have a one-score loss to USC? USC had a lot of one-score losses to other guys.
Yeah, if you look
to be lower on the total poll than that.
Nebraska, the one-score loss to Illinois in overtime, lost to Ohio State in Columbus by 4, lost to UCLA at home by 7, at USC by 8, at Iowa by 3. They are playing not like Nebraska late over the last, because that's been what they've.
That's what they've always.
That's kind of what they've been the last 5-6 years. If they could flip any of those, we're talking a team who could have won 10 games last year.
Yeah,
and with Raiola throwing 13 touchdowns and 11 picks or whatever he did. Yeah. So he didn't have a great year, and that defense was good enough to keep them these ball games. Black shirts are back, Sean.
I think they lost their defensive coordinator. That's why I'm like, that makes it a little bit like
Sean, the black shirts are back.
Okay, cool. Or do they have the same strength and conditioning program?
I can't speak to the level of performance enhancement that was going on back then.
Okay, I'd prefer if they're still doing it. That made me feel better.
I'm not a Stein Cooler, or was that a Notre Dame kid? I think that was a Notre Dame guy. I'm not a Winstrom. Don't know.
Okay.
I'm not a Raiola, excuse me, who were part of those teams back then when they were great. Certainly not a Lawrence Phillips. Amon Green. They had a lot of great players.
They really did.
Remember when Nebraska was a real thing?
I barely do. Honestly, I barely do. I don't.
They were real when I was really getting into college football as a young kid. They were a team I always hated because I never liked option teams, except for the Naval Academy because that's cute. Army, Air Force, Navy doing it.
Running.
Yeah, cute little offense, and they're doing it because that's the way they win games. And of course, back then, wishbone, flexbone, Oklahoma, Nebraska, I got it. It's historic. But when I was a kid, I didn't like it. I like drop back pass, throw the football around. Nebraska hasn't been the same since. But Matt Rule is a really good program builder, so we'll see. I just went over their schedule. They could have won 10 games, but
I didn't know it was
they
that
kept
bad.
Nebraska.
I forgot about the Ohio State game. Once you said it, I remembered. I was like, I do remember that in the third quarter. Randomly, I was like, wait, what? Looked at my phone at probably a noon kickoff game.
Yeah,
I was just like,
they couldn't get out of their own way last year.
I'm gonna have to flip this channel.
If they can do that, they got a real shot to be at least bothersome in the Big Ten. I don't think they're winning it, but they can elevate themselves. They had a good runway to being a good team last year. Let's see if they can capitalize on some of that momentum.
Yeah, they're kind of in the same spot of like some of these SEC teams where I'm like, I think they can be good enough to have a intellectually dishonest playoff case. I think they can be good enough to
I agree,
to complain about not making the playoff and we all roll our eyes.
Yeah,
which is like 9-3.
Keith, if you're out there, if you want to back a team who isn't really a contender that you want to put there, don't do it to Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Pick Nebraska, actually.
Yeah. They're a team that's made, 2 bowl games in the last decade?
Yeah, if you want to back...
Insane stat, but that's actually true.
If you want to back a team who would be a big surprise to do the things you think Vanderbilt's going to do, Nebraska might be your choice. They could find their way maybe into 10 wins. We'll see. All right, that music means we're done for the day. Want to thank you for calling in, for listening, certainly. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We'll see. I said it early. I was tired of being upset about the Yiner Diaz call. I've heard Paul's show before. I think there may be more anger that comes from him about it than me. We'll see. We'll see.
Let's see.
It was a bad call. Cost the Astros a win. So did Caleb Ort. Throw a strike, please.
Does Ort catch one?
A competitive pitch, please, to at least entice the guy to swing instead of what happened. We'll see if Fromber and that Astros lineup can avoid the sweep. Game's at noon, along with Paul's show. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
That peanut butter skin.
Is that about Mahomes or Raiola? Who's that about?
I didn't have one. I wasn't sitting on one, so I just randomized it.
Gotcha. We'll see how random it is tomorrow.
damn it! This always happens. I think I'm gonna score, and then I never score. It's not fair. I'm sick and tired of this. We're never gonna score. It's just not gonna happen.
It's been a while since the Houston Astros scored a run. It's been a while, 28 straight innings to be specific. It's been a while, they've been shut out in 4 of the last 5 games. Plus they had that loss, 14-1 in Boston. And everything I can remember, the Astros used to have Jordan Alvarez, but now they got a bunch of schlubs. What even is a run? Yeah. So, good God, right? Good God. Between a rain delay, a pitcher's duel in a non-playoff situation featuring a team that hadn't scored in a couple of days, another game of no runs for the Astros, and a game that ended with Caleb Ort literally walking the Tigers off via a walk. He had 3 in 1 inning. At least one was intentional. That was one of the worst experiences I can ever remember watching Astros baseball. I saw an article in The Athletic. It was a pitcher's duel. Well, one of the pitchers was dueling against a little league lineup, at least based off of the past week of baseball. Old Tarek Skubal, who I joke about online, not knowing about him, but I mean, yeah, he's probably the best pitcher in the American League. Hunter Brown gives you 6 great innings, and you wish that he had gone 10. This is where we're at because the bullpen has its limitations. And then the offense, I mean, you have the horses. Figure it out. Try to think what the worst moment was from last night's game. 4th inning, the missed call at home plate. Yainer Diaz, safe. Definitely was safe. I watched that replay several times. I don't know what New York saw. And I really was trying to give New York the benefit of the doubt. After all, got it back to blue, right? You got it. It's a tough job. Split-second decisions being made every single day. Money's on the line. And vicariously, life and limb might be on the line. And people are betting with, I don't know, gambling sharks and such. It's legal in some places. It's not legal everywhere. But that was brutal. Jesus Sanchez playing defense. At least that was amusing. He ate poo a couple of times in 1 inning. Might have broken his butt. I don't know what happened there. That looked painful. I don't know why he jumped. I don't know how he misjudged it the way that he did. I'm not sure which of Caleb Ort's pitch would qualify as the worst one, but I don't think he definitely didn't have it in the strike zone. We can say that. I think he had 3 pitches in the batter's box. That's how far out of the zone he was with those last couple of pitches, the last of which, of course, ending the game for the Astros. That was a tough one. And I got to do it. I've watched a movie called Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Paul Rudd plays a character who's this surfer. He's a burnout surfer. And he offers our hero of the movie, Peter, some advice when going through hardship.
Hey, here's the deal. When life gives you lemons, just say the lemons and bail.
Exactly. So the Astros are in timeout. The Astros are giving us lemons. Lots of lemons. They're in timeout. I'm not watching them until they score a run. I'm not watching today's game. First pitch, 12-10 in Detroit. Astros looking to avoid a sweep with Framber Valdez on the hill. I'm not watching.
especially when I'm getting the Bobby Slowick gaslight treatment after the game from Joe Espada. Very convenient that the game started so late, so I couldn't pull the audio from the post-game show. But here's what Joe Espada had to say about the Astros offense after the game. Quote, I think we're just going through a little stretch that good teams and every team goes through. Joe. It's been since 1985 that the Astros have been through this. I wasn't alive. I'm 36. We're getting closer to halfway to 37. Come on. Come on, dude. This team is going to hit. Well, they haven't for like a week. It's amazing that they are not 0-4 over this past week. It's amazing that they're still in first place by a game and a half. Thank you, Seattle Mariners, who continue to lose. Should be an opportunity for the Astros to gain ground in the AL West, and definitely makes you a little nervous about what happens next. More from Gaslighting Joe. Quote, I thought that we had some good at-bats. We hit some balls hard. That play at the plate could have gone either way. I thought we competed, and we put barrel on the ball, and we couldn't do enough. Yeah. So the Astros are in timeout. Bleep the lemons and bail. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Hello and welcome aboard on this Wednesday, August 20th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass. You want to call in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app on iPhone and on your droids. So this afternoon, it's Framber Valdez on the hill. Framber's been struggling this month. He's got a 5.89 ERA in August. He did have a great performance to wrap up July with the 12 strikeouts. It ended up being a no decision as the Nationals won 2-1 in that game. Oh, another game where the Astros didn't score runs. I thought things were resolved to a degree at the trade deadline. Since then, he lost to the Boston Red Sox 6-1. He lost to the New York Yankees 5-4. A couple of disaster innings in each of those games featuring his trademark god-awful defense. And then, of course, you had this past Friday where the Astros lost to the Orioles 7-0. On Framber, a lot of people have been focusing on some of the things that Framber's been saying after Astros games these last couple of weeks. I do think that one of the signs that the Astros and Framber are headed for a divorce is that molehills are being turned into mountains, right? Mountain out of a molehill. Because some of the quotes, I went back and I looked at them, and some people are saying, hey, man, like Framber, maybe he's got to stop talking as much as he did. July 28th, he complained about outfield positioning in a game where the Nationals got a double due to the outfield positioning, and the Astros ended up losing. He was justified there. He had 12 strikeouts in that game. August 3rd against the Red Sox, he blamed the wild fourth inning where he made an error on luck for the Red Sox. I don't like that. Excuses. Skin of a reason stuff with a lie. Clearly, he's never been in the Shorecrest Preparatory School weight room. August 9th, when the Yankees touched him up for 12 hard-hit balls, the most that he, I guess, has seen ever. Things happen in baseball, but I shouldn't have had a pitch clock violation with a 3-2 count against Aaron Judge. It was my bad. And then Friday, when asked about not backing up home plate in what was just trademark Framber Valdez, not paying attention or being lazy defensively, something he has somehow never learned to fix. I felt like I should have been back there. I blame myself for that. I feel like the game should have been 2-0, but I can't control the fly balls that they hit. I can't control the throws. I can't control the other fundamental parts of baseball. Ooh, passive-aggressive. It is through translator, so maybe not. But I 100% blame myself for not being back there in that one specific moment. So a little bit of deflection going on. And I think now that we know that Framber's probably pitching his last month for the Astros, we're focusing on that and saying, get out of here. And Framber's probably looking at the Astros' lack of offense and saying the same thing. I am curious what happens today, though. Are we going to get a vintage Framber performance to help the Astros avoid a sweep? Or are we going to see, one, Framber Valdez have a meltdown inning? There's been a lot of those recently. And or are we going to have Framber Valdez saying something passive-aggressive after the game? Very curious. Astros, Tigers, starting in a couple of minutes. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Can the Houston Astros perhaps have some help offensively in the near future? The latest on Yordan Alvarez and a couple of other potentially returning Astros. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call to text. I am not watching Astros-Tigers today. I will not even provide updates. I know it's on right now. They're in timeout. When life gives you lemons, bleep the lemons and bail. When things get tough, just walk away. Just walk away. I threw a million drops at Sean because I got super TV show and movie referencey last night. Mad Max, humongous, telling everybody that he's offering them peace.
Just walk away, and there will be an end to the horror.
And the horror is Astros baseball right now. It is brutal. Some people didn't like my song coming into the show. It was a variant on It's Been a While because it's been 28 innings since the Astros scored a run. It's Been a While by Stained. YouTuber SU Mellow 2K1 comments. Dude starts off show annoying AF. You keep coming back, though. You know what might happen. I might break off into song and make you a little more cultured. Somebody else told me, shut the bleep up, other F-bomb. Okay, that word's back, huh? Trill O'Reilly says it's actually now 29 scoreless innings. Oh, God. Oh, God. See? Just stay away from the game, and you'll feel better going forward. Just stay away. You're not going to be made happy by anything that happens in Astros Tigers today. You're just not. Unless they win the game 20-0, you're not going to feel better. And yeah, I'm saying 20. When you haven't scored in 3 of the last 4, and when you haven't scored in nearly 30 innings, and when you've also just gotten your ass kicked by a variety of teams over this past week, 14-1, 7-0, 12-0. I mean, at a certain point, if you're watching this product, it's on you. So just keep that in mind, okay? I'm trying to help you guys out. Bad products shouldn't be watched. And right now, yes, in August, it is a bad product. From the 832, don't worry. Once everyone comes back, the Astros will be better. Duh, I hope so. I really do hope so. From the 409, don't be softball. It's baseball. These things happen. Okay.
These things do happen.
They do happen.
I mean, they might not happen in 40 years, but they do happen.
They do happen, Sean. Usually not this often. In fact, it usually never happens.
40 years ago,
but
it happened.
It's happened twice in 50 years. So you do have that. Joe Espada says, I think we're just going through a little stretch that every team goes through. Okay, great. Anyway, if you want to get in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call the text. Twitch at HTX Rhino says they won't score 10 runs in the next 10 games. Trill O'Reilly asks, what's the major league record? We can make history. Major league record for longest stretch without scoring a run by a team. It's only giving me pitcher scoreless inning streaks. I guess they hide the bad stats on Google. So, sorry, we're not going to be able to get that in the next couple of minutes.
It's all the like, hey, yeah, I'm Tarek Skubal or whoever,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
like it's all, hey, this guy's good.
He is really good. Like that's what's unfortunate about
At
last
least
night.
This one, it's
Last night you would have been able to make an
understandable.
excuse normally, but oh wait, you haven't scored like any runs in the last week, and you're doing the worst thing that's been done by Astros bats since the effing 80s. And at least there was cocaine then, so you could explain away some of the struggles. Binge drinking, I think, was a bigger thing there. There was always the threat of nuclear holocaust, courtesy of the USSR, the war on drugs. Like there was a lot of stuff going down in the 80s. What's the distraction today? Oh man, I'm really concerned about Gaza. It's just affecting my approach at the plate. Oh God, the Ukraine situation. You know, bro. Andy's got a thought. 713-780-3776. Andy, what's up?
Yeah, it's not a thought. It's just some revelation. I mean, you know, the pitching staff in the last 7 games have given up 48 runs. 48 runs where they give up 3.86 a game, which is about 27 runs they usually give up in a 7-run stretch. And then the batting average, this is real telling. You know, we're batting 6th in the major league with team average.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what runs scored? What number we are at runs scored? Guess
Well,
what that
they
is.
were
What team we are.
21st yesterday, but I'm guessing they have dropped to like 22nd or something.
21.
Okay, they are still 21.
Yeah, 6th in average, 21. That just tells you with runners in scoring position. That I haven't researched that, but something tells me that number is
Probably
4.
bad. It's probably bad, Andy. And we've been talking about the runners in scoring position a lot of this season, even when the Astros were healthy, and appreciate the phone call. I mean, we hope that things are going to get better when Jordan's back, but I mean, they just got an infusion of offense at the trade deadline, and while it was better for a couple of games, now here we are back again wondering if that was just a small little blip in the season of offensive production. You have one last game against Detroit, then you got 7 against the Rockies and Angels. So theoretically, you can fatten up over that stretch, but Andy's right there. And, you know, I can understand why there's a lot of focus on the Astros hitting coaches, Alex Instron specifically. Going into this year, we were told that the Astros were going to have a more patient approach at the plate, that they weren't going to chase things. You could definitely argue that while they might have done that at first, they seem to have gotten away from it, especially when Dana Brown said today, and we'll do Down with Dana Brown at 1 o'clock, that he thinks that opposing scouts would say the Astros are pressing, which means you don't necessarily have to throw them their best stuff. Thomas has a thought on the Astros. Thomas, what's up?
Oh, my gosh, guys. Oh, my gosh. When is it? It's August. It's August. It's preseason and spring training for us right now. It's not even October yet. What are we freaking out about? Just relax. We're just working through mechanics stuff. It's easy. It's simple. It'll be all good. I'll hang up and listen.
I mean, on one hand, Thomas might have been sarcastic there. On the other, Thomas might be one of those zealots for the Astros who still holds on to the idea that there is one thing that can will the Astros to a World Series. God. God wills it!
Is this our 40 years in the desert walking around?
It is. It could be.
Where Moses wandering the
Jesus
desert?
gives the toughest test to his toughest soldiers. Excuse me. Jesus gives the toughest tests
to
approaching
balls in
fly
left field?
balls
Yeah.
in extra innings. Same thing. You know, I might have confused the saying. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Tony the Handsome asks on Twitch, what else is on TV? Well, there's that Cowboys documentary. I haven't checked that out yet. Heard it's great. There's the Chiefs Kingdom documentary. Found out that's on ESPN Plus. I ain't getting that. Nope. They should give that to me for free, shouldn't they? At ESPN Houston? Alas, earwax. There's the SEC documentary. Finished that last night. Vanderbilt. That episode's awesome. Aggie episode? Too much yell leader. Little too much yell leader. Especially showing them practicing their script for the night. Like someone, hire a comedian. There's a school of 50,000 people. Hire a comedian and give them better material. Please. So those are some other things to watch. Sean Mapes was telling me about the new Alien TV show on Hulu during the commercial break. Sounds pretty good. Alien Earth. That's fun. I'm excited about that one.
Yeah. Cowboys came out yesterday.
Okay.
I had to make the choice
To watch Alien Earth instead.
Last night.
I get
instead. Yeah, but
Get away
I'll
from
try
sports.
to knock out a couple of those episodes. I think it's like a 6 or
I think
8
it's 7.
parter.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's weird. The documentaries now about sports are 6 or 7 parters.
Yeah, or they're 45 minutes long. Like there's no like in between.
Jason has a thought on the Astros at 713-780-3776. We'll push Astros ER back to 1245 because Soft Boys is coming up at 1230. Jason, what you got?
Well, we were trying to figure out who had the longest no scoring streak, and it's actually tied. The Chicago Cubs and the Philadelphia Athletics. The Cubs did it from June 15th to June 21st in 1968, and the Athletics did it from September 22nd to September 26th in 1906.
Okay, so one of these things hasn't happened in 60 years almost, and the other one hasn't happened in over 100 years. Okay, well,
These things happen.
These things do happen, you
Also,
know?
those are like 4 games, and the Astros are at 3.
You know what else happens? Meteors hit the earth. Dinosaurs go extinct. That happens.
It happens. It happens.
By the way, the Tigers are up 3-0. So, oh no! I'm looking at the score. So we do not have it on the TV in the studio. One run scored via a single. Another run scored via a ground rule double. Guess what the third run was scored by? Half of the Astros' runs have been scored courtesy of this the last 2 days. A bad pitch. Wild pitch. Framber Valdez.
I was going to say error, Framber Valdez. I was close.
Mm-hmm.
It's close. Fielding error. Not quite. Still a lot of game left.
There is a lot of game left, but that also means it could end up being a blowout based off of what we've seen from the Astros recently.
The Astros are due.
Yeah, because once the bullpen comes in, then it really gets out of hand. You know.
Sean Dubin shuts the door for somebody. For the
Astros' chances of a comeback. Right.
The Astros mostly.
Day One Donna comments, woohoo, one loss closer to the World Series. I'm watching Hunting Wives. It's a quirky series. Hunting Wives, interesting. The Real Housewives of Hunters? Huh. It's just them getting mad that they brought back another stuffed head. How are we going to put this pointed book? Charles.
There's no place.
Yeah. Charles, we're out of room. We already have 3 freezers. You got to stop killing all these things. We got nowhere to store it, Charles. I don't know why he's Charles, but.
Yeah.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Those are your viewing options. The Astros stink right now, okay? They stink. They're in timeout. We'll tell you what's going on with Yordan Alvarez at 12:45. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Who's not been soft in the world of sports? That's up next in Soft Boys. You can nominate your Soft Boy. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
I know I put the Astros in timeout. When life gives you lemons, bleep the lemons and bail. Just walk away. We have an update. It is 5-0 Tigers in the bottom of the first. Framber Valdez still in the game. He's thrown 2 wild pitches. There are 0 outs. Framber's line, 0 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 3 walks. Oh, my God.
Just walk away, and there will be an end to the horror.
Oh, my God. This is pretty incredible. We might have to keep posted on this. This is just when the offense was doing historic things, Sean. Now Framber's doing historic things on the mound.
Yeah, they've worked themselves back out of timeout by being an absolute train wreck that we're kind of rubbernecking at this point. This
is like I saw a video.
5 runs, no outs.
That's really bad.
5 runs and a guy on third, no outs.
Right, right.
There's
I mean, it's going to be 6-0 in 5 seconds. Yeah, this is the kind of rubbernecking. I saw a video on TikTok yesterday. My girlfriend sent this. There was a tanker that blew up on the side of the highway, and this bozo pulls over thinking that since there is a lane between he and the tanker that he could record it. So he's in his car, and then he just gets out of his car and moves down to the side and starts recording it. And then the flames start going over his car, and his car's like basically melting. He's like, "Oh, damn, bro, I can't get back to my car, bro." And it's like, yeah, because you're rubbernecked. Nothing good comes from rubbernecking. It usually leads to more accidents, or at the very least, a slower point A to point B. Coog Blaze asks on Twitch, can they just get on the plane now and forfeit? St. Patrick 317 just said Taylor Trammell is getting carted off the field.
I pulled it up on my phone because I
no way.
I kept refreshing the ESPN app and nothing happened. And yeah, that's what led to the triple. It looks like
you could make something up here, and I would believe it right now. Okay, so at least the triple was the result of an Astros injury. And good luck.
Thank
with
God.
that.
Yeah, thank God. That's
training staff. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, he just kind of jumps face first into the wall.
From the 281, can someone's abuela go rub the Astros with an egg to take away the ojo? I mean, at this point, oh my God, this is an actual nightmare.
And now they're showing the play from last night.
What? Which one?
Couple days.
Taylor
Trammell.
Taylor Trammell. Okay.
Yeah, been tough. Like less than 24 hours.
Okay, not to be confused with Jesus Sanchez breaking his butt. Texter asks, can you talk about the missed call at the plate? Listen, it was a bad call, but I mean, there's a lot of other issues going on right now to the point where I'm not going to focus on the umpires. I mean, yeah, he didn't get tagged, but come on. The Astros' lack of offense is in Framber's head. It's been a half inning.
27 pitches. No outs.
No outs still.
5 runs and a guy on third.
From the 832, get Chaz up in the bullpen right now. Yeah, I'm with you right there. Another text. They need to give vouchers for 3 free El Tiempo margaritas at Daikin to drink the pain away. BVB09 says on the YouTube, Framber didn't even try. He said, F it. Y'all can't score. I won't pitch good. I mean, a half inning to get there. I'm not going to make that kind of accusation, but
he hasn't gotten an out.
Max says this is one of the worst half innings of baseball for the Astros I've ever witnessed. Yeah, I mean, this is like 2014, 2013, 2012 stuff. Anyway, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Did aliens invade the stadium?
A ship full of aliens.
Mercifully killing everyone on the Astros?
No, the Astros have recorded an out. It was a chopper to Pena. 1 out.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Is this how Regis and Kelly felt on 9/11? I ask that because I watched that recently where they're trying to cover it with like a chipper attitude, and Regis just keeps on saying like, anyway, the weather outside. R.I.P. Regis was a legend, but jeez.
I mean, they don't tell you how to react to this.
No, they don't tell you how to react to this either. Anyway.
Single by Javi Baez.
Is it 6-0 now? Okay. Stop, boys. Let's get out of this. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy every Wednesday at 12:30 when the Astros aren't Chernobylling all over themselves. Just a big old Hindenburg in their pants. We talk about who's been soft in the world of sports. Here's a punching bag. The media. I noticed this over the course of the last week. Did you see all of those local Astros reporters who were going after indirectly the Michael Schwabs and Bonda Tops of the world? Now, I get along with Schwab. I think sometimes that line between being a fan and presenting himself as a reporter gets blurred. But there's no denying he clearly knows somebody who is in the know. Much like Ben on the Top. There's no line blurred with Ben on the Top. Ben on the Top is one of the most insufferable Astros fans out there. I also get along with him. But I saw Brian McTaggart, who I also like, and Mark Berman, the OG of Houston sports media, who I also love. Like, I like all these people. I just want everyone to know that. I'm not trying to shake any shots at anybody. He posted this on X on Sunday. Brian McTaggart sets the record straight about those knucklehead yahoos who don't have media credentials and are never in the locker room but act like they cover the Astros. This needed to be said from McTaggart, who said, real account, real reporter, not someone who pretends to be a reporter but has no credentials. Smiley face, emoji. Look, the game's changing. Being in the locker room definitely gives you access to information that you normally wouldn't get. But dismissing all the information that is being presented by people that actually have a pretty good track record, at the same time, it comes off as butthurt. It does. You can't. Things have changed, and now people that aren't traditional reporters can put things out there, and they might not have as good of a track record as actual reporters, but if you are right occasionally, does that mean that the stuff you put out is invalid compared to that of a reporter? We're middlemen.
Yeah.
People in this game are middlemen. If I'm out there reporting, that's all I am. I get to use the limited time that I have to speak with players, whether in the Texans locker room, Astros clubhouse, and I'm going to get the same information that everybody else that is there gets. So it's not like I'm providing anything necessarily that's unique. You could also get that information theoretically after the fact without having to ask any questions pretty damn easily. If all you got to do is have a DVR and watch the Space City Home Network postgame show, you know? So it's a weird world we're living in. I think complaining about the world changing, and I find myself guilty of this from time to time too, I think it's a little soft.
Yeah, it would also be something if these guys were wrong 3 weeks ago. They're right. Like, that's one where you just gotta, like, hey, you can still feel the way you feel about these guys not being in the locker room, but also what they're reporting, A, were trade details that you don't get in the locker room anyway, and B, they're right. Like, they're right on that. You have to hand it to them. Like,
yeah.
You can feel some type of way about them not being credentialed media members, but what they're reporting on, you don't need a credential to report on. Same thing with, like, Pablo Torre. We talk about Pablo Torre a lot because he's doing a great job with this podcast. He's not credentialed to cover any of this, but he's doing reporting.
Yeah. Also, soft in the media, Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith said, if I never speak to LeBron James again in life, I'm good. Dude, no one cares at this point. No one cares. I like Stephen A. I find him entertaining. No one cares.
Yeah.
Soft Boys continues. Who's soft in the world of sports? The Big 12 is thinking about punishing tossing items on the field, like the tortilla toss. In honor of that, I am wearing a Texas Tech tortilla toss shirt today.
I didn't put that together.
They will not stop us, Sean, from throwing things onto the field, right? Texas?
Right.
They can't.
No,
Brothers in arms.
Like
Texas
Dutch,
Tech.
like Dutch in the starter Predator.
Exactly. Dutch and
Carl Weathers' character.
Yeah, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers. It's Apollo Creed and Arnold.
Yeah.
In case you don't remember the movie Predator. Yeah, Texas and Texas Tech, brothers in arms when it comes to throwing things on the field. Throw West Virginia in there. The occasional battery. Listen, this might be a Big 12 thing, partly due to West Virginia, too, because they have their moments as well. You know, those couch burners out there. Sounds like a slur when you say it like that. But, look, Texas Tech throws tortillas on the field, and Texas throws bottles on the field and gets calls overturned when they need to.
Correctly, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Big 12 rule, I think it's funny that's reported, and it's true, but it's reported as they have voted 15-1 to give teams 2 warnings for throwing items on the field during a game. The one dissenting vote was the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Hell yeah.
And
Rebels.
I do like that they're saying no, only 2 warnings. Like, no, we should get unlimited warnings. We throw tortillas every kickoff, not just the first one, all the time.
I read an article suggesting that telling Texas Tech to not throw the tortillas is only going to lead to more tortilla throwing.
The first home game they have, I assume that's week 1. I don't know if they go on the road to start the season, but the amount of tortillas might block out the sun for a second of just how many they're gonna throw on that field.
And what if there's a false flag operation by another fan base that brings a bunch of tortillas in?
I mean, that's always the case of you could get a call on the opposing fan base if you just go undercover.
Do your part.
It would be tough to get to Lubbock, though.
That would be funny. That is
they are
true.
insulated.
It would be funny if they started using video replay to determine, wait, was this a Texas Tech fan or was this somebody else?
Enemy of the state technology.
College football needs more breaks in the action and commercial breaks to
for
review things like this. So it's definitely perhaps extra money for the Big 12 if they're starting to do that. Soft Boys continues. Anthony Richardson's agent. So Anthony Richardson benched. Richardson, for his part, handling it fairly well. Anthony Richardson's agent, Derek Jackson, said this to Stephen Holder about Anthony Richardson and the Colts. Quote, "We have a lot to discuss. Trust is a big factor, and that is, at best, questionable right now." Yes, he subbed himself out in the middle of a game against a division rival on 3rd down. It goes both ways. Trust is a big factor, and that, at best, is questionable right now. Anthony came back and made the improvements in the area he needed to improve. And by all accounts, he had a great camp. Who, you? More from Derek Jackson. When the Colts needed a big play last year, whose hands did they put the ball in? Anthony's. Yeah, he's the quarterback.
Yeah.
They have to. They have to put the ball in his hands every play, unless they're running a wildcat play.
When they needed small plays, too, they also put it in his hands, and he overthrew a receiver.
I hate agents. This guy's an a-hole. Just a stupid a-hole. What a stupid statement to say. I don't know if we trust the Colts right now. Dude. Let Anthony Richardson try to earn his job back instead of being just the classic weasel, greedy agent.
I get it. I get whatever. You have to stand up for your client, but it can even just be time will tell. The haters will be proven wrong type of statement, not like, this is about trust and the lack thereof. It's like, all right, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, man.
It's like,
Soft Boys continues, and we're going to add a new element to Soft Boys here, okay? It is, would the Texans flagship afternoon show consider this soft? New segment in the middle of Soft Boys. Here's Nebraska punter Archie Wilson, an Australian, talking about playing away from his family.
Yeah, I love them a lot. Yeah, I've got 2 little brothers and my mum and dad, and that's the tough part about being here. I love them a lot and I miss them, but it's they know this is what's best for me, and it's it's good. I can still talk to them plenty over the phone, and they're coming here to see the first few games, so I'm looking forward to that.
2-6, Texas flagship today. Will they say that the punter for for Nebraska, Archie Wilson, Freudian slip there, is soft for crying because he misses his family who are thousands of miles away?
I think that I wouldn't be surprised if in the Nebraska locker room they're all snickering at him right
now. More, will the 610 afternoon show call this soft? Here is Jim DeShays, a broadcaster, talking about an injury to baseball player Miguel Amaya.
I don't know that I've ever wanted to cry for a guy more than I want to cry for Miguel Amaya right now.
Yeah.
It's so disappointing.
You got to think a lot of the guys who are working at that TV station are snickering at him behind the scenes. I think yours was better. Anyway, that's a new segment. Will the Texas flagship afternoon show call a person that talks about crying a little bitch? Probably. More. Soft Boys continues. Not soft? Tommy Pham, who got in a confrontation after flipping his bat upon getting walked. Here's what Tommy Pham had to say about that after the game.
You know, so I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why, you know, I do all kinds of fighting in the off season, because I'm prepared to f*** somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
And he just walked away. By the way, I asked Grok, hey, Grok, give me a history of all the times Tommy Pham has fought someone or talked about fighting someone with succinct bullet points. Age 25, got in a fight with his stepfather who stabbed him. 2017, after being hit by a pitch, Pham said he wouldn't fight due to suspension risks. I don't make enough money to go out there and face a suspension. I'm not going to go out and fight. October 2020, stabbed in the lower back during an altercation outside of a San Diego strip club. Recovered. April 2022, challenged Luke Voigt to a fight after Voigt's slide injured Reds catcher Tyler Stevenson, offering, quote, if Luke wants to settle it, I get down really well. Anything. Muay Thai. Whatever. May. A month later. Slapped Jock Peterson before a game over a fantasy football league dispute involving rules and a meme. Suspended 3 games. Fined $5,000. Said he had no regrets because it was a matter of principle. August of 2023. Engaged in a verbal altercation with a Padres fan heckling him. Told reporters, quote, when someone comes up to me cursing at me like that, I could defend myself. I'm a very good fighter. I don't do Muay Thai, Kung Fu, and boxing for no reason. 2024, confronted Brewers catcher William Contreras after being tagged out at home, leading to words exchanged. Pham said, there's a reason why I do all kinds of fighting in the offseason, because I'm prepared to bleep somebody up. Wow, it's just the same thing he says.
I was going to say, I was like, wait, we've definitely played this sound before. And I realized, no.
He just says this all the time.
That's his line.
April 2025, during a game at Angel Stadium earlier this year, reacted angrily to a fan touching him while retrieving a ball, made an obscene hand gesture towards fans, suspended a game and fined. June of 2025, involved in a verbal feud with 3 Tigers fans at Comerica Park, leading to 4 fans being ejected. Oh, hey. And then bat flipped after a walk in August of 2025 against the Blue Jays. He was upset that catcher Tyler Heineman complained to the umpire about the call. Bench is cleared. Fan posted on X, bitching about a ball not being called a strike is disrespectful. So like I said when I flipped the bat, F him. Tommy Pham. Let's go.
Tommy Pham, ladies and gentlemen.
Not soft.
Definitely not.
Definitely not soft. One last one to wrap up Soft Boys. Not soft. Sketch? Yes. The streamer? The Houston Texans, I guess, endorsed streamer who also has a past in gay OnlyFans porn and maybe cosplaying as someone with mental handicap to get more views. Here is Sketch getting pressed by a Hispanic-looking fellow with a terrible haircut, quote, in the hood, end quote.
You in the trenches right now, bro. You need to hurry up and get out of here. I ain't expect you to see here.
Why don't give a f***? Yeah, I don't give a f***. Don't worry, I'm in the hills. I got a gated community. If you want to pull up, I'll tell you the gate code, though. You stay safe.
Listen, I didn't know Sketch had that fight in him. Now, again, this makes me question all of the mental handicapped cosplaying? Because, that's a pretty quick, witty response. He does seem to be pretty witty. That's why the streamers love him, right?
That's why he's good at it.
Yeah.
That he's smart.
Clapping back at this dude who is playing gangster, you in the trenches while recording Sketch getting into his car. That's an awesome response by Sketch. He gained a little street cred in my book.
Well, I don't give a bleep.
He doesn't give a bleep. He
doesn't.
did gay
Say
OnlyFans
Say what
porn.
you want about him. He
Yeah.
does not give a bleep.
He doesn't care. He really doesn't care. I kind of respect that about him. You know?
Yeah.
Some people are, if people are going to pay you to
money's money.
Do a little shaboinking? Yeah. Why are girls the only ones allowed to do it? That's kind of sexist. Sketch. He ain't soft.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I live in a gated community, but I'll show you the gate code. A couple other guys not soft as we continue to avoid talking about the Houston Astros, who did have a couple of runners on and did not score. 6-0, bottom of the second inning. Framber Valdez is still in the game, and get this, there's another guy in first base. Not soft. Joe Mazzulla. Joe Mazzulla flies coach. Hell yeah, dude.
It's the funniest picture I've ever seen.
Flying coach.
Not that he's flying coach. It's that someone tried to take a sneaky picture of him,
just stares him down.
and like it's just a picture of basically everyone in the plane. And so you're like, oh, where's Mazzulla? And it's the guy who's staring daggers through
into the lens. Yes.
Directly into like my face. It's like he's staring at me.
Yeah.
It's the most Joe Mazzulla thing ever.
I love Joe Mazzulla so much. That's my coach.
He is the best.
Mark Wahlberg, Hardo, talks about what he would have done on a plane. You know who I trust to stop something on a plane? Joe Mazzulla. I want Joe Mazzulla on my plane flying coach. Like, I feel very protected.
I was going to say, I'm not even joking when I say that I would feel safer if while I was boarding, I see Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah. Like Tommy Pham, he fights. Like Tommy Pham, he doesn't care. There's something loose with Joe Mazzulla.
He wants to fight.
Yeah.
He's
from Massachusetts. He is a asshole. Like, he's one of us. Like, he gets it. He will get into a fight that he knows he probably can't win. And also, Cam Jurgens, he spent his offseason training for his role as Eagles center by blocking cows. He's basically blocking cows. Hell yeah, dude. So there you go. That's Soft Boys every Wednesday at 12:30. How bad is the Astros deficit to the Detroit Tigers now as we're in the second inning? That on the other side. Plus, what did Dana Brown have to say about the Astros? Please, something good. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. Guys, you know that St. Arnold has a beer for everyone and that their beer garden is a place for everyone. Now, for private events, St. Arnold has a space for everyone. You can have your private event at St. Arnold, whether it's a wedding, a family reunion, a birthday party, a happy hour, a trade show, a corporate meeting, a holiday gathering, a celebration of life. Why not? Small groups, big groups, they've got you covered. Up to 300 people with 2 different rooms. All of them have full audio and visual capabilities with projectors and screens too. Plus, and this part's important, a full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef. That dude rocks. They cook some really good food there. If you've ever been to the beer garden's got this chicken sandwich. Oh, it's wonderful. Had that on my birthday earlier this year. It was fun to celebrate my birthday there out in the beer garden. They also have beer for your event. I mean, it's St. Arnold's. Freshest St. Arnold beer in the world. Wine, cider, root beer as well. Book your event now. Holiday parties are coming up. Run out of spaces, so book while you still can. And if you're a listener of our station, all you got to do is say ESPN or my name, Paul or Gallant, and receive the brewery game package, which gives you dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and a photo booth as well. Go to StArnold.com to sign up. Click on private events. That's StArnold.com. Click on private events and tell them Paul Gallant sent you by. A beer for everyone. St. Arnold has a beer garden with a place for everyone, and now they've got a space for everyone. Go to StArnolds.com and click on private events. Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in? You know how to do it. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros and Tigers in progress. The Tigers have a 6-0 lead in the top of the third. But hey, the Astros have a runner in scoring position with no outs. Come back. Also, Framber Valdez is still pitching. 2 innings of work, 3 walks, 2 wild pitches, and 6 earned runs. 5 hits allowed as well. Just 1 strikeout. So everything is going very, very poorly, and I think I know what's going to happen a little bit later on the Killer Bees. This is my guess as to what Joel and Jeremy on the Angry Bees after an Astros L like this, especially with how bad the first inning was. They let all 6 of those runs in the first inning. This is, I think, what they will lead off the show suggesting to do about Framber Valdez.
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
I think they might go Joffrey. I think they might go Joffrey on him. And you know what? Kind of get it. Kind of get that gut kind of reaction today. You know? I get it. I think I saw a lot of people online. They're all calling for heads on a spike. Everyone's so mad. It is funny. The Astros still lead the American League West by a game and a half and probably still will lead the American League West by a game and a half after today.
They've extended their lead in the AL West by not scoring a run.
Yeah, it's insane. It's wild.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, there's a chance they're still in first place, but people are like, Jesus Sanchez is stupid. Cut him. You've got people comparing Caleb Ort to an ogre. Guess what? That's the 610 afternoon show.
That's ugly.
Man, they're kind of a mean show. Mean-spirited. Not really empathetic.
Yeah,
Caleb Ort is a family.
We only lightly suggested that he might be involved with some gambling issues, given how many balls he was throwing.
That's it, because they were so far outside of the zone.
It looked like the Cleveland Guardians guys who have been accused of taking bets on first pitch balls.
First pitch, except for this was the last
every pitch. It was just
an entire at bat. Yes, he had 3 walks in an inning. So Caleb Ort, they're asking for his head. They're asking for the umpire who messed up that call with Yonder Diaz safe at home plate.
All of Secaucus, New Jersey, or whoever looks at the...
Yes. Alex Centrone, his hitting coach's head, yeah.
That's Centrone, yeah.
Joe Espada, Dana Brown.
I mean, pitching coach can catch one today for 6-0 in the first
Framber
inning.
will definitely get it, though, today. And he deserves it today. Joe George saying that the Astros should have traded Framber Valdez when they had the chance, like he did on our show last year. That is a good take today.
Aged well.
It did age pretty well. Most things don't age well, but that has aged pretty well
I don't
today.
think they need to bring me Framber's head. Can we at least bring the dreads?
Yeah. Off with his dreads.
Didn't Samurai do that when they
got
defeated in battle? You cut off the ponytail?
Big scene in the last Samurai movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking.
The modernized Japanese military sees a samurai, the son of Katsumoto, out in the street, and they cut his top knot off, and he drops to his knees like Willem Dafoe in Platoon as it happens, screaming incoherently in a language that I do not understand. You know who I do understand? I understand Dana Brown, Astros GM. Dana Brown is a politician. Dana Brown is always going to try and keep you as positive and optimistic as possible. Is that possible after the Astros have scored 0 runs? I'm doing a little extra math here. In now their last 30 innings, we shall see. Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana Brown, Astros GM, joins the Astros flagship every single week. Here's what he had to say about last night's loss. Guys put up a good fight.
Technically not wrong.
It did go to extra innings.
They're right there with them.
They were. And then Caleb Ward took the mound. Dana Brown, are you down with Dana Brown? Here is what he had to say about the bats. Quote, "Bats will be back sooner rather than later. We're on the brink. Look at the Dodgers. Detroit, too. The team is hanging in there. It's 162 games. This is a winning team with winning players. The sky is not falling." End quote. It's only been a week, and yes, it is an 162-game season. And sure, they're hanging in there because they still lead the American League West by a game and a half. But it is not a winning team over the last month and a half. And the sky sure feels like it's falling because they are doing things from a lack of run production perspective that hasn't been done in 60 years. In fact, it's something that's only been done twice since 1900. We're talking about the Philadelphia Athletics. We're talking about the Oakland A's of the 60s. Like that's, check that, the Chicago Cubs.
It was the Cubs of the 60s and the A's of the 1900s.
Correct. When they were in Philadelphia, which is where they started off, believe it or not. More from Dana Brown on the bats. Are you down with Dana Brown? I get it. Do you? I've been a fan my entire life. When you're in the midst of a winning team, you know it's just a matter of time before they break out. We're going to be getting Yordan back soon, and that'll help. For what it's worth, Yordan Alvarez last night in Corpus Christi, 2 for 4 with a walk, a double, a single to center, and he almost had 3 hits, but the team they were going up against made a nice play. He stole a base, too, for God's sake.
I saw that.
Why are you doing that? I don't know, but he caught him sleeping. Slid in successfully. Flexing a little bit. Like, hey, Yordan, come on, man. Let's not do too much out there.
I understand that it's hand that's injured and, you know, theoretically the rest of his body is healthy. I don't need you risking it, though, for the hooks. No disrespect.
Right. Exactly. So, no offense to the hooks.
Yeah. 7-0 Tigers, by the way.
Oh, God. Dana wrapped up his quote saying, that'll help, getting Yordan back. Well, I hope that it'll help, but they're a lot more healthy than they were earlier this year, and they're still not scoring runs, which was a problem earlier this year when they were healthy.
Yeah, and Yordan was not getting off to a great start. Now, if you want to just say, like, hey, he was just having a bad stretch to start the season, and then eventually he was hurt, so okay. But Yordan will also have to play well when he's in the lineup. Like, these guys were playing well before last week, basically, or before maybe 2 weeks ago. They were playing well. The Carlos Correa trade looked like a huge win. We're punking all the Twins fans that said, good luck with this guy.
Right, exactly.
And now you know they haven't scored a run in 3 days.
Correa, for what it's worth, it's not his fault.
He's been fine.
He's been fine.
As good as you can be on an offense that's scoring literally no runs. He's been all right.
Yeah. Walker's coming back down to earth a little bit. Jesus Sanchez coming back down to earth a little bit. And at this point in time, Cam Smith just can't do anything at the plate. So those are some of the guys who have come back down. It's just a matter of time before they break out. Like, that's wishful thinking. That's Dana Brown, the politician. Are you down with Dana Brown? I still have confidence in this team. I still have a lot of confidence in this team. I'm not worried one bit. You will see this offense explode. I promise you. Man, he sounds like he is pleading, not promising there.
Yeah, that's writing a lot of checks that someone else has to cash.
Exactly. I buy your confidence because you have Diego Pavia level confidence, quarterback at Vanderbilt.
Love that guy.
But you will see this offense explode. I promise you. You better not be doing a victory lap after this series ends and the Astros play the next 7 games, the Rockies and Angels in whatever order they're playing them in.
Yeah.
By the way, I am not watching any of
There's
those
also
games.
an Orioles series somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think so, too. I'm not watching any of those games. Not one. You have decided that for me with Framber Valdez's brutal bottom of the first where he allowed 6 runs 2 wild pitches, a bunch of walks. Oy vey.
I can't wait for them to score like 6 runs on Friday. See?
I can't wait for them to score 6 runs over the course of the next month because I hope they are capable of that. Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana Brown, asked about the cause of the offensive struggles, said this: if I were an outsider looking at this club, I'd say the offense is pressing right now. If that's the case, fire the hitting coach right now. If they're pressing, the whole point of this year was for the Astros to be more patient at the plate than they were last season. That was a team goal. Defensively, they're better, but a team goal this season was to be better when it came to patience at the plate and producing runs with better base running. Those 2 things that have not been good this season. So I definitely buy the idea that an outsider on the outside looking in says the offense is pressing right now, but that should be the one thing you can control. And I've heard Dana in some of these interviews talk about the balance between being aggressive versus pitchers that will not give you many opportunities versus being patient against pitchers that are going to throw you a bunch of balls. But the approach clearly is not up to standard when you have one of the best batting averages in baseball, 6th, and you are 21st in runs scored. Down with Dana Brown. Are you down with the Astros GM? As far as the fix for the Astros offense, it's the grit and grind that leads to production. Sure, bro. I do not buy that.
Also, just completely meaningless.
Yes.
It's the grit and grind.
There's a lot of grit and a lot of grind, and it has not led to any Astros runs today.
Yeah.
31 innings without a run.
They just need to be grittier when they're out there.
Ugh.
Grind some more.
Man. Top of the 4th already and out. Dana Brown on Astros slugger Yordan Alvarez and his return. We've waited this long. We need him to get some at-bats. I would say less than a week. Dude, he's ready now. Come on. He should be in Detroit today. After last night, he should be here now. It was a 3-for-4 game. If we can get him through to the weekend, maybe we can get him back for a game or 2 in Baltimore, at least for the homestand. So, yeah, the upcoming series for the Astros to wrap up the month, a bunch of schlubs, but they did already lose 2 of 3 to said schlubs. 4 against the Orioles in Baltimore, 3 at home against the Rockies, 4 against the Angels. I'm not going to watch any of those games. They're in timeout. I'll watch highlights. I'm not watching any of those games. If that's the buildup to football season, hard pass. I'll watch preseason tape, for God's sake. Are you down with Dana Brown? When the Paul Gallant Show reacts to what Dana Brown had to say on the Astros flagship. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's the fall guy for the Astros' recent struggles, which are continuing today in what has been a very embarrassing follow-up to walking the Tigers off last night? Who are you going King Joffrey about? Nominated on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. A texter says, at this point, I want to see how many scoreless innings in a row the Astros can get to. This is laughable at this point. Well, guys, I have some major breaking news for you. Our long local nightmare is over. After, let me do the math correctly here. After 31 and 2/3 innings of 0 runs, the Houston Astros have broken through with a Mauricio Dubon home run. They're down just 7-2. God wills it. Give me the song! Why did they argue the umpire's call? Astros. Why did the fielders crash into walls? Astros. Why do you think the pitchers throw smoke? Why do you think they go for broke? Who says it's only a game? Why did the catchers wear iron masks? Astros. Why did they dive for the drive on the grass? Astros. Why did they go head first into home? Why do the losers feel all alone? Who says it's only a game? When you wanted to give it all you got, the war's not over till the final shot. It's pride and glory and fame. Who says it's only a game? Why do you think they call them spikes? Astros. Why do you think they call them strikes? Astros. Why do they give it more than they've got? Why do they always reach for the top? Who says it's only a game? With me now, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? 7-2. Listen, I know a lot of you people want to hear the voices of the people and who they would like to see heads removed from bodies and placed on spikes from. But this is the show of manifesting positive energy. Today could be the greatest day of your life. And while the Astros might be down 7-2 after a rough first inning by Framber Valdez, where he allowed 6 runs going into the bottom of the 4th, this could be the greatest Astros comeback of the season. You got 2 ways to look at it. Could be brutal start by Framber Valdez, another reason to move on. Could also be the comeback that brings the Astros together and is the first step forward after a few steps back as the Astros march toward World Series number 3. God wills it!
Framber Valdez just hit a batter.
Well, at least it didn't go past the catcher like it has twice already today.
Bounced right off of him.
From the 832, someone is asking for the trombone song to pump us up. I mean, if the cocaine song doesn't work, we might have to do the trombone song. Okay. We asked the question, if you were to go King Joffrey on somebody on the Astros right now because you're not happy about what's happening, who is getting the Sir Ilan Payne treatment? Here's a couple. Framber is a bleeping joke, writes one texter, while another says, do you think Valdez is checked out of the season, knowing he's probably not going to play here next year? I don't know about that, but hey, Joffrey, Framber?
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
Very violent. Very violent. I think Astros fans would have liked King Joffrey as manager. Got to say, he would not do as good of a job as Joe Espada. You know? He would not have done as well of at the helm as Joe Espada has this season. One texter says, fire Espada. Another texter, getting Lastros vibes again. Espada needs to go. Changes need to be made. Hey, they're in first place. You cannot call them the Lastros. No matter how poorly they are playing right now, guess what? The Mariners and Rangers are playing worse. I don't know how. I don't know why. But that is a fact right now. So I am rejecting the idea of firing Joe Espada. I am not allowing it. I'm doing what Cersei should have done in that spot, stopping Joffrey from taking Ned Stark out. I am stopping him right there and then. I am not letting that happen. Espad's done a pretty good job this season.
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
They, the lamentations of women.
And you're going, no, stop it, King Joffrey.
I'm slapping Joffrey.
And then you know what King Joffrey says to that?
Off with my head.
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
It's probably not going to go so hot. One person wants the entire Astros organization to be gutted, saying the damn Space Cowboys would have put up a run by now. So, do we want to play that, 25 times? No. He just wants the entire Astros gone and replaced by the Space Cowboys.
Okay.
I don't think that would go so well.
Worked out against the Dodgers.
that is a great counterpoint. Okay. Fire the hitting coach already.
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
Whoa. And then release Caleb Ort and Sean Dubin. I never want to see them again, writes one texter.
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
That was a brutal day for Joffrey. From the 713, I am completely positive that the Astros will get to the World Series this season. They will all be watching from the couch in their homes, just being positive. Damn, that was a twist. I thought this was another God wills it kind of text. Yeah, everyone's out right now. Gary's got a thought of the Astros, of the most interactive sports talk show in town. Gary, yo.
Hey, guys, it's all me. And once I make this statement, you guys have to reject it. You have to renounce my statement. Ever since I said Ike and Tina and Jeremy Pena, you have to reject it. It's all me. Like Coming to America, at the end of the first episode of this movie, Coming to America, Eddie Murphy said, I will renounce it. If you want to get married, I renounce it all. I renounce it. So you have to reject me. When I hang up, reject the Ike and Tina.
I reject it.
We reject it. And I appreciate Gary stepping up. Hand up. He said that he was the cause of this.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen.
We have our sacrificial lamb.
If he wants his head off for the good of the realm, hey, Gary could be that guy.
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
I like that we've discovered that Gary also has a lot of references to pull out of the rabbit hole. I like that.
Yeah.
I like this about Gary. We're learning more and more about Gary with every single phone call. When Gary's to the point, money. Sometimes when Gary's not to the point, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. But
yeah,
I like the passion and the energy. We appreciate you, Gary. Thanks for calling in.
I definitely could sense what today's show was going to be like just when I saw how many different movies and TV shows were going to get referenced by Paul. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, I smoked a little weed last night. What can I say? Just kidding. I would never do that. Come on. What are we doing here?
Sir Ilan.
That's a crime, I'll have you know.
Bring me his head.
This isn't Singapore or the Philippines. What are you talking about?
Lucky Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick isn't walking through these stalls.
I forgot. Yeah, Dan Patrick just shows up in the back studio like he did that one time.
like a wrestler.
I've told
this. He's the Undertaker.
It's so crazy. Maybe the wildest encounter, shared collective experience for me, for Joe George, and for Sean Mapes. We're all sitting in studio, and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick just walks behind Sean and watches us for 2 minutes and waves. And I'm trying not to be distracted because I recognized him right away. I was like, that's Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who used to be a radio guy.
Oh, I didn't know.
He did used to be a radio guy, which is interesting because there's another Dan Patrick who is a radio guy now that was a Sports Center anchor at one point in time. It's interesting.
That's why I always say Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, because in most contexts, when we say Dan Patrick, I think of the radio guy.
Yeah. Usually I do as well. Could I be the future Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas? Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call it to text it. We're just asking the question because no one wants to talk about the Astros. They're down 7-2. But hey, Fromber got out of that inning. Charlie Morton's still in the game. Maybe Charlie Morton has a moment like Anakin Skywalker / Darth Vader had. You know, he's witnessing his boss, the Tigers, pulverizing the Astros. Evil A.J. Hinch, the ringleader of the Astros cheating scandal, at least based off of him getting fired.
Yeah.
Right, he's just telling him, do it. Do it to the OX team. Do it. And then he picks up A.J. Hinch and he throws him down a shaft and throws the game and gives the Astros the greatest comeback in team history. That would add to the Charlie Morton lore.
It would. It would.
You know, the rise as Anakin Skywalker, the fall. I think he was with the Braves and beat him in the World Series. And then he's back, helping the Astros get the most important comeback win of the season by throwing this game against the Astros with the Tigers up 7-2 in the top of the fifth. Yeah, we're being silly. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are 15 days away from the start of the NFL season. An actually good number. There is an obvious best number 15 in NFL history already. And an offer was made for Dallas Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons. Would you have accepted this offer? That and more as we go around the National Football League. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. "15 days away from the start of the NFL season. Patrick Mahomes is the greatest number 15 in NFL history. There is no doubt about that. Pretty incredible that we can already say that definitively about Patrick Mahomes when Bart Starr also wore number 15 for the Green Bay Packers back in the day and had himself quite the career. But Patrick Mahomes has led the Chiefs to 7 consecutive AFC championships, 3 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowl MVPs, 2 MVPs in 2018 and 2022, 2-time first-team All-Pro, 6-time Pro Bowler. He's a hell of a quarterback.
Yeah, he could retire tomorrow, and he's a Hall of Famer.
I think he already has a pretty strong case to be on the same rung as far as greatest quarterbacks ever as Joe Montana, and he is 29. His birthday is September 17th. He turns 30 after the season begins.
Yeah, in like week 2 or 3.
Woof. We'll see what the Chiefs do this season. I certainly have some questions about them. Other great number 15s, you got to talk about Bart Starr as well. Yeah. The Green Bay Packers quarterback. Bart Starr was a Packers quarterback from 1956 to 1971, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time NFL champion.
I think it's kind of messed up we don't count the NFL
I agree.
championships.
I agree,
I
but there were less teams, and yeah, it is strange, though, because the NFL was the respected league, and the AFL was the disrespected league until Joe Namath and the Jets beat the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl III.
And it's like, it's the NFL-AFL merger, and so that's kind of what,
led to this.
Led to the Super Bowls, but like the NBA and ABA also merged, but we don't mess with it. It's all the things pre-NBA ABA merger, although that was like 6 teams or 4 teams being added to the NBA. I just think it's interesting.
I do too. The first 2 Super Bowls were considered a joke.
Yeah.
And the Packers won both of them. They beat the Chiefs, then they beat the Raiders. I mean, the first Super Bowl that they won, Max McGee was the most hungover player on the field and scored a critical touchdown. So really didn't do much for the AFL, which became the AFC. The NFL became the NFC. The whole league became the National Football League. Other great number 15s, I'm just going to give you some fun backstories because I love these old guys from way back in the day. Eagles running back and LSU legend Steve Van Buren, a.k.a. Supersonic Steve. He was drafted in June of 1944. That's nice. Might avoid a certain invasion. I don't know if he ended up fighting in World War II. Drafted the same month as D-Day. He didn't think he was good enough to play in the NFL, so he waited a little bit to sign his contract. Also, you've got Packers running back Johnny Blood McNally, who also played for the Milwaukee Badgers, Duluth Eskimos, and Pottsville Maroons. He was called the Vagabond Halfback and changed his last name to Blood so he could play semi-pro without hurting his college eligibility. He chose Blood as his last name after passing by a movie theater playing a movie called Blood and Sand in 1922. Wow. Must have been nice back in the day. You could just go by a fake name and no one's going to think anything of it.
That is insane. That he was like, you know how I can get around this? By just changing my last name.
No one's going to know.
To sound like a comic book.
Seriously.
Comic book character.
Oh, Johnny Blood.
Johnny Blood.
The best 15 in Texans history, Kaimi Fairbairn, who still wears the number. But actually a decent number. Will Fuller wore it.
I was going to say, Fuller's the first one that jumps to mind. He was all right.
Fuller had some good years.
Yeah. He was a big, if healthy guy. Back-to-back days, him and QT of like, Will Fuller's better than Kiki QT. But he was a guy where during the Deshaun Watson days, there was a little bit of like, is Will Fuller active in this game? Mm-hmm. If yes, they will have a good offense.
They're going to have a really good offense.
It's questionable.
Elite field stretcher. He was. Ryan Mallett, RIP, also, or number 15 for the Texans. I don't know how much stock to put into this. I don't know if this is the Cowboys version of Michael Schwab, but at Ernie, the Cowboys fan, who is followed by a lot of prominent NFL accounts, the Packers offered 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, and a 5th-round pick for Micah Parsons. The Cowboys said no. What would you do if you got offered that? That is a lot of picks.
And
that's a quarterback haul.
Yeah, that's what? You said 2 firsts and a second, right?
2 firsts and a second and a 5th.
And then a 5th, yeah.
They said no.
Whew.
I mean, it is a Packers first. You're expecting it, especially if Parsons is aboard that defense.
Yeah,
to
20
be,
range.
Yeah. At absolute earliest, it's going to be, 16?
Yeah.
I like the Packers and the way that they've built that roster for a while. But if the Cowboys aren't accepting that trade, they're not trading Micah Parsons. So I don't know if an extension gets reached, but I don't think Parsons is going to be playing elsewhere this coming season like some have prognosticated.
Yeah, Adam Schefter threw out there on I think it was a radio hit on ESPN Radio, or maybe it was on Get Up, that he wouldn't be surprised if there's I think he called it a divorce. All right, Adam, chill out.
Yeah.
Worried about something at home?
Yeah, Adam, that's not cool for those who have been through a divorce and are still traumatized by
Don't
it.
throw around the D word like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Schefter said he wouldn't be surprised if there's a separation of Micah Parsons and the Cowboys at some point in the next 2 years.
Okay.
Basically before they actually have to pay him.
Is that a report?
No.
I like Schefter. Is that a report? It's like something might happen in the next 2 years. All right. Thanks. Daniel Jones, officially the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. Earlier in the show, we talked about how Anthony Richardson's agent is being a little crybaby about it. Here is what Colts wide receiver A.D. Mitchell had to say about Daniel Jones being the starter for Week 1 in Indy.
Smart football player, very demanding at quarterback. He'll kind of, tell you what, he wants you to do, and it's an open dialogue there. So his work ethic is phenomenal. So I'm just looking forward to carrying that through the season.
All of those comments are an indictment on Anthony Richardson. All of them. I mean, he's saying that about Daniel Jones, and since likely his extended experience with an NFL quarterback was Anthony Richardson and a little bit of Joe Flacco, that is just telling you everything that Anthony Richardson wasn't bringing to the table. And I know there's so many of these bobos out there who are saying, oh, he's young, you got to give him a shot. And he hasn't taken advantage of it because he doesn't seem to give that much of a bleep. I think that's a fair thing to say, even if you're not close to the situation. So A.D. Mitchell said it about as politely as anyone's going to say it without actually saying that Anthony Richardson wasn't putting in the work.
Yeah, Daniel Jones does the small things that NFL quarterbacks are expected to do. That's what sticks out to most. That's what sticks out most to A.D. Mitchell about playing with them.
And he's been here for a couple of months, so
yeah,
not even a regular season. The Saints quarterback competition is going to continue this week. Jake Haener, Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler. I think my money's on Shuck based off of the reps that have been giving out to this point.
I would lean Rattler, but I don't feel strongly enough to actually disagree.
We'll see all three this year.
I just naturally kind of they'll probably give it to the incumbent guy over the rookie, especially if he's not a top pick.
I think it'll go in this order. Shuck, Haener.
Wow.
And then Rattler at the very end of the year because both will probably get hurt. The Saints situation is just a mess.
Yeah.
Chris Maloney, remember him from Law & Order? He's the Law & Order SVU guy. He's the guy that's intimidating.
You sick freak.
Yeah.
Or whatever he says that to people.
He does. And guess what? Speaking of sick freaks, he was at Browns football practice yesterday on the sidelines.
Just muttering that to himself.
Yep. Everyone was making Deshaun Watson jokes. By the way, the Browns also signed former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond.
Alabama receiver.
My bad. Alabama. Texas,
no,
Alabama. Same thing. Premier powers in the SEC.
He started at Alabama, ended at Texas.
Oh, my bad. Okay. I thought I was right. You were gaslighting me a little bit there, Sean. I would have believed you.
You're right. And
Texas wide
zone.
receiver.
Spin zone. He's
also an Alabama guy. Okay. Well, they signed him to a 3-year fully guaranteed deal. Got to say, pretty favorable for the Browns.
Yeah.
Especially compared to the Deshaun Watson contract. A no bill has been filed for Isaiah Bond and some of the allegations that were against him, which means that the DA, judge, and clerk know a prosecutor is not going to seek formal charges against him. I wonder if there will be a civil suit or if there will be league discipline, but the Browns are trying to talk their way around this one. At the very least, they are experienced enough to be able to do that, especially with that Baghdad Bob a-hole that they have as their PR guy. You think I've forgotten the time I wasn't allowed to ask Deshaun Watson if he was ever going to tell us the side of the story that he promised that he was always going to tell us, Texans-Browns a couple of years ago? I went to that game literally to ask that question, and that a-hole wouldn't call on me, looked at my credentials, saw who I was, and took like 5 questions from Mary Kay Cabot. soft. The Browns deserve everything bad that happens to them entirely based off of that Baghdad Bob. Forget about like the, moral sidestepping when it comes to Deshaun Watson, Isaiah Bond, and some of the other people.
Quinton
Miles Garrett,
Judkins.
menace to society, almost running everybody over, tried to kill a Steeler in the middle of the game. Whatever. Classic Aggie. Forget all that.
Fair and balanced.
That Baghdad Bob guy, like, that's why I hate the Browns. My priorities are in the right places.
Yeah, you wish Detective Stabler would have arrested him at practice.
Exactly. Is that what his character's name is, Chris Maloney?
Yeah.
Okay. I never really watched Law and Order that much. I like the beginning of Law and Order, the part up to they discover the body, and then I usually check out because it's funny.
Yeah, the
especially the Stephen A. Smith one.
The order part isn't as as interesting. I just like it when they, oh my god,
right?
What sick freak did that, and then it actually starts.
Maloney,
although
dial it back. You're getting too crazy. I gotta take your gun and your badge, Maloney.
That happens to him. He is an aggressive cop.
Very aggressive. But I get it. Like, if you're working in that field, you might become that. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. The Astros might stink right now, but I got something that's going to make you very excited about the Houston Texans coming into this season. Yeah, it's a deep steel blue pill for you. I got a deep steel blue pill in my pocket for you. Why don't you reach in my front pocket and see what I do? Give a little squeeze, say, how do you do? It's a South Park reference. Grow up. Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. We're going to be at El Tiempo Friday on Washington as we continue to give you a shot to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bike Companies. Make sure you're out there stopping by the registration table. Also getting closer and closer to the listener party. September 5th, nearly 2 weeks away. So make sure you're following ESPN Houston and ESPN 97.5/92.5 on all the socials for a chance to win, or that you have the brand new ESPN Houston app. Those are your best chances to get to the party, which you need tickets to attend. The Astros are down 7-2 to the Detroit Tigers in the top of the 6th inning, looking to avoid a sweep. Framber Valdez stunk in this game. 6 runs allowed in the first inning. So, at the very least, with the Astros, at least right now, circling the drain a bit, we've got Houston Texans football to look forward to, right? Preseason game number 3, the final one, coming up on Saturday. Regular season, 15 days away. Let's get excited. Here's a deep steel blue pill for you. Texas Swarm! I'm so excited about the Texans' new offensive coordinator. And look, we don't know what it's going to look like in the regular season quite yet. We do know that offensive coordinator Nick Caley, who replaced Bobby Slowick, will be calling plays from the sideline this year, not up in the press box. What I like about Caley, who is from, if you want to reach a little bit, both the Sean McVay tree and the Patriots way, it's that while he certainly, you would think, is one of those new age, fancy lad offensive gurus, he's got a little meathead to him. Here he is at a press conference earlier this week talking about what he's looking for from his offense.
Look, I don't believe in being anything other than the most physical team we can possibly be. I think it allows you to control the line of scrimmage. It carves out, actually takes a 2 or 3 yard gain in the run game to a 4 or 5 or 6 yard gain. It wears on people in the fourth quarter, and it's a matter of mental and physical conditioning for us just to continue to push through that. But, yeah, I believe in a physical football team, and I think our guys have answered the bell, and they're working to be the most physical version of themselves every single day.
Swarm! Nick Chubb running down your face. Curb stomping you on the way to the end zone or for a gain of 3. Doesn't matter. Every single push forward by this running game is going to be violent. It's going to hurt.
Yeah.
With Nick Caley running the show. Damian Pierce, watch out. That's RB3.
He's physical. Even RB3 is physical.
Watch out. They might even have a fullback this year. Jacob Johnson. Watch out. One of the guys that I'm most intrigued by, based off of what's been going on in training camp, is Texans rookie Ariante Ursary, a tackle they selected out of Minnesota. Big dude. There is an article in the Houston Chronicle written by John Alexander. And Jonathan teases this article on his social media at John M. Alexander, saying, in 2024, the Texans O-line developed a reputation among its fans as a bunch of pretty boys. Yeah, Laramie Tunsil was quite fashionable. They thought Titus Howard was a bit of the same. There was this aloofness, this nonchalance about the Texans' offensive line struggles that certainly added to it. But per John Alexander, rookie left tackle Tay Ursery has the attitude on the field that is the opposite of a pretty boy. He wants to go through you. Swarm! Here's what John writes in the Chronicle. There's no laugh or grin. He's straight-faced because he meant every word, even if it was only said in a figurative sense. I wanted to let people know what type of player he was getting, how my mind works, how I went about my business, my playing style, and why I play like that. I wanted them to know that somebody has got his back out there. Ursery describes his playing style as physical and aggressive. He's adamant. He's not a lineman who plays with finesse. I want to run through you each and every play. Love hearing that from Ursery. Also love hearing when he was asked earlier this week about stepping in for a now healthy Cam Robinson, who signed a pretty lucrative one-year deal this offseason. I haven't done anything yet. Big question as training camp wraps up and the preseason wraps up. What happens at left tackle for the Texans who are trying to put one together? Because Robinson is healthy, but yesterday, Ursery was still working with the first-team unit as starting left tackle as a rookie, while Cam Robinson was with the twos. I think that is noteworthy. And I hope that it's Ursery to start the year over Robinson. If you have a guy that you think has some serious upside at left tackle, and you've finally found an offensive lineman that you can plug and play immediately instead of this weird mamby-pamminess that it feels like all Texans offensive linemen who have been drafted, other than Titus Howard, have dealt with, where like, I don't know if he's ready. We're going to try him at another position. I don't know, Jim. If you're as confident to put Ursery at left tackle right away and still confident enough to have him ahead of Cam Robinson at left tackle, I think you keep him there. And you see how much he can develop over the course of the year. Because guess what? Sitting behind the scenes and watching Cam Robinson and being the backup tackle waiting for someone to get hurt, that's not going to get him any better. You made a serious investment in this guy. Maybe not a first-round pick, but I want to see Ursery play week one, because if he's playing week one on, a lot of room for growth. And I think that you have a higher upside with Ursery than you do with Robinson, who the Jaguars were totally cool moving on from, as were the Minnesota Vikings after they traded for him last year.
Yeah. And even if you want to start Robinson at left tackle and Ursery at right, like, to me, people are a little too flippant about, like, yeah, just move him to the right side. You know, left tackle to right tackle to left tackle. Yeah, it even happens with the guards. That's talk to any offensive lineman. That is a tough transition to make, just because you have to flip everything. You have to flip everything in your mind. You're playing right-handed versus playing left-handed, is how some tackles have described, like, moving from one side to the other. I think if he's good enough at left tackle, just stick him there. Don't have him flip-flop back and forth, because like you said, it's just so much higher of an upside on Ursery than Cam Robinson, any of these guys, honestly, on the line. And does that mean your right tackle then is Titus Howard back at right tackle, and then you're just figuring out the two guard spots in the center? Okay, I can see how there's something there. Like, you're molding something there, as opposed to asking Titus Howard to play out of position so you can put Robinson at left tackle, Ursery also kind of playing out of position at right tackle, and then Howard at guard. I think it's just cleaner to have everyone play the position they're used to playing.
Right. Now, we've seen Titus Howard at right guard a bunch, but this year it does seem like, yeah, right, it's going to be right tackle going forward. And we will see what happens at right guard. Juice Scruggs, it seems like, has made a little bit of progress of late in training camp, to the point where it might be up in the air. Who's at right guard to open the season between he and Ed Ingram? Lagan Tomlinson at left guard is the guy right now, definitively, as is Jake Andrews, who's clearly a Nick Caley guy from their time together in New England. And reading some of the quotes that Nick Caley had to say about Jake Andrews, talking about how much film Andrews studies. Andrews probably knew that if he studies the film around Caley's going to give him the leg up coming into a situation where it's between him, Jared Patterson. You know, Caley's probably going to go with the guy he's familiar with, even if Patterson's better.
Yeah. Popovich also was a Patriots guy.
Cole Popovich as well. That's right. Yeah, and Popovich probably told him, like, hey, listen, I think Andrews is better than poor Jared Patterson.
Yeah, that's why he's here.
Anyway, we will see what happens with the offensive line, but I would like to see Ursary at left tackle. As far as that article that John Alexander wrote, just one last little piece of advice. Ursary, if you want people to believe that the Texans have put the pretty boy offensive line persona in the past, you need to delete a post you made on your Instagram on February 19th. You have to delete that picture because it looks mildly zesty. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No. I'm wearing the shortest short shorts right now. I look great, but I certainly look like a Metro little dandy boy. If you want to get away from that, delete that post.
The beanie's tough.
It looks like a condom. I'm just going to say it. Like it looks like the goofy kid in Fat Albert who has that looking thing on the top of his head. A little too mushroomy, bro. Ursary wore a T-shirt at his draft that says "Beware of Dog" with like a Great Dane holding a duck in its mouth. I want him to wear stuff like that instead of the, zesty Hawaiian shirt stuff. There were a lot of Texans fans this offseason that were like, can we just draft some like white guy with a mullet?
Tate Ratledge. Yeah.
Right. Ursary seems to have the physical mentality that everyone's looking for. I would just ignore the pictures if you are a Texans fan and stop assuming that he will be Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard when Titus Howard was at his worst. Based off of a picture, I'd encourage you to watch what he does, but I'd also encourage Arianti Ursary, delete that for the bad times.
If at any
point, because they will happen, you're a rookie.
If at any point Paul Gallant is like, hey, that's a shirt I could wear, you're wearing the wrong shirt as an offensive lineman.
As an offensive lineman, for sure. As an offensive lineman, for sure. Yeah, and some would argue as a straight man. It might be the wrong shirt.
If Paul's jealous about your Hawaiian shirts.
I was jealous of Laramie's Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah, bad sign.
That is Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. The Astros broke their scoreless streak, but, oh boy, Framber Valdez, good googly boogly, bro. You want to vent about him or about just the current state of the Astros, who seem to be in a world of trouble, even though they still have a 1.5 game lead in the AL West? You can. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put. This might be the day that we all collectively felt pretty good about saying goodbye to Astros starting pitcher Framber Valdez. What a brutal month of August it has been for him. He lasted 5 innings today, somehow, some way. But in the first inning, 3 walks, 2 wild pitches, 6 runs allowed. The Astros looking to bounce back from a brutal, demoralizing 1-0 loss where Hunter Brown gives them a pretty good outing to stay level with Tarek Skubal, but the bullpen isn't able to hold things closed for the remainder of the game. Caleb Ort, after an intentional walk to start the inning, since you had the ghost runner on second base, actually walks home the game-winning run and had 3 walks in the inning. You needed something. Because it feels like the baseball gods are cursing you right now. It feels like, and I know this movie isn't out yet, can't wait for next summer for this, but you feel like Odysseus right now. You're on the Odyssey. You're like, God, when is this going to get back to normal? I'm dealing with BS after BS after BS. Am I going to come home to my family and there's going to be a bunch of dudes at my house looking to shaboink my wife? And my son has become a little, like, steward errand boy for all these dudes who are just hanging out at my wife's house just waiting for her to give up? Like, is that what I'm coming back to? You needed something today. And for Framber Valdez to open up today's game, allowing the following, I'm just going to run through the play-by-play in the bottom of the first. Walk, single scores a run. Ground rule double scores a run. Wild pitch scores a run. Another wild pitch scores another run. Triple. 5-0 before the Astros even gotten out. Single for another run. The inning ends with a double play. Woof. I mean, absolutely brutal. Framber gave up another run in the bottom of the third, making it 7-0. First batter he faced in the fourth, he hit a batter. I suppose we didn't see the kind of meltdown that we've seen from Framber Valdez in the past, where he starts throwing at people and it seems like it's out of anger. Remember when we saw that over the course of 2 or 3 weeks? He had a good start in between these 2 games, but I forget if it was the Rangers first and then the Mariners, or the Mariners first and then the Rangers. But he had a couple of incidents where he was just like, dude, what's going on? And now to just wrap up a month that, honestly, I don't want to see him the rest of the month. I know there's still, 11 plus days left. But Framber's ERA this month was already over 5.5. Already. Just for the month.
Before taking into account this game.
Yes. So I don't know when they're going to add the statistics from for Major League Baseball. Because generally, I always go to ESPN for my stats. Maybe I should start going to MLB.com. Generally, they do not update the stats.
Yeah, it's like overnight.
Until overnight, which is like, what the hell, guys? This is the sport where the stat people care about stats.
Let's
right.
do it a little faster.
But, I mean, his ERA is probably close to 8 for the month of August.
Yeah.
After today's performance, which has been the worst of the month, a month where he's had some disaster innings and just some very shaky starts, which have been followed up by semi-passive aggressive comments about coaching and sometimes everything around him.
Yeah, there's one about the shift that he didn't like. Why was the center fielder, why is the right fielder playing center field? Do we have a center fielder for that? And then the one after the Orioles game where he was like, he eventually took accountability, but as he was doing so, he kind of threw other people under the bus. So like,
right,
listen,
exactly.
I can't control a lot of things. I can't control, the defense. I can't control the offense, but I can control, backing up the catcher. And I didn't back up the catcher. That's on me. Like, it is something where I don't know about like checked out, but he definitely does have a little bit, it feels like, of, like I senioritis of like I'm kind of riding this thing out with the Astros right now.
Maybe a good comparison is much like I'm telling Astros fans to do right now, like Paul Rudd's character in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. When life gives you lemons, toodles.
Okay, here's the deal. When life gives you lemons, just say the lemons and bail.
It's a good mindset. I know when life gives you lemons, you're supposed to make lemonade, but I like this idea.
I mean, Paul Rudd's character in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, where this clip comes from, I don't know. Seems like there's worse lives than being a surf instructor at a resort in Hawaii. A very nice resort in Hawaii.
It's very nice.
I've stayed at the resort where they filmed at.
Oh, look at you, fancy pants.
Yeah.
I've never even been to Hawaii.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Seems like it would be. Anyway, I don't know what's going on with Major League Baseball's website, but I've been trying to load the website for Framber Valdez's stats.
You know what? It's
service unavailable.
It's because AOL is stopping with dial-up, and
that's
so
true.
MLB's
good
having
point.
some
I
issues.
forgot. Dial-up is over, and
Yeah,
Major League Baseball's website has probably not updated to DSL yet, which is also 30-year-old technology. But hey, who's keeping tabs on that? It is wild. How is the sport that cares about statistics the most the one that takes the longest to update the statistics? What are you doing? This is why artificial intelligence is going to take all of our jobs because of Major League Baseball.
Hey, Grok, add in this start to Framber's ERA.
Woof. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. And this might be the day where we all said, yeah, I'm done with Framber Valdez.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
There are some good times, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. When he eventually signs with whatever team he signs with, like, we will.
Yeah.
We'll have a show talking about Framber.
I mean, the top 3 free agents projected for this offseason are ex-Houston Astros. Kyle Tucker 1, Framber Valdez 2, Alex Bregman 3. And maybe you should have traded one of them, Framber, when you had the chance. Some people are going to have that take. I don't know what the right answer is. All I know is now as things are starting to fall apart and Framber has been brutal since the trade deadline, where some maybe think, well, he thought he was going to get traded at the trade deadline. They didn't trade him. And they said afterwards, no, we were never thinking of trading Framber. Maybe Framber thought he was going to go somewhere that actually had a more serious chance of winning because he's been looking at these bats. He's like, yo, these guys suck. And honestly, justified if that's his if that is his take on the matter right now, he's correct.
Yeah.
But he also has been struggling this month, and today's performance was the worst in what's been a brutal one.
You get a time machine, Framber Valdez for Dylan Cease? One
Yes.
for one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Right now, yes. That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I am Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Maybe Framber Valdez can find something to make him feel a little bit better going forward at Walmart.com. Walmart's got 500 million items on their website, some of them that you can't find in stores. Find that huge selection online. They deliver things too. They even deliver groceries, and guess what? You don't have to pay any extra for that. Some stores, they do charge you for delivery. Not at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And since it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Yeah, man. And we're not just talking groceries. We're talking all eligible items, home goods, prescriptions, and more. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Now you do. Walmart.com.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Astros trail the Tigers and are seemingly about to be swept by the Tigers, down 7-2, top of the 8th inning with 1 out. They did break their scoreless streak at 31 and 2/3 innings after scoring 2 runs in the 4th inning, courtesy of a Mauricio Dubon home run. But fat load of good that does when Framber Valdez gives up 6 runs in the 1st inning. Let's read some of your comments before we move on. On Framber from the 346, he should have been traded ever since he went rogue last year. Forgot about that. Did have that little moment, right, where he was like not paying attention to Yainer Diaz. But then eventually he was. I think that was just a spring training thing.
I thought it was like the first start of the season, or something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's so this is what's reminding me, and how I know we're gonna spend all 3 hours of whatever random January day that he gets signed, talking about Framber Valdez, because there's so much Framber like lore and like so many Framber stories over the last like 5 years. It's ridiculous.
Superstitious guy, had to wear a specific jersey.
Clipping in dreads and then clipping out dreads.
Multiple meltdowns a season.
Throwing a no-hitter the day they traded for Justin Verlander.
Right. Honestly, remarkable consistency. But from time to time, things got very soap opera-y. And with him in the last year of his contract, and with history telling us the Astros aren't going to re-sign him, you could see how Astros fans right now, after a day like today and a month of August like he's had, where he's been bad, are done with him. And you could also see, for his part, a guy looking for that big contract to set himself up for the rest of his life, and with very limited run support recently, specifically during a 12-strikeout game at the end of July, you could see how Framber's maybe a little bit checked out himself. And then today's just the perfect storm where everyone's pissed at Framber. And I imagine Framber is going to take notice of what's being said now that he has joined the app formerly known as Twitter that is now called X. And I don't know that these tidbits of advice that he offers online are things that he actually believes. I'm going to read a couple of them, okay? Because Framber posts motivational quotes now on X. Something else. Framber Valdez wrote this July 30th. Every day is a new opportunity to improve and get closer to your dreams. Don't give up. The Tigers were probably thinking that, where they were like, hey, we could maybe have the Astros scoreless for 40 innings. From Framber Valdez on July 31st. Just one small positive thought in the morning can change your whole day. God bless you. Maybe the Astros bat should have thought of that. From Framber Valdez, August 1st. Las cosas buenas llegan a quienes esperan, pero las cosas mejores llegan a quienes salen y las buscan. Which, of course, as we all know, in English means good things come to those who wait, but the best thing comes to those who go out and seek them. Speaking of waiting, we waited a long time for an Astros run. And we finally got it today. Framber also wrote this. Todo va a estar bien, estamos activo. No existe nadie más victorioso que aquel que se deja de ver a sí mismo y a sus habilidades para comenzar a ver a Dios y su pole. Which, of course, means everything is going to be okay. And one last post by Framber. This was on the 11th. Life becomes beautiful when you decide to see it that way. Put love into what you do. Just make it your priority. Believe blindly in your potential. Appreciate everything, even when you don't understand yet. Life changes for the better when you do. Social media, Framber, seems to have Zen seems to be at peace. Framber Valdez in August, with a limited production from the Astros offense, needs a therapist.
Yeah, it's easy to do it on the website formerly known as Twitter.com.
Yeah.
It's harder when it's like, damn it, again? No run support?
Day one Donna comments, F. Framber. Damn. Donna from the top rope. That's the meanest thing I've ever seen Donna say.
Listen. We've been through this before of guys productive Astros leaving in free agency. Framber has not been pitching well as of late. It was terrible today. I'm not ready to quite throw F him.
No, I'm not either.
Framber's way.
There's been some good moments with Framber. I'm a little annoyed about what's going on, but he's not the biggest problem for the Astros. The Astros offense stinks. They are one of the best hitting teams by batting average in the league, and they are towards the bottom of the league when it comes to runs scored. I think they're 6th in batting average and 21st in runs scored per our caller earlier today. I think it was Andy. So that's where I'm at. Like, I'm not so mad. Rocky on YouTube says the Astros aren't making the playoffs. They're awful. But they have a game and a half lead in the American League West. I think you guys are underestimating how little anyone wants to win the American League West. Now, the Mariners' schedule will get a little bit easier soon, but the Mariners are playing a tough schedule right now. They've lost all of their games after that incredible stretch that they had. And this is why it's a shame that the Astros have not been able to take advantage. Because I said, hey, by the end of the month, they should be up 5 games just based off of their schedule compared to the Mariners' schedule.
It's tough. It's going to be tough now.
They have blown it. I mean,
even if against the Orioles, the 4-game series, they just snap back into being like Astros level good. It's just going to be hard to build back that lead. And also, while you didn't lose any games, you are missing out on an opportunity to stack up some wins.
Yeah, for sure. And you haven't.
No, not one. Actually, no, one. You did one. The one game
Golden
he scored runs.
You won 2 or 3 against Boston despite getting outscored by a lot in that series. But you lost 2 or 3 to Baltimore, and you're getting swept by the Tigers. Lone Ranger 614. I'm with Donna over Framber. See ya. Yeah, I think everyone's out. I think today is the day that everyone has collectively moved on.
You have like a month and a half left to watch.
And potentially a playoff start, which he also has not been particularly good in over the last 2 seasons, whether last year against Detroit or the year before that against the Rangers. Ugh, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Washed Watch Wednesday. Framber Valdez. Washed? What else is washed in the world of sports and this little game that we like to call life? Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Sky is certainly falling for Astros fans. The Astros are about to be swept by the Detroit Tigers. They did break their scoreless streak at 31 2/3 innings, but Framber Valdez ruined that by giving up 6 runs in the first. Slightly better first inning from Framber Valdez. Might be a tie game right now.
Slightly better?
Slightly better. Maybe just one wild pitch. Maybe just one walk instead of 3.
Yeah. Hey, listen, 2 runs. I know in this game doesn't seem like much. 2 runs last night, you would have won. You know? If Dubon would have scored, would have hit that home run a day early, we would be singing, only a little bit different of a tune.
Framber's first inning. Walk, single scores a run. Ground rule double scores a run. Wild pitch scores a run. Walk, wild pitch scores another run. Triple scores another run. 5-0. All before the first out.
So instead of all that happening, he just got...
Just take some of those away.
He just got the first out and on, where he still gave up a run. They would be winning right now.
Theoretically.
Actually, they would be tied 2-2. But still, close to winning.
In all that time, it took Framber Valdez to get his first out. Astros fans officially became out on Framber Valdez.
Yeah, as the cart came out for Taylor Trammell, people were like, you know what? F this guy.
I forgot Taylor Trammell died or something. I hope he's okay.
It looked like I just hit the wall too hard injury. I don't know if anything, I couldn't tell what else could have been hurt other than I just ran into a wall. Which hurts, to be fair.
It's a washed watch Wednesday. Is Framber Valdez washed? Let's hit it. Yes or no? You can answer that 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who else is washed in the world of sports? This could be bad news for the Texas Fighting Longhorns, #1 team in the land. I've talked about this before. People don't tell you about one of the oldest institutions in American sports. I'm not talking about the Illuminati. I'm talking about the Manning Mafia. The same group that foisted Adam Gase on multiple NFL teams as a head coach. The same group that seemed to endorse Daniel Jones as a viable quarterback prospect. The same group that may or may not have sent private investigators to the home of a reporter who found that maybe the Manning household was receiving illegal shipments. It seems like they were flexing a little bit more when Archie Manning, the OG Manning, the godfather of the Manning Mafia, said of his grandson, Arch, that he expects Arch to return to Texas at the end of this coming season. Arch does not agree.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
Young Arch, it'd be a real shame if I had to make you an offer you can't refuse. I don't want you playing for the New Orleans Saints like I did next year. I don't want it. So here's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to go back to school again. You're going to have to get a degree. I didn't want this for you. I don't want you to go through what I went through with the Saints, where I almost died every single Sunday when they were called the Eights. I'm going to need you to go back to school, son, so that you can be much like Michael Corleone was supposed to be before he was forced to, step in and defend his family after the attempted murder of his father.
Did I just make a perfect Godfather and Manning family comparison? I did.
Okay. Who's the Sonny in this? Cooper? Okay.
Cooper. Yeah. No, I think no. Cooper's not his fault.
I think we all know who the Fredo is.
Actually, no. I think Cooper's the Fredo.
Cooper's the Fredo.
Cooper's the Fredo.
I guess he doesn't have 2 Super Bowl wins.
Exactly.
So.
Like Eli's the unassuming Michael Corleone. I think Sonny's Peyton. With all the pouting and temper tantrums that he used to throw when the Patriots were kicking his ass in the early 2000s. No, Peyton's Sonny.
Okay.
Peyton's the guy. It was supposed to be him, but Eli has as many Super Bowls.
Okay.
Anyway. Again,
also,
perfect. Sean, your thoughts. Arch Manning is leaving after this year. Locker room, do you think they're checking out on Arch already?
If he's good enough to go first overall, I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. But I do appreciate him telling his grandfather, here's another movie reference, I don't want your life.
Varsity Blues, love it. Love it. Washed, watch, Wednesday. Pregnant women, washed? China is working on designing a bot with an artificial womb that would receive nutrients through a hose in its abdomen. What do you have to do? Like dump it in like cat food every day?
Put a funnel at the top.
The pregnancy robot will cost about $14,000, which is less than a human surrogate, which costs $100,000 to $200,000. Good God, that's how much it costs. The artificial womb technology is already in a mature stage. Questions are unanswered about how an egg and sperm will be fertilized, but leave it to China.
I think you need to answer that question before we get the ball rolling.
Yeah,
on
I
this
agree
other
with
stuff.
that. I agree that. I agree with that.
Finally, China able to produce people.
Yeah, I guess.
Finally, they'll get the population up.
Well, I hope. Listen, it's pretty messed up what they do if you are not a man and born in that country. So hopefully, with the robo babies, they make an exception because that would be
it's
just
a robo womb, but it's a
robo
real
womb.
baby, right?
The baby would be half. I mean, technically, the baby would be human.
They're basically doing the Matrix.
It really is.
They're basically doing what they did in the Matrix.
Oh. Anyway,
washed. What was washed?
Pregnant women. Washed.
Chinese pregnant women.
Chinese pregnant women. It's over.
I think their best years are behind them.
Judges, are they washed? Washed. Watch Wednesday. I mean, first off, regardless of politics, does anyone like Lena Hidalgo other than her immediate family in Houston? Does anyone like her? It feels like all we see her now for are bad headlines where she's throwing a temper tantrum in court, using kids to prove a point, or she's on a mental health leave for half a year. So that's her. But how about this judge? This is an Atlanta judge who was delivering the verdict for a man accused of murder.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as to all 6 counts of the bill of indictment. Sheriff, will you please hand this to State's counsel and pass it over to...
What?
Didn't I say not?
No.
Sorry.
Oh!
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty on all 6 counts. I apologize for my mispronunciation.
Jeez. You can't laugh about that, dude. He laughed about that. You can't laugh about that. Imagine your life is on the line. You're innocent, or at least you're not guilty, and the guy accidentally says guilty. I mean, that would be a crushing 10 seconds, even if it was merely 10 seconds.
Whoops, my bad.
That's not great.
Also, flag on the play for him saying, I apologize for my mispronunciation. No, you just got the most important word of the word. You just said the wrong word.
It's not like it was guilty or unguilty. It's guilty versus not guilty. It's two words.
You just didn't say a word.
You know, everyone talks about replacing umpires with artificial intelligence or robots. How about we replace the judges with artificial intelligence?
At the very least, to read the verdict.
Yes, good God, bro. You have one job. Unbelievable.
Like it's like they don't even do that on Maury's show because Maury is like, all right, that's too much. That's too much mental hardship to put someone through for 10 seconds.
We have an update on the Astros game.
Oh no.
Okay.
There's no way this is good.
So Charlie Morton, no, it actually is. So Charlie Morton, who was pitching for the Tigers against the Astros, he didn't go full Darth Vader and turn on the Tigers and help the Astros get back in the game. But guess who could?
Oh, Rafael Montero?
Rafael Montero is now pitching for the Detroit Tigers.
All right.
The Astros paid Rafael Montero a lot of money. And honestly, he hasn't played for them in like half a year.
They're still paying him a lot of money.
Yeah, they're still paying him.
On.
Honestly, Rafael Montero should help out
One
the
meatball.
Astros.
I'm not saying you need to blow the game. Just give us one. Give a meatball to an Astros hitter so break out of a slump.
I think he should blow the game. I mean, Jeff Bagwell gave you all that money, bro. Really?
That's how you repay us?
Jim Crane gave you all that money too. Life-changing money that you did not deserve. Come on, scratch our back. Scratch our back.
A little scratch.
You know?
Just what? All we're asking for is 6 runs. 5 runs. Well, 6. I want to take the lead.
That's all. Anyway.
Are you okay?
I don't know. We're going to go to a commercial break.
Eyesight washed?
My eyesight might be washed. I don't know what's going on right now. I will be right back. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. It's over. The Detroit Tigers took down the Houston Astros 7-2. Woof. Brutal loss. Detroit gets the sweep. But I do have good news, everybody. I do have good news. Because sometimes the night is darkest just before the dawn. In fact, that's generally all nights leading into dawn. Sean, can I get a God wills it? Because the Lord is smiling down upon our beloved Houston Astros.
You know, believe it or not, after the last couple of days, I don't have that pulled up immediately. 1 second.
That's true. We haven't played it in a couple of days. That's fair. That's totally fair. Some have thought that perhaps the man upstairs or woman upstairs, or Alanis Morissette, if you watch the movie Dogma, that perhaps he's stopped watching our beloved baseball team that got away with that cheating scandal that one time. God wills it. Well, they're getting away with another loss. Thank you very much, God.
God wills it! God wills it! God wills it!
Bottom of the eighth in Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Phillies lead the Seattle Mariners 8-2. 1 out for Philadelphia.
Nice.
I wish the Astros were in the National League. I guess that's really the only spin zone I can think of is if they were in the National League.
Hey,
they
in a couple years, maybe Rob Manfred takes care of
yeah,
that for us.
Move us back, okay, Rob? Bring the Rangers with us. Tony's got a thought on the Astros at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. Tony, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Paul? Love the show, man. Hey, I want to talk some Astros pitching. What do you think about Chas McCormick for Cy Young Award? And should we retire his number or at least build a statue in the bullpen for him?
No, stop.
No?
Stop. Come on, Tony. I mean, we're having fun today as best we can.
Yeah.
No.
You have to laugh to keep from crying.
I'm still mad that they were so happy on the Astros broadcast about Chas McCormick coming in for a second straight game and not looking like a complete fool in relief. But, I mean, he was essentially a rodeo clown out there. I was like, all right, well, let's see how long he lasts before he inevitably has a ball that he throws knocked into outer space. And look, he did okay, but no.
Got more outs than Fromm.
Yeah.
Before giving up a ball hit to outer space.
Ugh.
Does Chas McCormick have a better ERA for the month of August than Framber Valdez?
I'm going to guess yes.
His is 6, unless he pitched again today.
Well, Framber's was 5.5 plus going
Before
into
giving
today.
up $1 million.
And then he gave up 6 runs in the first. Now, he did allow just 7 over 5 today. So that brings it down a little bit.
Still going up.
It's definitely going
Still
up.
going
though.
up.
Yeah. I'm assuming if you do the math, his ERA would have been more than 9. You give up 7 runs in 5 innings.
Checks out.
So that's probably, 13, 12 or so? Ugh. Yeah. I think everyone's out on Framber collectively. Update on my eye. It's okay. I thought for a moment there's like this inner eye sensation that I'm feeling right now. And I thought I might have burst a blood vessel in my eye because I was just blinking. It's like, why does this hurt? Went to the bathroom, rinsed it out. So hopefully don't have pink eye, and maybe I need an eye drop or something like that. I've never put an eye drop in. I am lucky that I've never needed glasses or eye contacts over the course of my life.
Wow. You never put in an eye drop?
No, I've never put in an eye drop. No. I'm told you're supposed to do that if you partake in certain things. Puff the magic dragon lived by the sea. I don't know the rest of the words to that song. In a place called Galilee. That's where Jesus was born, actually. God wills it. Hey, yeah. The Mariners lost / are losing. So the Astros still have a 1.5 game lead going into tomorrow's off day. And I mean, take the good where you can. No matter how hard the Astros are trying to blow this division lead, the Mariners don't want none of it. Heavy lies the crown, you know? The Rangers have also not made up any ground because they are 2-8 in their last 10 games. Both the Astros and Mariners have lost 4 in a row, and when the Mariners lose today, it's going to be 5.
You know what? Keep us in this division. You know what, Rob Manfred? I want to stay in this division, actually.
It's nice to have the Angels and Athletics and the Rangers around, and the Mariners should be better than they are, you know? But anyway, time for a little garbage time before we leave. If you've bought shrimp in Texas lately, watch out. Per KHOU, the FDA warns some of that shrimp could be radioactive. Whoa.
Nice. I mean, not nice if you eat it, but sounds
Maybe
cool.
it'll give you powers. You become Shrimp Man.
Yeah, radioactive shrimp. It's a fun thing to say.
How does it get radioactive?
You know what? I have no idea.
Anyway.
Nuclear waste of some sort?
Mm-hmm. Definitely don't get this shrimp from the place that I endorse. That's all I will say. Because that's what the warning is specifically for.
It's not actually a great value, as it turns out.
Well, that's actually wrong. It's the best value. Anyway.
Yeah, because you become a superhero. You become a mutant if you eat this stuff.
Or mutant, yeah. It's been recalled in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Texas, and West Virginia because it's testing positive for CS-137.
Not good.
Radioactive shrimp. It's a song by Imagine Dragons. What if that's the side effect of the radiation?
You become Imagine Dragons?
Well, that would be awesome. You'd make a lot of money despite being terrible. But it would be worse if you, as a result of this radiation, had Radioactive by Imagine Dragons stuck in your head. I mean, that's the kind of thing
that's like a Black Mirror episode.
Or it's like a CIA black site. Like, that's the kind of punishment I hope Al-Qaeda's getting that still. Like, just nonstop Imagine Dragons. Lightning and the thunder. Bowling Green has a locker room cat. His name is Pudge. It's one of those flat-faced cats. I will say, as a cat dad, I do love cats. I'm not a big fan of the flat-faced cats. But it's pretty cool.
All cats are beautiful, except that one.
Yeah.
Except the one that Bowling Green's got.
Yeah, it's kind of an ugly cat.
Now, they did name it Pudge, which
is a
if
great
you're going
name.
to have an ugly cat,
And he seems to be a sweet little boy. So my dad and my dad's girlfriend, they have a bunch of the flat-faced cats. Two of them are very nice. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about the face, and like, it's like with pugs and bulldogs and chihuahuas. I'm just like, ew. I don't know. Sorry if you have one of those animals.
No offense.
No offense.
His own father has those animals.
Yeah, my own dad has them. And listen, it's not like I'm gonna punt one off a bridge like it's Baxter and Anchorman. I'm just saying, I don't like them when they're ugly. There's a big celebrity boxing match coming up. Hear about this? Read about this? Big-time boxing match between a couple of rappers. Rapper Fivio Foreign called out Plaque Boy Max and is asking streamer Adden Ross to set it up. It's really funny, some of the rapper names that are coming out. Like, they're really running low on them.
Yeah.
Fivio Foreign, Plaque Boy Max, all one word, but with caps separating Plaque Boy and Max. Does Plaque Boy Max not brush his teeth or something?
It does. It definitely feels like we've reached a generation of people that become rappers that are just using their old Xbox gamer tags.
That's a great point.
as their persona.
My rap name is going to be Lil Plaque Boy Max, because that's the other thing that's happening. All the names have been taken, and now everyone's just saying, like, I'm Lil Baby or Little Da Baby.
Baby Plaque Boy Max?
Yeah. Lil Baby Plaque Boy Max. An actress blew up a plane heading to Indianapolis. No, not like a terrorist. A Newark to Indianapolis United Airlines flight ended in chaos after explosive and biohazard level mud butt destroyed the plane's bathroom. Writer and actor and strong, powerful, independent woman Megan Reinertson admitted she was the passenger responsible, telling TikToks in a video with 20 million viewers. Her trouble started before her connection because she had a hamburger that was perhaps undercooked. 30 minutes into the flight, she was drenched in sweat, doubled over in pain, rushed to the bathroom, and for the next 20 minutes had a lot. She said she had more than any human should ever have in their life, started puking. Flight attendants brought her bags, told her to brace for impact, and she got special clearance from the pilot to stay in the bathroom until the plane touched down in Indy. I mean, that's 2.5-hour flight. That's rough.
If you think that your burger is undercooked and you're about to get on a plane, I think you should just not eat it.
But it's not like she just ate it. She undercooked the hamburger the night before, so she didn't feel any of this for like 12 hours.
Okay. I thought it was something she ate at the airport. Okay, that's a little bit better. Still not great.
And you know what is great? The Killer Bees. They're up next. That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers. Big thanks to our ESPN Houston appers on the Apple and Android. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. No thanks to Framber Valdez. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Sir Ilan, bring me his head.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Age Behind the Glass. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brian couldn't handle Fromber's meltdown today, so he didn't show up to work. What's a surprise? Lots to get to today. Daniil Hunter, a surprise in the top 100. Talk about that later. College football season right around the corner. In fact, it starts this week, so we're going to talk about the best players in college football. But the Astros lose. The Astros lose again. There's good news, bad news here. Good news is the scoreless inning streak was snapped at 31. The problem is it was 7-0 whenever it was snapped because Framber Valdez had a first inning to forget. The losing just continues for the Houston Astros. It feels like a very bad baseball team right now.
It really does. I mean, I tweeted it out, but this is a first-place baseball team. You watch this team on a nightly and now daily basis, and you have to stop and ask yourself how that team is still in first place. Thankfully, the Mariners are doing it yet again and are almost as bad as the Astros. But overall, when you watch this team play, it is worthy of asking the question of how the hell are they still in first place? And that's why I think it's even more remarkable they've been able to do what they've done all season long by kind of cutting and pasting to stay where they are. But, man, it's starting to get dicey, and it's worrying me more and more every day that this team doesn't have enough to get to the finish line.
Yeah, I just think they're playing bad. Like, I think that their current roster is better than the roster they were running out there in July, like when you were playing Bryce Matthews every day, when Melton was playing every day, when Cam Smith was hitting leadoff. This current roster is better. Like, the talent is better. They're just playing very, very poorly. Bad baseball. And we'll talk about last night's game, too. Last night they had a shot. Last night they could have won. They were a call away from winning that game. But it goes to show you how hard winning is right now for the Astros, like pulling teeth for the Astros to get a victory. But Framber Valdez, who's been one of your better pitchers in the golden era, maybe the best pitcher in the golden era of Houston Astro baseball, was awful today. We had an awful first inning. He gave up 6 runs in the first inning. Like, when does that happen with Framber Valdez? And people are ready to riot about Framber Valdez. People are ready to throw him out of the city. And people are kind of forgetting what Framber Valdez has done for the Houston Astros. But you can't overcome a 6-bullet deficit after an inning.
But the crazy thing is that crazier things have happened. They even had a chance with second and third and nobody out to maybe tack on a few and get even closer and keep chipping away. They couldn't do that. Framber, not only did he let 6 runs score, they were the first 6 guys in the lineup. Like, everybody reached base, everybody scored, everybody to Oprah, everybody gets to score. I mean, it was tough to watch. And I think that, at a certain point, you see everybody melting down about Framber. But I think that at a certain point, Framber gets frustrated. He got squeezed on the first 2 hitters. He didn't get some calls that he clearly wanted. But I think that between him and his battery mate, there was a whole lot of mental checkout from time to time in that first inning, too, that was really frustrating and bothersome. But, yeah, there's people wanting Framber's head on a platter or saying, get him out of town.
I don't know if Yiner's is the mental checkout rather than he just is a terrible receiver. Like, I don't know. It's tough to understand. Like, he doesn't try to block pitches anymore. No, everything he does is picking. It's weird. Like, it's not normal catching.
But it looks like he doesn't give a whole lot. Like, it looks like he doesn't want to put that, like you said, to block pitches, to kind of hop back there a little bit.
I think they told him to stop doing it. Because he's bad at it. He's better with his hands. He's better at picking. That's why I think he'd be a good first baseman. Like, he's got pretty good hands. He's not a good blocker. I think that they told him to stop blocking. I really do. It's bizarre. It feels backwards.
Can't you do both? Can't you try and do that while still kind of sliding out of your crouch a little bit, so in case you get unlucky and don't pick it, that it doesn't get by you?
I mean, he's not trying to get in the way of baseballs, though. No, he's not trying to block.
That's what I'm saying.
He's a hockey goalie. Like, it could be. Like, it's weird. Like, he is the weirdest receiving catcher in all of baseball. I don't think he can catch Framber anymore. I really don't. Because Framber is very reliant of his breaking ball. And when Yainer Diaz isn't going to block pitches, who knows why, then you need somebody back there that can. Like, I don't think that Yainer can catch Framber Valdez anymore. I'm dead serious. Like, there's knuckleballers in the past where you, I think it was Veritek. Like, Veritek wouldn't catch Wakefield because he couldn't catch the knuckleball, so they use, like, Doug Mirabelli. I think it's to that point with Framber. Yainer cannot handle Framber Valdez's movement, and I think it ticks off Framber. There was an instance in the first inning whenever there was one pass ball wild pitch, however it was ruled, I don't know. Fromber just like goes right back to the mound and like ignores Yainer Diaz.
Yeah,
I think he's mad at his catcher.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out where the emotion was directed because I knew he was already ticked off at the home plate umpire, but I did notice the exact same thing. The minute it got by and they were ready to throw him a new baseball, he turned, walked away, wait till he got behind the rubber, and then got a new baseball. It was like, oh boy, it's unraveling quickly. I mean, even Blummer was saying, like, it feels like the wheels are falling off. Like, it feels like we're watching this thing crumble right in front of our eyes because every time you look, Fromber's on the mound tomorrow. We're good. No, you're not. No, you're not at all. Yainer's behind the dish. He's doing what he's doing. Finally, that we had to celebrate the fact that they finally got a run and then two to cross the plate. But this is embarrassing for any team, but it's extremely embarrassing for a first-place team.
Yeah. Yainer had 2 hits today. Like, he was the only semblance of offense, really, other than Dubon. And Yainer, I had that take last week. He doesn't hit good pitching. Yeah, I thought he had some pretty good plate appearances against Schoolboy yesterday. The single to right field could have scored the run in regulation. The call that went against the Astros, we'll talk about that later. But I'm to the point where Victor Caratini has to catch Framber Valdez games from here on out, because he gives you a better chance of blocking Fromber's curveball in the dirt. And I wonder if that's why Fromber's curveball hasn't been as effective, is because he's terrified of throwing it into the dirt because he knows Yainer Diaz isn't a great blocker, isn't a great receiver.
But here's the question then, Jeremy, because I think you have a valid concern. But then because of the lineup crunch and we're trying to figure out where you're going to play everybody and what you're going to do, and you just mentioned Yainer had 2 hits today, then does that mean Yainer has to sit because of the fact that Caratini has to catch Fromber? Because now you're at a bit of a deficit because Caratini's fallen off, because as hot as he was leading into the trade deadline and getting all the players they've gotten, he's gotten very little at bat since then, and he's fallen off because of it, I think. But if he plays, then Yainer sits, and then you take a bat that's getting hot, possibly out of the lineup.
I mean, you can't catch every pitcher. Like, you can't catch every game of the week. Like, you're going to have, it's the nature of the position. You're going to have to sit 2 games a week, give or take. So those are my days of the week where Fromber gets his catcher. Fromber gets Caratini, because it's not working. And I'm not trying to blame today's start on Yainer. Fromber wasn't good. He was okay after the first inning. Still was very difficult. Like, there was runners on base, but had to work out of things, had to get good help from his defense. Fromber had nowhere near Fromber stuff innings 2 through 5. Tip my cap that he got through 5 after giving up 6 runs through the first. But overall, the outing was very, very bad. And it's not Yainer's fault. It's Fromber's fault. But going forward, if I'm managing this team, Yainer's not catching Fromber anymore. I don't think it's a pairing that is working. And I saw Fromber, who can be a little bit hot and cold at times, I saw him visibly upset with Yainer because he can't catch him. And it's been a problem for the last several starts, quite frankly. Yeah. And look, this is a small thing. The Fromber not pitching well is the bigger conversation here, obviously. This is more just like a peripheral point, but I do think it exists. I would be shocked if Yainer Diaz is catching Fromber Valdez next turn through the rotation.
Yeah, that's something to watch. I mean, in watching it unfold, you could just see that Fromber almost felt like he wanted to say more to the home plate umpire, but he didn't. But at the same time, the minute he wasn't getting the calls that he thought he should have gotten, he took himself out of his rhythm. Then he's either rushing or he's slow rolling it, and he's basically talking to himself, and he's kind of checking out as each pitch is not where he wants it and or is not getting called the way he likes. And then before you know it, the dam breaks, all hell breaks loose, and you're like, well, this one's pretty much over.
Astros swept. They've lost 4 in a row. The only good news here, Seattle's lost 5 in a row. They lost to the Phillies. They got out of hand late. Phillies were able to sweep that series as well. So even though the Astros in a 4-game losing streak, even though they had 31 consecutive scoreless innings, even though they're getting rocked every night except for last night, went to extras, they somehow still have a 1.5 lead in the American League West, a race that nobody wants to win.
It is absolutely amazing. And when you think about this, too, in terms of how fast this team has fallen, because, look, other teams have done this. I mean, Detroit went through a stretch where I think they lost 13 out of 15. They were horrible, too. But at the same time, they've regrouped. They're right there for the best record in the American League. When you look at it now, if the Yankees win today, the Yankees will have passed the Astros record-wise. When we played the Yankees a few weeks ago, you basically had a chance to bury them because you were really good, they were really bad, and you were like, hey, this would be fun to basically put them out of their misery. Now here they come. They hit 9 home runs last night in a game, and they're right there on your heels fighting with you record-wise in the American League. That's something I never thought I'd see this year.
Yeah, it's a weird spot that the Houston Astros find themselves in. And then you mentioned like the offense today. I mean, Dubon hit the 2-run homer, but that was, I mean, it was too little, too late. They had chances to make this a game. Like they had second and third, Walker up, one out, strikes out. Jesus Sanchez looks unbelievably overmatched at the plate right now. He's like, 0 for 28. He's hitless in his last 28 at bat, something like that. Jose Altuve had a spot. Jose Altuve had Pena third, less than 2 outs, and he swings at a pitch that's a foot above the zone and pops it up to the shortstop. Like, this team is pressing. He just hit a ground ball there. Like, if Altuve hits a ground ball there, okay, you're a run closer. If Christian Walker hits a ground ball in that spot, okay, all of a sudden it's a 2-run game. You're a bloop and a blast from tying it up. It's a team right now that is pressing in a mighty way.
Yeah, they're feeling it. And you just don't know. I put it on the rundown just because of the fact that everybody was joking about how do you get out of this. Is this one of those?
Third segment.
Huh?
Third segment.
I know. But I'm saying, before we even get to it, I'm saying I put it down because of the fact that everybody is throwing all these things at the wall. But at the same time, it's not for us to figure out as much as they have to figure it out, too. Because now you're going to take on a team that, if you really want to get into it, you're playing a Baltimore team that handled your ass and took you to the cleaners that you'd want to get back at. But this isn't the Orioles that everybody looks at their record and goes, they're not that good. They're a good young baseball team, and they're picking up momentum with every win that they get. Now you go into their house, and you've got to try and win a series. And let's start just by winning a game, because your 2 best pitchers just pitched in this series, and you lost. And now you're hoping to God that the back end of your rotation can salvage something on this trip.
Yeah, neither Fromber and Hunter, to your point, will pitch against Baltimore in the 4-game series. It's, what is it, tomorrow it's Alexander. Friday it's McCullers. Saturday it's Javier, so I guess that's good news that he just, he had the runs. All these other pitchers giving up runs, he had the runs, and then it's going to be Spencer Arrighetti, who's been giving up a lot of meatballs, going on Sunday. So 4 pitchers. I mean, the one you feel the most confident about is Costanza, but it's not good. It's not good. Now, fortunately, Seattle has allowed you to lose games because they're on a longer losing streak than you are, miraculously. I think we can go ahead and put the bye thing out of the conversation, though, because the Astros chasing the Tigers, Blue Jays, like that's the race they should be looking at. Astros, as of right now, are now 4.5 games back of Toronto for the 2nd seed in the American League. And there's, 35 games left, something like that? So that didn't look great. That doesn't look great whenever you look at that race. Right now, the Astros are just trying to get in. They do have a little bit of a cushion on the wild card. Cleveland's the first team out. Actually, it's Kansas City, the first team out. And the Astros lead on Kansas City, as of now, after the Astros lost today, is 3.5. So it's shrinking.
It is. I mean, that's the thing. You're actually, with every game that you lose, you're letting other teams believe that they have a shot to get in, and that's what's scary, because now down the stretch, and you said this, and we were talking about it a week or so ago, about instead of watching the division, you need to be watching the American League. I thought I'd be looking up, and I thought I'd be thinking about chasing down the 2 teams that you were within a game and a half of when it was the Tigers and the Blue Jays. Now you're looking down and going, Kansas City's thinking they got a shot now. You've got teams, Boston's back in it. The Yankees are a chance to have a better record than you. And now you've got to be really concerned about the fact that not only could you not win the division, but you have to really play better baseball, or you might not make the playoffs.
It's in play. Absolutely, it's in play. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. The Hive has some thoughts on this. Astros, frustration, panic meter, where is that at? 713-780-ESPN. Lots to get to. How do you handle Jordan? That's, I guess, a silver lining as well. Like, all is well, we think, out in Corpus with Jordan's performance yesterday. Looks solid. How do you break this hump? We'll get it to Daniil Hunter a little bit later. And the top football players in college football. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there at Jeremy J. Branham. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. You can find Blankers there at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Texture sent this one twice, so he really wants us to read it. And look, the peer pressure does work on me. I'm impressionable. You can talk me into things. He says, can someone's abuela go rub the Astros with an egg to take away the ojo? My grandma used to do that. My abuela used to do that. I call her nana. She would. You ever do does Lisa's family do this?
Not that I'm aware.
Where they're sick and they'll get the egg and they'll like rub it on you and then they break the egg and then something the way that the egg yolk looks like it like tells you if you're sick or not.
Well, I've been told about it, yeah, but I don't think that they did it.
And the ojo means like somebody's like looking at you and they don't make physical contact with you and that's how they made you sick. That's the, I guess, rationale.
Okay.
The theory there. Yeah. The Astros have ojo right now. We need to touch them. We need to grab them. Let them know. Texter, I said it last year, Joe Espada is not the guy. I understand the injuries, but he's not the guy. I know you are going to poo-poo it, but he just doesn't get to the players. He's not the guy.
That's ridiculous, man. We just got done about 2 weeks ago or less talking about the fact that Espada, if not the leader, should be one of the leaders for Manager of the Year in the American League and in all of baseball when you look at what he's been able to do. I just think that because of the fact that Astros fans lose their bleeping minds and think the sky is falling no matter what happens when it's not going their direction, they want everybody fired. They want someone's head on a platter or more, and they want to blame everyone for the reason. Espada doesn't go up to the plate and hit the ball or not hit the ball in this case. Espada's not taking the rubber and towing the rubber and throwing strikes or not throwing strikes. Like, he's doing the best he can with a team that literally led the league in injuries and players on the injured list all season.
Yeah, I mean, I've had I think Espada's kind of mid. I'll be honest. Like, I think that he's all right. I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's fantastic. I think he's done some things where you can, like, okay, that's good for the resume. Last year when they were 12-24 and they responded and, made the playoffs at the same time, who would I have rather had in that series last year managing my team, A.J. Hinch or Joe Espada? A.J. Hinch by a mile. I mean, Hinch runs circles around Espada. I think Dusty runs circles around Espada. I think Espada's fine. I think he's all right. I'm not looking at him to like fire Joe Espada. But do I think that Dusty or AJ would be better in this situation than Joe? I do. Yeah.
But do you think that either one of those guys gets them out of this tailspin quicker?
I do. Yeah. I think they would be better. I think it would be a little. I think that especially Dusty. Dusty would have a way to lighten the mood. Absolutely. Whereas, like, I don't know if Espada can do that. I don't know if Espada can go into the clubhouse and, he buys Chaz banana pudding and then Chaz gets a couple of knocks because he's feeling confident. I just don't know. Like, I haven't heard those things from Espada where I think Dusty was fantastic in a clubhouse.
See, I think you can be a player's manager like that and you can do a lot of things for this team. But if this team doesn't turn it, hit the baseball and do the things that I was saying,
sure,
they're still going to lose these games. Maybe they don't get shut out, but when you're losing 14-1, when you're losing 10-0,
well, they lost 1-0 yesterday.
Yeah, and I think they should have won yesterday,
but they didn't.
I understand.
Would they have with Dusty and AJ? I don't know. I don't think so. That's probably a stretch. I'll agree.
Yeah, that's a hell of a pitcher's duel that ends up not going your way on a call where you could have won it in 9 innings, and yet. That's what happens in baseball when things aren't going your way. And I just don't know if anybody not named Joe Espada would have had a better result so far in these last 5-6 games.
It's not so much about the win-loss record in the last few. I think that Dusty and AJ would be better in the clubhouse while it's very, very tight and tense. Like right now, the Astros are puckered up, baby. They are tight. They are tense. They are pressing. Do I think that A.J. Hinch and Dusty Baker would be better at alleviating that pressure? I do. I really do.
Okay. I don't at this point because I think I put this clearly on the players. Now, if this is a longer stretch, now that might be – I totally agree with you. In playoff baseball, then I definitely want either one of those other two guys.
Yeah, because, so, we agree that they're better managers.
Yes, Espada. Absolutely.
Like, where would your blind rank Joe Espada 1 through 30 in Major League Baseball?
Probably mid.
Yeah,
right in the middle.
I mean, he's fine. Like, I don't mind Joe. I think he's interesting, and I think he's okay. I don't think he's I don't think he's a top 10 manager in baseball. And yes, he's like going to finish wherever he finishes in manager of the year. Last year, I think he finished top 5 because of their recovery. That's not always a manager award, though. Like I mean, if Alex Cintron was in the dugout, do I think that they make that recovery as well? Probably. I don't know what Joe Espada is doing that's, making this team fantastic. I would say that he's pretty good at like keeping his composure. He's very even-keeled, which I think is important for a big league manager. I mean, I think he's fine. I think he's okay.
I think the question that we don't know the answer to is the level of respect throughout the clubhouse, because of the fact that sometimes you do have to put your foot down. Sometimes you do have to basically play tough love with some guys. And I don't see Joe Espada as that kind of guy. But I also wonder if it's a dying breed in terms of the managers that we're talking about and that the Houston fans have had the opportunity to have managed their club. And when you hear what goes on with the Yankees, and it's probably like a lot of teams in the league now, where Clint, what's the ex-Yankee guy that now has the podcast?
You're talking about Clint Frazier?
Clint Frazier was basically in his first podcast highlighting how the Yankees go about from lineups to decisions within the game to everything else, where it's not Aaron Boone. It's basically Aaron Boone in the analytics department, and that everybody has to say so. Dusty wouldn't deal with that. But now, because you moved on from Dusty, and there was that friction, when Dusty with so many things, the way Dusty did business compared to others, I think they wanted a guy like Espada so that he would be a guy that would be more like their analytics department and be able to have group chats instead of just being the guy that puts a lineup together.
Oh, I think so too. I think that Dusty had control of the lineup every single day, and no one budged on that. Like, it was Dusty's lineup.
Yeah, look at Yiner when he decided I'm going to sit him for a while.
That's not the case anymore.
No.
Like, I remember Dana Brown doing radio hits and stuff whenever Dusty was the manager. And, like, they would ask him about the lineup. Be like, oh, it's Dusty's lineup, and, like, would say nothing about where people were going to be. And then when a spotter – this was last year. I remember verbatim. They were asking Dana, like, what's the lineup going to look like, or is this a possibility? And Dana's like, well, the lineup's a Espadas, but I expect to see this guy batting second tonight. It was like, oh, that's something that wouldn't have happened with Dusty. Look, I don't think that's necessarily, like, good or bad. I really don't. Like, I think that it could be good. I think it could be bad. I don't look at Espada – because, like, that is the case with the analytics and the lineup coming from upstairs as, like, a knock on a spot. I think it could go either way. Mine's more, and maybe it's because he's not as experienced as those other guys. I don't know if he has a wonderful feel for the moment. And, look, I'm not blaming him for the losing streak. I just wonder if it would be a little bit lighter around there with somebody else.
It also, because of that, I think that it lends itself to what I was saying in terms of, do the players have enough respect for him to, like, obey him when and understand that, like, he's the guy that's going to make decisions when they know if this is the way it's going on behind the closed doors, that it's not him making the decisions in the first place, as opposed to a Dusty Baker who's got skins on the wall, as opposed to an AJ Hinch, guys like that, guys that have managed in this game a long time, that have a resume long enough and good enough to say, I understand what the analytics department says here, but to your point, I've got a feel for where we are in this particular ball game with a matchup or a hitter on a pinch hitting situation. I don't care what you guys think. This is my game to manage.
Yeah, I do think Espada has that control, though. Like, I think Espada, he's making the decisions. I mean, I know they talk about it beforehand. Like, last night he went 3 straight lefty pinch hitters, which I'm okay with. Like, play the matchups, play the percentages. I'm okay there. But I think that's Espada's call. Like, is that something they talk about before the game, before a series? 100%. Absolutely. This is something that in this spot we're going to do. And I think it is a collective conversation. But in the moment, I do think Espada has – I know he has full control. Now, is he managing with vibes as much as Dusty was? Absolutely not. Now, would Dusty have prevented this losing streak? I don't think so. I just wonder if they're a little bit looser with a more seasoned veteran manager than they are Joe. Because right now they're pressing. They're 10s, baby.
Oh, no
like
doubt.
You can see if Christian Walker's at bat, second and third one out, you could see it. You could especially see it in Jose Altuve's at bat. You could see it with Jose Altuve's at bats all series, quite frankly. He's sitting there cursing himself as he walks back to the dugout. He's swinging at a pitch above the zone by a foot, popping it up on the infield with a runner at third, less than 2 out situation. This club right now is feeling it.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I was curious in his first at bat, like, if he almost didn't know the count, because he turned back to the umpire multiple times.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And was like asking questions, and then he was shaking his head the whole way back to the dugout. And I'm like, did you even know what the count was?
Yeah, I think he was asking the umpire if those pitches were in the zone that he was swinging at. That would be my
and that's
guess,
what they
but I don't
normally
know.
do. But yeah, it just looked like he spent a lot more time doing it.
Mhm.
And I was like, it was just puzzling because everything else now is under a microscope and you're watching.
Mhm.
But I tend to agree with you in the fact that, yes, in terms of the clubhouse with the mood, because you got a lot of young guys that haven't been through this before. Like Cam Smith is a guy that hasn't been through this before. You know, you've got guys that you're relying on now that probably haven't been in a situation like this when you talk about Trammell. But Trammell was bouncing around teams. But you look at some of these younger guys like Jacob Melton and other guys that have to that are feeling it probably more because they're being relied on and they're in the starting lineup or they're playing at a time when this team is really hurting.
Yeah.
And maybe a different manager would give them a different vibe.
And look, we're not saying to fire Spot.
No, not at all.
Like, we're not saying we're not calling for his head at all. It's just an inexperienced manager in his second year that it's in a very, very tough spot right now. And a lot of it's not his fault. The offense is struggling. He's not getting a whole lot from his pitching staff. Sans Hunter Brown last night. The bullpen is hurt. There are tons of injuries. Like, no one's calling for his head. We're just wondering if it looks a little bit different with others. Texter says, can he keep Altuve from swinging at pitches that a 7-foot tall person couldn't hit? Valid point. No, he couldn't keep Altuve from that. But Dusty Baker would have the courage to sit Jose Altuve. Whenever he would be like, okay, Jose Altuve's in one of those stretches where he's swinging at everything, he's not having quality plate appearances, he's not helping us win, he needs a day. Dusty Baker would give Jose Altuve a day, and Dusty Baker wouldn't feel any sort of way about it because he's Dusty Baker. I don't think that Joe Espada has that sort of power, that those cojones that Dusty, like, because the last person that wants to give a Jose Altuve an off day, Jose Altuve. So is Joe Espada going to Jose, be like, hey, we could use an off day from you today, and Jose's like, nah, not happening. Whereas Dusty Baker, he's just not in the lineup, and he can pull it off because he's Dusty Baker.
That's right.
So no, he can't keep Altuve from swinging at pitches that a 7-foot tall person couldn't hit. But you can notice that Jose Altuve's in a struggle right now, in a huge slump right now, and sit him for a day to see if that resets him a bit. Now, the counterpoint to that is everybody could use a day because they could all use a reset because there ain't nobody hitting with the exception of Carlos Correa.
Well, and that goes back to when Dusty was giving guys days off. I was constantly going, why? Why now? He just hit a home run last night, and he's on fire, but Dusty doesn't care. Dusty's going to Dusty.
He's going to, yeah. And I thought, and that's where I feel like Dusty was really, really good and underrated, was that he would have a great pulse of the clubhouse. Altuve's swinging from he's swinging out of his shoes. He's had terrible command of the zone right now. He's making terrible swing decisions. We need Jose Altuve to sit a day just to relax, reset, okay, and then he's good to go. I felt that Dusty was really good in that regard. 713-780-ESPN. So is it time? How do you get out of this slump? Is it time for the, everybody loves this, the team meeting? Is it time for that? How about the leaders of this team? Is it time for this stuff to come to a head? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ryan on Twitch says, need the Houston Chronicle to do the Astros season tombstone on the front page pronto. That was Fred Fowler back in the day.
Sure was.
It's hard to do with a game and a half lead in the division, though. It's hard to do while you're currently in the playoffs, I feel like. It doesn't hit the same to me.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, again, it's to me the fact that it is absolutely remarkable. If this is watching this last stretch of baseball, that this team is still in the position that it's in.
No, for sure. Seattle's helping you a lot there. Yep. Altuve's pressing even more than his usual undisciplined self. Altuve's making Dubon look like Tony Gwynn.
That's pretty good.
Ryan, they need to have a funeral for their bats in center field. Ocho Yiner is simply a bad baseball player. Even when he takes a pitch, it's predetermined. He has no sense of pitch recognition or anything at the plate. I think it's fair about Yiner. Because there are times when he'll, like, I'm going to take a pitch here. And it's like, bro, that's a backed-up changeup. You should hit 450 feet. Like, he takes some bad pitches. Like, and when I say bad pitches, I mean pitches you don't want to take as a hitter. Pitches that you could do damage with. I think it's a good observation by Ocho.
Yep.
Who most of the time knows ball.
He does.
Most of the time he knows ball.
But, I mean, how many times did we see, even last night in a tight game, especially if facing a pitcher like that, where you put yourself in an 0-2 hole because you just let him throw two right down Main Street?
That's the problem with, like, hey, we have a team that swings a lot, and then, hey, let's start taking some pitches. And then it's like, oh, well, that's why we're swinging, is because if we take pitches, we're going to be 0-2 to the best pitcher in the American League. Texture is always the cycle will end with Jason Alexander. It seems like every single Alexander start he's in a trying to break the slump. He's trying to be the slump buster Costanza is. So the Astros apparently had a meeting yesterday after the game. Carlos Correa led it, I guess. How do you break out of this slump? Is it a team meeting? Is it a Correa moment as a leader? What's your stance on how you try to come out of this?
Well, going into and when we first started talking about this, we just found out, and I just found out going into the last break, according to Brian McTaggart, that they did have somewhat of a meeting last night. I don't know to what level. I know that Brian said that Carlos was one of the guys that spoke, but this is where you're as good as you hear this clubhouse is. As much as what we just said about Joe Espada, Joe Espada is not that kind of guy. He just doesn't seem to be that guy. I think this is where you do need someone that is willing to speak up. I don't think, Lamont just said Yordan. Is he that guy? No, he's not. And I don't see that he's that kind of guy. I mean, Altuve has the skins on the wall to be that guy. It doesn't seem to be his personality. We joke about Carlos Correa. We've seen the mound visits. We know what he did, what he's capable of doing. And we know that he's always been kind of like the mouthpiece for this team in the golden era when he was here. This is a case where he definitely fits the bill as a guy that brings the guys together. And it doesn't have to be in the clubhouse. It could be some of the things we hear on the road where you take the guys, not to the Mark Grace extent, if you don't want to get to that level, but take him out for dinner. Take them somewhere, where I know in my experiences, guys would do things like get the whole like a team bonding environment and go play paintball or go do something off the wall that's completely away from baseball to kind of what you were saying, lighten the mood, get guys to take it down a notch and relax a little bit, let their guard down, and then talk about what they have to do and be realistic in the fact that, hey, no matter what you've just endured, you're still in first place by a game and a half.
I think they need to get hammered on the flight to Baltimore, quite frankly. They need to get drunk and lose all of their ambitions, every single one of it. I think the team meetings are very overrated. I think they carry some value. I'm not like anti-team meeting. I just think we grossly overrate team meetings. You know who has a bunch of team meetings? Teams that lose 100 games. Like, I just don't believe that it is that super impactful. And they had one yesterday and did nothing offensively again today. I don't think their problem is they need somebody to yell at them in the clubhouse. I think their problem right now is they're all tight. I like more of your get away for a little bit. That's why I say get drunk on the flight to Baltimore. That's a way to lose a little bit of this tenseness. They also don't have days off, so like it's tough to do that. Like their next day off is on Monday, so like that can't come soon enough because that's a day you can get away from baseball, go get a round of golf in, whatever it is that they do. But no, I think it's something more of let's take the load off. Let's try to figure out a way to pop the balloon of pressure versus let's have a team meeting and a player-only meeting. I think that stuff a lot of times is very overrated.
I do think, though, when you've got a lot of young players on the team, leadership comes in a lot of different ways, where the veterans do kind of have to step up a little bit in a lot of ways. Because I think a lot of these guys need a pick-me-up. You see the faces when the Cam Smiths of the world get robbed on a ball that they thought was going to be a base hit. And like we talked about, there are guys pressing all over the diamond right now to where this is where the veterans do need to kind of put an arm around a shoulder and kind of get behind some guys, because it is, as much as we talk about the individuals, it is a team sport, and they've got to start picking it up all over the place.
Yeah. Don't you think that stuff's going on? Like, don't you think Correa's talking to Cam in the clubhouse already during this awful stretch that he's been in? Like, I don't believe that just like all of a sudden August 19th, yesterday, was the first time that he talked to Cam. I think this stuff happens all the time.
I don't disagree with that, but Jeremy, I think that every clubhouse is different. And I think that in certain situations, you get to the point where if you've got veterans that are scuffling, we just got done talking about an Altuve type. Depending on the ball club you're on, a veteran, if he's scuffling or he feels the pressure too, he's so worried about himself and getting himself right that he's probably not as concerned about doing that with other guys. Where we can hear about, and we know that this has been a really good positive clubhouse across baseball.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you would think, yeah, it should be happening in the Astros clubhouse. And if there's a clubhouse that it would be happening, it probably is the Astros.
Yeah, that's my thought. Like, I think people have been, talking to the youngsters. I think Correa, like Lamont, you mentioned, like, does Correa have the skins on the wall to command the alpha position whenever this team won a championship without him? It's almost like Correa never left. And like, there's a lot of players that are still on this team whenever Correa was here. So it's like, oh yeah, he already is that leader. Again, I think we overrate that leadership and captainship a lot of times. Like, the Astros did win a World Series the very first year that Carlos Correa was gone. I don't think that the Astros' problem right now is that they lack leadership or somebody willing to say something, whether it's a pick-me-up, whether it's to get, in your chili a little bit. I think that the issue with the Astros is that they can't win baseball games because they're very tense offensively and their bullpen stinks. I think that's a far bigger concern.
Yeah, but from the standpoint of Correa being that guy, if there's any guy on this roster right now that's the guy that's going to speak up, it's him. And I mean, because of what you mentioned and the fact that it feels like he never left, but you also know when a guy like Christian Walker, who's a veteran that's been in this league a long time, is one of the guys that said from the minute he walked in, it was, you understand who he is, but you respect him, and they go about their business. So again, you have a Barry Bonds type. You have guys that are all about them. This is a different conversation, but this is the Astros.
Yeah, ultimate slum buster would be a night out in Baytown. We can go out there.
Mark Grace has a different theory than yours about just getting drunk.
We can go out to a little bit of. We can go bring them to Cactus Jack whenever they're in they're back in Houston. We'll do that. We'll take one for the team. 713-780-ESPN. How do they get out of this slump? 713-780-3776. What is the right recipe for a reeling Astros team who is puckered up? As puckered up as you've ever seen. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I know you know Walmart, but do you know Walmart.com? Because if you didn't know, now you know. Walmart is the place to go, not only in person, but even maybe more so online, because online shopping now is better than ever. They have 500 million items online and a huge selection of items online that you can't even find in their stores. And the best part of all this is they have groceries too. So that means that Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And because it's Walmart, they're low and you get so much more. That means it could save so much time for a family like ours when you've got the kids in school and Lisa and I having that busy schedule. We don't want to go to the grocery store for an hour, take the kids, make sure that we get everything we need. Maybe we forget something along the way. Now it's as simple as going to Walmart.com. They take care of everything. It's the same price as if you were going into the store, and they deliver it right to your door. We're not in a time crunch to say we need it in an hour or less, but if you are, say you've got the kids at the house, you've got a birthday party that's that day, you forgot to get a gift. All you got to do is go to Walmart.com, and for a little extra, the fees and the terms apply. You can get it in as fast as an hour and therefore have the gift, be able to make the party, and not have to worry about wasting time. They are here for you in so many ways, and now this is the newest way that they can make life easier for you while still keeping prices low and selection high. That's why I'm telling you about them right now, because they want you to know Walmart's the place to go, and now Walmart can be even simpler, easier, and affordable just by going to walmart.com. Check it out right now for yourself. Go to walmart.com and just explore. See all the different ways, from home goods, prescriptions, and groceries to so much more. They can help you in your busy life. All you got to do is go to walmart.com and see what's new. Who knew? It's Walmart for you.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
This used to be a theme song for a show. Was it Ballers?
I think it might have been, yeah. Look it up. Yeah, I think
I used to watch. Ballers was very mediocre. I watched them all because I got pot committed. Very mediocre show. The Rock.
I started to record it and watch it, and I was not
very
impressed.
mid.
Yeah.
Denzel Washington's son's the star receiver on that show. Did you know that's Denzel's son?
I did not.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's Denzel's son. They actually got a good cast. It's just kind of mid.
It's kind of like Entourage on steroids.
I think it's a good comp. Yeah, that would be my comp for it. Pena's more decorated, but people like Christian Walker have to take responsibility. He is a decoration on an excellent team, but he's also a paperweight. Text went a lot of different ways. Remind them they're still in first place with 11 games over 500. Relax. We had the losing streak out the way. Let's go. I actually think that's fine. I think that's why this message right now, instead of being like read on the riot act, I think it needs to be a looser one. It needs to be, let's relax. Let's go get some crab cakes in Baltimore.
It's not to the level of panic mode. It's just that the concern has gotten to a level that you weren't expecting with all that they've been able to do this year.
Yeah, I mean, they have overexceeded expectation with the injuries. Like, whenever you look at the injuries, they've overexceeded expectation. Texter, I like J.J. Watt's take on player-only meetings. I don't remember his take on player-only meetings. Give us some context there.
Yeah, I don't either. I would assume that he's not in favor of them, but I don't know.
Yeah. Let us know what he said. I'll look it up during the break if you don't let me know what he said prior to that. 713-780-ESPN. Texter Blankers paintball? Do you want all of them with shoulder soreness and actual entire body soreness?
Okay.
They're too soft for paintball.
All right, cool, get it. But I'm just saying, like your hometown basketball team, literally with guys that you don't want getting shot in the arms and things like that, because then they got to shoot the ball with that arm the next day. We're doing full blown paintball for hours.
Maybe a round of golf.
Yeah.
Maybe a round of golf is the way to go. You know those what are those rooms that women go to whenever they're mad at their significant
what
like
they call
break
it?
rooms or something?
Something like that, but it's like the not the panic room, but it's like a panic room.
I think it's a break. I think they call it a break room. But there's like there's like electronics in there
Sometimes
and
they
windows.
put a car in it.
Yeah, they could just bang the windows and like throw the TVs, and apparently that's very I guess that alleviates stress. Maybe there's a break room in Baltimore. Get some crab cakes, go to the break room, we're all good. Everybody's fine. Just don't let Jordan do it and get the reverb in the hand. That could be an issue. That might be a problem. Do it before Jordan joins the team. The team has had terrible offensive game planning for several years. Opposing starting pitchers constantly having low pitch counts is infuriating. Cintron and Snickers should not have jobs here after the season. That's always a popular take after the Astros struggle offensively.
Yep. That's definitely. And again, we saw this when the pitching was struggling, that suddenly that the pitching coaches need to be fired. Now we're on to the hitting coaches need to be fired. Now we're on to Joe Espada needs to be fired. Everybody's looking for a head to roll, but it's not, to me, it's not on them, and nothing's going to happen in the season anyway. It's all about just turning it around and getting guys that are fully capable of doing it to do it again.
6167, that's not what it's called. Another texter says it's a rage room. I think that is what it's called, rage room. Should have asked Bregman to address the team whenever they were in Boston. Not a bad idea. Hopefully he just didn't bring his salsa, though. Instead of mound visits, can Correa start visiting the batter's box? Give him a little pep up talk before they go to bat. Correa's the only guy doing anything offensively.
He's been hitting a little bit. Yeah.
He's been hitting a little bit. UPS driver, so couldn't watch the game. What happened to Trammell? What can Brown do for you? He went out, tried to make a catch. I didn't think it looked that bad.
I didn't either, but maybe because it's coming off the heels of literally landing on his tailbone last night to make a very awkward catch that, he was still a little bit sore and then ran into the wall. But it looked like he was going to throw up.
It was weird because he was like, stay away, I'm good. He was waving off the training staff. And they're like, no, we're still going to come out there. And whenever they came out there, like, because he waved them off, they still went out there. It's like, okay, they're giving Fromber a minute here. Like, let him regroup. And then all of a sudden, he's being carted off the field.
And literally, he doubled over and looked like he was going to throw up. And he started spitting a lot, which normally leads to you when you're about to throw up. And then they were talking about the fact that he looked like something was wrong. And then they carted him off. And I don't know.
It didn't look like he banged his head, though.
At all.
Like, Cal's like, oh, look, he gets the side of his head on the wall. I didn't see that.
I didn't either.
Maybe he got the wind knocked out of him or something.
I think
it was a pretty nasty spill.
That's again, because he landed on his tailbone last night, but he really got jarred. You could tell his neck and everything else. His whole body took that one.
Yeah, that
and then
was
when
nasty.
you go and do what you did today, right, coming off of that, there still could be effects from last night.
That was a nasty spill yesterday from Trammell.
Yep.
Last night's looked much worse than today's.
For sure.
I thought. Jesus Sanchez botched that ball too. It must have been a tough sky.
Yeah, because you could tell he put both hands up right before the ball got there, almost like I lost it.
Mm-hmm.
And Blummer's point is a valid one, that when he came running in, if his head's moving at all or he looked anywhere other than straight at the ball, you could lose that thing in an instant. And trying to pick it up late, you're in the vicinity, but then it goes whizzing by your glove. But that was poorly played.
Like back-to-back guys like overran the baseball. Now Trammell made an incredible play to like dive back, like lunge backwards, make the catch, but they both overran their balls.
They did. And Altuve and Walker looked like they never saw either one, the one on the right field line.
Abreu thought the one that Trammell caught was out of play. Did you notice that? Like, Abreu throws the pitch,
Right.
it gets popped into the air in left field. Like, and I remember watching it, and I was like, there's no way that ball is going to get caught because of Abreu's reaction. And when I went back to watch it today, Abreu's asking for a new baseball. Like, Abreu's asking for a new ball as Trammell's sprinting over to make that catch. This is Altuve's third stretch this year. He'll be fine. He's Altuve. Probably so, but I think he could probably use a day. It's talking about Espada, only his second year. He's still learning. He changes lineups too much and does the left-right and blah, 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 blah. I don't know if he makes the lineup. I think the nerds make it. I'm on your side on that.
Yeah, I definitely think that.
Do you think he makes it or do you think the nerds make it?
No, I think that is part of the reason why when Dusty moved on and Dusty wasn't the manager anymore. I think that's why they hired Joe Espada, because Joe Espada was open to what they wanted to do in terms of how much analytics was going to play into their day-to-day.
I do think it's the majority of baseball, though. Like
I don't disagree with that.
And look, Espada, I'm not saying that Espada doesn't have any say, but I think they sit down every day collectively, the nerds, Dana, Espada, and they're like, okay, this is what we're doing today. I think it's a collective effort.
When you look at, again, manager matters, right? Because you got an old school manager, it's going to be different. They're just not going to be on board with that. But when you look at the Friedmans of the world and the general managers, the Theo Epsteins prior to him and Stearns and all these guys that believe in how important analytics is to baseball, I think it's more common than we realize because we're not privy to behind the scenes. I think it happens on quite a few teams.
I do too. Trash comment on your part two, Branham. Espada can only pencil in who he has available. He doesn't execute the plays. Other managers may be more well-equipped to hold team together, but this is not his fault. Yeah, I don't think everybody said it's his fault.
No one.
I said I don't know if that he is the best manager to take them out of a skid. But I don't think that he's like mismanaging these games at all. Although some people were a little upset that Caleb Ort was in the game last night in the 10th.
See, I honestly think, and I think Blummer finally touched on it, but I thought at the time I was watching his pitch count, and I granted I didn't want a Josh Hader, but he hadn't pitched in a few days. I thought that they were going to bring him back in the 10th. And because Sanchez botched that ball in right, and he had to throw several more pitches after that they didn't want him in the danger zone of 30, 35 pitches in case they needed him. So I thought he was in play, and then the minute that they had to go longer with that inning, he was out.
I was okay with him being pulled. Like I didn't want him in the game beyond the 9th inning. Like you've had so many injuries, you shouldn't be pushing these guys to 40-something pitches. If he had like a 10-pitch inning, different story.
Right.
No, I didn't want him in the 10th either. What'd you think of that Beres Chica send yesterday, where Yonder got thrown out the plate?
It's dicey.
I was totally
dicey.
okay with it.
It was dicey. I don't disagree with it. I think the bigger thing to me is that I don't know how you can't rule him safe. I know that people were saying, the forearm touched him. The forearm doesn't count. The fact that you could see that and from every different angle, and you're going to tell me that there was indisputable evidence that he was out, I just didn't see it. I mean, the only thing that you're lacking is an overhead view to see where that glove was, if there was like a buckle or a bubble in the jersey. Mm-hmm. But overall, to me, the forearm doesn't count. And by the time the mitt and the baseball in the mitt touched him, his hand and the oven mitt was on the plate.
I had no problem with the send. I thought it was a good send. I don't think Beres Chica is a great third base coach when it comes to stop signs and waves. But I thought that one was fine. Like, you're facing Skubal. There's 2 outs in the inning. Runs are at an absolute premium. You're at your bottom of the order. I had no problem with the send. It took a good play by Carpenter. It took a perfect throw by Torres.
How many outs were there?
There was 2.
Yeah, so then you
third
have
out of the inning. Yeah, I thought it was an automatic send. Some people were blaming Beres Chica because they're upset at Beres Chica because they've been upset at Beres Chica all year, which is fair. Like, Beres Chica has not had a good season as a third base coach, but I thought the send yesterday was perfectly fine.
Who'd have thought that they would want what's his name?
Pettis?
Yeah, Gary Pettis back.
No, I thought, and like your bottom of the order, Arias was up. Who would have been on deck? It would have been. I mean, it's your bottom of the order.
Trammell?
It might have been. I was trying to pull up yesterday's box score, but the internet's being slow. But yeah, you're the bottom of the order. There's 2 outs in the inning. Runs are at a premium. If you score the run there, it's over. And it's not over, but you would have won the game 1-0 in regulation. And on top of that, it took a perfect play. It took a perfect relay. And I went back and I looked at the baseball savant on it. That throw from Gleyber Torres yesterday was the hardest thrown baseball by an infielder yesterday. It's like 88.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the rules of baseball say that's an easy send. That's a must send there because of the fact that, like you said, there's 2 outs. You have to have the perfect relay, and then the throw has to be exactly where it needs to be. Granted, I understand it's a catcher running, but you have to understand what are the chances rather than not you hold him, and then you're looking to try and get another base hit with 2 outs. I think that it's a better chance you send him and somehow the fielders don't do something the perfect way.
Dubon would have been up. Dubon would have been the guy up. I went back and I watched the big, like the overhead center field or behind home plate camera that shows the whole field. It's kind of like the all 22. Yonder Diaz is looking at that ball as it's landing down the right field line. Like, he didn't look for long, but you can see him look over his left shoulder, and then you can see him look over his right shoulder and then take off. If he doesn't look at the ball, He scores.
That's absolutely
it's the difference
right.
of the play.
That happened on one of the caught stealings in the last two games
Trammell.
too. Yeah, it was Trammell. It was. He absolutely was just staring in instead of head down, busting it, where he gains an extra step to a half step where he could have been safe.
All right, you're Carlos Correa, 713-780-3776. You're Carlos Correa. You're delivering the message to this club. You're delivering the pep talk to somebody. What are you telling this team to get out of this skid before it's too late, before the season's gone? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So what was it that JJ Watt said about team meetings?
JJ said that he thinks that they are effective when you are talking to mid to average players and younger players that can be, with less experience, they need to be pushed to elevate their game, and they can be a valuable tool. But he said that when they become necessary, it's a sign the team is struggling, potentially on the verge of falling apart. And he acknowledges the fact that they can be productive, but they don't always guarantee a positive outcome.
Yeah, feels about right for the Astros. It feels like where they're at. It truly does. Corey, why do the Astros refuse to bunt the Manfred man over in extras? Small ball is the way to go there. I'm not a fan of playing the small ball when you're the visiting team in Manfred man. Like, you're playing for one run when the other team is going to start off the inning with a runner at second and nobody out. I'm not a fan of the Manfred man bunting over thing in the top of the inning. Now, if the visiting team doesn't score a run, you're the home team, it makes more sense to play for the one run. Also, where you were in the order yesterday makes no sense. You had Christian Walker coming up. Christian Walker's not going to be asked to bunt. And I know you can't play out the rest of the inning with the alternate scenario that Walker did bunt, and it was successful, which are 2 reaches. But then Yiner popped up on the infield, and Caratini swung and missed. Yep. So if the results stayed the same, which isn't a guarantee, it isn't an apples to apples comparison, because maybe it changes what the pitcher throws, changes your approach as a hitter, all of that. They still would not have scored the run. I'm not a fan of the small ball on the top of the extra inning.
I echo what you said, but I think in my opinion, has always been on the road, you don't play for one. You just don't, because if the home team gets to, you're done. So you definitely don't play the bunt and one when you're visiting.
I also hate the man-for-man extra inning rule. I think it is so stupid. Not that it would have changed the outcome at all yesterday, but I'm just not a fan.
I'd like to find someone that argues that against it, because I hate it.
Hate it. Although Caleb Ward, hey man, you got 2 chances to get one out, and you walked both of them. That was disappointing.
But here's the other thing: your fastball's 97.
You didn't trust it.
Just But again, aside from the curveball, which he was at least getting to the bottom of the zone where it was a competitive pitch. Every one of his sweepers, or whatever you're calling that thing on the outside corner, was 3 feet off, and it wasn't competitive. If I'm going down with him swinging at my best pitch, which is 97, not trying to suddenly find it with that pitch on the corner.
Nitpick. I think I like the sweeper more than his fastball. Like, his sweeper was getting swing and miss. His fastball, I think they were on, and he wasn't throwing it for strikes. I didn't mind the decision to go with the sweeper. The execution was abysmal.
Yeah, it just wasn't even close. I mean, at least a fastball. If I throw a fastball up, the hitter's also trying to think through what he's going to see and what he's got to do too. That you would think that he might chase that.
Yeah, like you go to the Baez at bat where he needed a strikeout there, swinging strike on a sweeper, foul ball on the sweeper, threw a ball because it was an 0-2 count, foul ball on the fastball, and then swinging strike on a sweeper. The Glaber at bat, which was the guy who walked, called strike on the sweeper with a ball, 1-1, fastball out of the zone, not even close, 2-1, called strike with the sweeper, 2-2. And then ball in the dirt sweeper, ball outside sweeper. Like, he had more command, actually, of the sweeper, I thought, in that 10th inning. And I don't think he trusted the fastball. But he yanked the sweeper. It wasn't close. That was disappointing because he almost got you out of the inning.
Yeah.
Almost got you out of it.
With 2 outs, you're thinking, hey, this could actually still end well. And then it just, he melted down.
And he did. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Chuck, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Chuck?
What's going on, guys? I'd just like to say one thing. I'm the difference between this year's Astros team and the last couple Astros teams without the pitching is exactly that. We don't have the depth in starting pitching that we used to, and that's going to be a problem. And as great as we played early in the season, it's as bad as we're playing now. It should equal out. Hopefully it'll equal out enough to where we bounce back and we make it to the playoffs. And, it's just one of those things. It's a slump. Every team goes through it. A week ago, the Yankee fans were wanting to get rid of everything New York because they were going through it and about to be out of the playoffs totally. They turned it around. This takes a couple games. Once that happens, we'll be all right. And on a personal note, for Israel and Willie, I'm not mad at y'all because you're black. I don't care. I hate your takes. And I'm just going to keep telling you that. And I'm not gay, but I am very happy. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Happy Chuck.
Well played,
Appreciate
Chuck.
you calling in.
Yeah.
The Flintstones, they talk about having a gay old time. You ever watch the Flintstones growing up, the cartoon?
I did. Mm-hmm.
That's in their
That's
theme
part
song.
of the theme song.
Gonna
yes.
have a gay old time.
I was talking to someone
It means happy. That's all
yes,
it means.
Yes. Someone else brought up a song the other day,
It's
and
true.
I asked them if they realized that there was gay in it.
In the Flintstones?
No, there was another song.
Oh.
Someone brought up a pop radio song, and they were like, hey, and I go, do you know the next line of that?
I'm just happy that Chuck is happy. If Chuck is happy, I'm happy.
Look, I mean, I mentioned the Yankees and I mentioned the Tigers as teams that have gone through the dog days. I mean, the Tigers lost 13 of 15. They had a long losing streak. The Yankees were close to teetering on being out of playoff contention when the Astros played them, and now their entire tides have turned yet again to where the Tigers are back close to the top of the American League, and the Yankees are right there with the Astros record-wise. So, yeah, they can snap out of this, but we know there's not much season left.
No, there's not. I mean, mid-30s with games remaining. 35 games left for the Houston Astros. It is tough. And I like Chuck's point about the starting pitching. It doesn't feel wonderful right now. Hunter Brown, I trust Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown was nails yesterday, really good. Even whenever he got himself in trouble, was pitching out of trouble. He got in that first and third situation because the home plate umpire missed a strike 3, and then the dude got a base hit the very next pitch. And then I can't remember who it was, but it might have been Glaber, actually. Went to right field. He goes first to third. He's in a first and third one-out situation, gets out of it. Leadoff triple from McKinstry, gets out of it.
Yep.
Like I mean, I have faith in Hunter Brown. It's hard to have any faith in Fromber. Costanza, it's hard to have faith in because it's George Costanza, and he's never been a big league pitcher in his life, but he's been pitching well. Totally understand. Javier, you don't have faith in. Arrighetti, you don't have faith in. Lance McCullers, you don't have faith in. Luis Garcia yesterday at his rehab with the hooks was awful. 4 1/3, 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, walked 2. I did strike out 6. 84 pitches, 51 strikes. Outside of Hunter Brown, I don't have a tremendous amount of confidence in any starter. And in the bullpen, outside of Brian Abreu, I have no confidence in.
Yeah, look, I thought that last night Souza looked like he was back on track. But overall, I can't disagree. I mean, you're waiting for the clock to strike midnight on Costanza because he's been way better than you ever could have dreamed. Coming out of a situation where he looked like he wasn't good enough to make the A's anymore, and then suddenly he's been a savior for you. I can't disagree with you on Fromber. I just don't feel good. And Hunter finally got it back on track as well, but Hunter has been consistent for the most part. You would also look at the series against Detroit and go, they got a chance to win 2 out of 3. You got Fromber and Hunter on the mound against the Tigers no matter how good they're playing, and you don't expect to see that Fromber Valdez today, but that's kind of baseball the way it goes when you're really reeling.
Israel says he doesn't even pay that goofy attention. Grimace emoji. He's talking about Chuck.
Yeah.
Jim Jeffries has a bit Taylor Swift in one of her songs, says the text line. The texter says he sent us the wrong take about J.J. Watt. He said he hates players-only meetings and they're worthless. Maybe he I guess walked it back a little bit, according to the texter anyways, who knows. Texter says I thought Petrie was great. Was that sarcasm, Blankers? He's talking about Pettis, not Petrie.
Oh, no. There was a lot of people that were critical of Gary Pettis' send, no send.
He was very aggro.
He was hyper-aggressive.
Espada's not a true leader. He didn't even get fired up. He didn't even fire up the team last postseason when they were facing the Tigers. He said, I don't need to give them a speech. They know what to do. What kind of leader is that? I think that's overrated. Like, you don't need to give a veteran club a speech before a playoff series. I don't think Dusty ever did either. Dusty would be the first one to tell you that. Back in the day, Milo would have suggested a manager get thrown out or a good old bench-clearing brawl. It's not a bad idea. I thought Espada was going to get thrown out today with that strike zone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was surprised. Was it the second pitch of the game where Yiner not only froze for a half second, he actually kept it there and actually turned around shaking his head, where I thought, oh, boy, someone's going to get tossed or someone's going to say something, and no one did.
The one on Melton was a bad one.
Oh, we got, yeah. Did he get rung up, or was it
three? It was a 3-2 pitch, and it was like a ball and a half inside. And it was right after the Yiner one, too.
I was going to say, he got one that stood out to me where I didn't think he ended up losing the at-bat and striking out eventually, but he had another pitch it was the first pitch of the at-bat. It was high. It was definitely above the letters, and he was like, what? Because he called it a strike.
Bullpen has been pretty good. Don't think they've given up a run in 3 straight games. It's a little misleading because today was a blowout and it was a getaway day. Yesterday, you only used – I guess you did use King, right? King in the 7th, yes. Souza in the 8th, Abreu in the 9th, but then you used Ort. Ort gave up a run, so like that throws out that theory. They gave up a run last night. It was an unearned run, but it was a run.
Still a run.
Like, who in the bullpen do you legitimately trust? Because, like, For me, it's 1.5 guys. It's Abreu and then Souza sometimes, and that's it. End of conversation.
Okert and King are guys that are capable of earning my trust back. They just haven't been good lately.
I can't. I don't have a tremendous amount of faith in Okert. He's been good, but I don't think he's going to go out and dominate. Keith from LA says 8 straight sweepers last night to end the game and a walk-off walk. It wasn't 8 straight sweepers. That's bad information you got there, Keith from LA. He threw a couple of fastballs there as well. This all started since a big number 13 was hung over the field. Just saying. Yeah.
Stop it.
Come on.
It's also 713 if you want to be the positive side of it.
It's unlucky. Hotels don't do that. They don't have a floor 13. You ever notice that?
Yes, I have noticed that.
I think, is that every hotel or just most hotels? I think it's just most hotels.
It was like there was one of the chains that got credit for it, like that they were doing it all the time, and then everybody started doing it.
Crazy that Cam went from Rookie of the Year talk. Now I really don't want him in the lineup. I think he should be sent down, Sugarland, for a variety of reasons that we've already discussed.
And Israel's on line 1. No, not yet.
Oh,
it's coming.
It's
coming.
Yeah, maybe so. All right. Yordan Alvarez yesterday. Pretty productive in his rehab assignment with the Hooks. The plan with Yordan, according to all the higher-ups, is that he was going to play yesterday, day off today, play Thursday, Friday, and then see what's up. There needs to be a change of plan right now. Yordan needs to be on the first flight out of Corpus on his way to Baltimore to join the club tomorrow. 713-780-ESPN. Let's discuss. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something else that needs to happen is you need some Walmart.com in your life. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Well, now you do. Walmart has more than 500 million items online. That's so many. 500 million items online. You can find whatever you're looking for. Find a huge selection online that you can't even find at stores. Head to Walmart.com and start browsing the 500 million items. We use Walmart all the time. Brandon family loves it. It's wonderful for me because I don't have a whole lot of time. I don't want to spend the little time that I do have going to the store. Not for me. I don't like a crowd. I don't want to turn the game off. So anytime we order with Walmart, we always get the groceries without having to leave the house. And of course, that is great. I know what you're saying. Oh, it's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store, in fact. And because it's Walmart, you already know that those prices are low. And what I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at Walmart.com, order the groceries is faster than going to the grocery store and getting the groceries. They're going to save you time. If you use express delivery, you're going to get all your eligible things very, very fast. You need Walmart from groceries to home goods, even prescriptions you can order at Walmart.com and get that delivered. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, getting batteries for that smoke detector that's beeping and keeping you up at night, throwing a party, whatever, think Walmart for all those grocery needs. Start that order today at Walmart.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Yordan Alvarez, a successful rehab assignment, first day of the rehab assignment yesterday. Picked up a couple knocks, had an extra base hit, a walk, even stole a bag.
That's where I was waiting for you to get to. I was like, cringeworthy note. He stole the bag, and it didn't look smooth, and I didn't like it.
No, that was not wise, guys. That was not wise, guys. I would change the plan on Yordan Alvarez. Like, I know that he's been gone forever. I know he had a broken bone, and he's had a couple of setbacks. My stance on this is, what physical toll is going to happen at the big league level that he's already not going to experience at Double-A? I'm totally fine, like, babying him. I'm totally fine, like, same approach that you had with the rehab. You're going to play Tuesday. You're going to have Wednesday off. You're going to play back-to-back games Thursday, Friday. Probably going to have Saturday off. Who knows about Sunday? I'm not changing the amount of at-bats here. I'm changing the setting here. This is an offense that has been lifeless. This is an offense that went 31 straight innings without scoring a run. They were shut out 3 games in a row. They were shut out 4 of their last 5 going into today. They scored just 2 runs today, all on one swing of the bat. Yordan would instantly be one of your best 9 offensive players. Yes, I'm putting the bar low because there's 9 guys in a batting lineup. I don't need him to do any extra. Like, we're not playing every single day, Yordan. But if you're going to get swings in Corpus, if you're going to play on a Tuesday night, you're going to play on a Thursday night, you're going to play on a Friday night, I want those at-bats on the big league level. There's 35 games left. You're a game and a half up. This offense needs a jolt. I'm putting Yordan on a flight to Baltimore so he can meet the team tomorrow.
See, here's the thing. We're supposed, people like it when we disagree. But the thing that you have to factor into all of this on a couple of fronts is, one, this team is scuffling badly, and they need offensive help. They are not scoring runs. We know that's evident. The guy in the middle of the lineup that's capable of doing it is Yordan Alvarez. And if he is truly healthy, and if you are led to believe that he wasn't healthy early in the season, that's why he was scuffling and struggling, then this is a guy you could use. On top of that, let's think about to most every time that Yordan in the last year or two has been on any kind of an injury situation. He doesn't go to Sugar Land. He doesn't get those games. They ramp him up. They bring in pitchers. They have him take his BPs. And the next thing you know, the best thing for Yordan is to not make a trip to Sugar Land or Corpus. It's to get right back into the lineup, and that's what he's done. Well, that was then, this is now, and the biggest thing now is you need a spark. You need power. You need runs. You need at-bats from quality hitters, and that's exactly what Yordan is. I can't disagree with you because on top of everything else you said, it's where this team is, the situation that they're stuck in, and the fact that he is one of their best players when healthy. So if you're telling me he's healthy, I think to me it came down to how he felt today.
Yeah.
Not even about, thinking about the next 2 games in Corpus. If he woke up this morning with the same kind of attitude and feeling that he had last night when he did that press conference to say he felt good, there is no doubt through planes, trains, and automobiles, he needs to be in Baltimore.
There's a couple of counterpoints that I saw today. The first one was the physical part of it. Like, he's been hurt so long, and you can't rush him back because he could re-aggravate the injury. What is he doing differently from a physical toll standpoint in Corpus that he would be doing in Houston? How do Major League at-bats, whether it's 4 tomorrow, 4 Friday, off day, 4 Sunday, how does that differ from 4 at-bats in Corpus those days? To me, it doesn't. Am I reading that wrong?
No, because of the fact that that's normally when there is a leg injury or an arm injury, when guys have to ramp back up. He's been running. We've heard he's been doing baseball activities on the field, like running bases, like doing things like even shagging flies in the outfield, doing and throwing. Those were the kind of things that didn't bother what he was going through. So it's not the same situation. You can't do that the same way because he's already gotten his conditioning and everything to where it needs to be.
So I dismiss the whole injury thing. Yes, the hand could flare up. Absolutely, the hand could flare up 4 at-bats tomorrow in Corpus. just the same as it could flare up for at-bats in Baltimore against the Orioles. So I don't the health thing to me that doesn't resonate at all. Now, I think Dustin brings up the best counterpoint. Jordan wasn't swinging the bat good to begin with. His timing was off. Let him come up with a rhythm because he was certainly out of one whenever he left. Okay, I think that is a fair point. Like, I think that's part of the rehab assignment is that you want to get the players ramped up, get them in rhythm, find their groove again. That way they can join the team and hit the ground running. Totally understand that. I just think that an out-of-rhythm Yordan Alvarez is instantly one of your top 5 offensive players, and this team desperately needs offense right now, and there's 35 games left. It would be much different if it was June 1st, if there was 70 games left, if you had a 5-game lead on the division. I would even be okay keeping Yordan down for a few more days, maybe the rest of the week, join on the homestand. If you were winning games, if your offense looked good, but you're not winning games, the offense has been as dreadful. A historic drought we have not seen in this city for 40 years. If Yordan's swinging the bat and he's healthy and he feels good, to your point, I want those at-bats, even if they're out of rhythm, to be taking place with the Astros.
Yeah, and I don't think that rhythm is anywhere of a concern for him because it hasn't been in the past. And I do think wholeheartedly that the slow start this season was the fact that this has been a lingering hand issue that was going on at the start of the season, that probably never went away from the end of last season, that he was feeling probably without telling anybody about it throughout the spring training portion of the season, to where that's where I would basically put all of my issues with timing and or struggling at the plate. For the majority of his career with the Astros, he has been the best power hitter, one of the best, if not the best hitter for average on this baseball team. And I don't think he worries or we should worry about that stuff. It's just as long as it don't hurt, he can fix some things.
Yeah, and look, I'm willing to concede that he wouldn't be at 100% obviously tomorrow. But I'll take a 75% Yordan Alvarez in this lineup instantly. Also, he commands respect. Like, what would he do to the middle of the order for the rest of this team? Like, your pitcher facing Yordan, even if he's one day off a rehab assignment, is going to respect Yordan. Everybody else bumps down a spot in the lineup. You don't have to see Taylor Trammell got hurt, but you don't have to see Taylor Trammell for 4 at-bats. You get, instead, a 75% Yordan Alvarez. So, I'm making the move. I'm changing the setting on his rehab. I'm letting him rehab the rest of the way with the Astros.
Let's also think about this, Jeremy, from the exact thing that we've been dealing with for the last month, and that is getting starting pitchers back. Starting pitchers aren't coming back, and they're 100%. You know they're not stretched out to that level. You know that they're not going to be pushed to 100 and some pitches. But you know what? They're better than what you got. So they're in the lineup, and they're doing what they need to do because at 75%, to your point with Yordan, at 75% of Yordan is better than 100% of some of the guys that have been in this lineup. Just like from a pitching perspective, why you wanted to see Javier back, why you want to see some of these guys coming back, because you know that the guys that they'd be replacing, they're better than no matter where they are and how their arm feels. Mm-hmm. That's why it makes all the sense in the world that with this specific player in this situation where this team is, he should be the guy coming back to play for you.
And look, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to play him every day. Like, I'm going to give him the same days off. I'm going to give him the same ramp up. It's just I rather those ABs come with the Astros rather than Corpus because he makes your offense better. And look, I'm not asking him to play left field either. Like, he's going to DH. He's going to get off his behind from the pine and go up there 4 to 5 times. Hopefully 5 times. It means you had a good day offensively. And that's it. That's it. And, like, I saw some other people, well, his conditioning isn't good. What? If his conditioning is good, then Yordan Alvarez is a problem because anything below his hand has not been hurt all year. So if he's not in shape and he's not conditioned, then that's on Yordan Alvarez.
Some of the news stations had video of him running the bases and doing the other things. I'm not worried about conditioning. This is, like I said, it's not an extremities injury with your legs or your arms where it would be a different story. This is a guy that has everything other than swinging a bat with what he's been dealing with his hand, should be ready to go. There shouldn't be any issues.
And look, minor league rehab numbers don't matter, but it's not like he was 0 for 5 yesterday with 5 strikeouts. He was 2 for 4 the walk. Like, I think he's seeing the baseball decently. To 100%, to like his full efficiency, there's no way that he could be there yet. But is he going to get there quicker seeing AA pitching or major league pitching? You know, that could be argued. But I thought he saw the ball pretty decently yesterday. He went 0 for 5 with 5 punchies. Almost got hit in that first at bat too, by the way.
Well, I was going to bring that up as well, is the fact that when you start talking about rehab, at least with major league pitching, their accuracy is better. They're better at every pitch that they're throwing, so you don't have to worry about him getting another injury separate from the hands just because of the fact that a guy can't control his stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that is you would think there would be more wildness in Double-A than the bigs. I think that's fair to say. 713-780-ESPN, out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, 2 quick questions. You think the Astros should have made a play at Nathaniel Lowe, who just signed with the Red Sox? Looks like he hit a home run as well. And then also, what's going on with Jesus Sanchez? He's in a 0 for 27, 0 for 28. Was that the right call in that trade?
Appreciate the call, Keith. I don't think they should have. I don't think they need Nathaniel Lowe. I don't think that's a guy that, with all the guys that they acquired and they have, and we already talked about how crowded the infield is, and even the DH spot with all the guys that you want to see try to get at bats for this baseball team. I don't think Nathaniel Lowe was an answer or even a consideration for the Astros. So I will poo-poo that one right off the top.
Yeah, I wasn't too inspired with picking up Nathaniel Lowe, so I never really batted an eye at that. Not interested. He's had a bad year. He wasn't good last year either.
Aside from the World Series year, when has he been good?
And that's it.
Yeah.
Which why need to
brings up some
investigate that
questions.
year?
Yeah, there might be some questions unanswered on that.
851 OPS that year. His next highest in his career was 779.
What was the other question, Keith?
It was about Jesus Sanchez.
Oh.
His struggles. Was that the right move at the deadline?
I think so. I mean, look, he was a left-handed bat. Look, early on, we were raving about the guy. He got hits right away. He came into the lineup and looked like exactly what they needed. And now, just like we said with everything else, he's pressing. He's a new guy in a new environment, in a new situation with a team that's struggling. I'm sure he's pressing just as much as the young guys because he wants to contribute and prove he was worthy of being traded for and being a guy that they brought in to be kind of the help they needed.
That's the underrated thing about getting Jordan up here, too, is that everybody else is one spot lower in the lineup. That gets one iota of pressure off their back. And look, I think that there's a psychological element of it, too. Like, this offense is reeling, it's struggling. Oh, Jordan Alvarez just walked through the clubhouse and he's batting fourth tonight? I think that's something that plays. I think that, like Yogi Berra said, 50% of baseball is half middle. Or that wasn't it. What do you say, 100% of baseball is half middle? Maybe it was 50%.
I think it's 50%.
50% of baseball is half mental.
Yeah.
So you see Jordan Alvarez walk in there, and 50% of baseball is half mental, then the offense is going to start clicking, baby.
Think about the lift they got when Correa came back. It wasn't just Correa himself who got a lift coming
they got
back.
swept in that series.
No, but he came back and he immediately started hitting, and guys in the clubhouse were excited that Correa was back. This team needs some positive energy. I'm not saying it's going to result to not getting swept, like you said, but they can take any kind of mojo that they can get in a positive way. I also, to Keith's point, and I said this yesterday, I know Sanchez is struggling. If he's struggling, I don't want to see him in the cleanup spot. I don't want to see him in the middle of the lineup.
That's what Jordan coming back would do. Like he would move down. It does feel like Sanchez is a very streaky hitter. Like, getting to know him a little bit, he seems like he's a very streaky guy. Because whenever he got traded here, his first few games, like, okay, this guy looks really good. And then right now he looks really bad. I think he's super streaky. And
he's also super platoonable because of
no
the fact that he can't hit lefties.
And he's super Jameis Winston-y, too. 713-780-3776. Jordan Alvarez, are you changing the setting of his rehab? Instead of his rehab in Corpus Christi, why not moving the rehab to Baltimore with the big league team? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The best place to rehab is at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston for whatever you're rehabbing for. Could be whatever. Maybe it's a hand. Maybe it's a broken rib. Maybe it's something else. It's always the best to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, whether you're just rehabbing a little bit of time off, you're rehabbing your mentals, whatever the case, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It is fantastic. You can escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors, get a little bit of rest and relaxation while you're out there as well. Book that stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From the open green spaces, wildlife you just don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees, big trees too, so you can escape the sunlight a little bit, get in the shade, a little bit cooler, and also some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. Two creeks to fish in. They got some good fishing there. They got a catch and release pond in the middle of the property too, which is great to teach the kiddos. It's only 90 minutes from Houston too. You can get off work, head there now, and you're there before the sun goes down. So you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You don't have to worry about TSA. You don't have to worry about boarding a plane. You don't have to worry about hauling all the way across multiple states to get to your vacation spot. No. 90 minutes from Houston. You're there, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And then once you're there, you can explore their 92 acres worth of property. You can kayak their water. They have pickleball courts if you're into that sort of thing. Of course, they have a pool, and of course, they have drinks. And they're also looking for ways to take care of you. We were out there a few months ago. Food truck both nights we were out there. They had some live music on a Saturday night. It was good. The tree house is very, very good. We stayed in the tree house. Got trees going up the house, so it's on their second floor. Kids loved it. I loved it. You're going to love it. Glamping, too. Cabins right on the creek. Pull up the RV if you got one of those big boys. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jordan, do you change the setting of his rehab? They're babying him. Look, they should baby him. Like, I'm not arguing that. I'm not trying to get Jordan more at-bats. I'm just changing where he's getting those at-bats. Instead of Double-A Corpus, it's Big League Baltimore. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys, just wanted to see what your thoughts are on maybe when Garcia's ready or somebody else that they go ahead and move Arrighetti to the bullpen with Hader down, with the idea that Abreu's the closer and then you use Arrighetti in the Abreu role. I just question whether or not he's going to be ramped up enough to be an effective starter in the playoffs anyways. So if he's pitching out of the pen and with Hader as a question mark with his strikeout ability, maybe he's more likely to be back to 90% of who he was as a one at a time versus maybe being a 65, 70% as a starter. And I think right now with Hader's question mark and with some other guys coming back that can start, maybe his value is better in that position. What do you guys think?
Appreciate the call, Philip. No, I mean, look, it's a valid point. We were talking about Blue Ball as being a guy that might get a look because he's got an above-average fastball and he's got some stuff, and he had a good start his last appearance where he's got some confidence he can get major league hitters out. Spencer Arrighetti has at times been a really good pitcher that at the start of the year was penciled in to be your 3. So when you look at it, it's not a bad thing to think about that if you, instead of him doing what he's done or not been able to do in his last couple of starts, say, hey, just go down to the bullpen. It's an inning or 2 innings max. So empty the tank. Go throw your fastball and go let it rip, and let's see what we get out of it, because his stuff probably is better than several guys in that bullpen.
I don't love the idea of Luis Garcia replacing Arrighetti in the rotation. Like,
No, I don't think you can count on that.
No. I don't want to just like rebuke the idea, but I don't think the timing is right. I think this is more if you're in the playoffs, let's discuss it then. I think that Arrighetti has a chance over the final 35 games of the season to be your third best starter. And if he's your third best starter, I don't want to bump him to the pen.
Does he have a chance, or does he have the stuff to do it?
Both.
Because I think he has the stuff, but I'm just wondering how many times you're going to keep throwing him out there when he's thrown up all over himself in the last couple.
But the alternatives are Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia, and JP France.
Yeah. I mean, and you probably wouldn't put Blue Ball back out there?
I prefer the idea of Blue Ball in the pen. Blue Ball is a guy I like in the pen.
But I'm saying he's also could be in your mix of starters if you think that he's better than at least one of those guys.
He wouldn't start for me. He'd be in the bullpen for me. He'd be like a multi-inning, mid-leverage guy for me.
The rest of the way?
No, not necessarily the rest of the way. He can promote
Playoffs
himself.
is a different story.
He can promote himself.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't have Blue Ball in the rotation. He'd be in my pin. So I would hesitate to move Arrighetti to the pin, especially with the idea of Luis Garcia being the one that bumps him, because some of the stuff I've seen from Garcia I'm not a fan of. Now, he's had a couple of good outings. He's had two good outings, last night notwithstanding. But I like Arrighetti's potential, so I don't want to do that pre-playoffs.
But let me ask you this, and you do this, we do this a lot. Right now, Blue Ball as a starting pitcher or McCullers?
Well, I mean, I would go Blue Ball.
Me too.
But they're not. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between what we would do and they're going to do. And like
What
they can do that and be
have
wrong.
to do because of Lance.
Yeah, he did. He was okay in his rehab start though. Like that gives me some encouragement. Not that we should put too much stock in rehab numbers, but it's way better for him to have a good line score than a bad line score.
And they tinkered with his sequencing and hot pitch usage and things like that. Great, but again, it's again, you didn't go get anybody at the deadline. That's behind you. You can't even sit there and be.
You can gripe about it.
You can gripe about it, but it ain't gonna change anything, right? So this is gonna be what, the fourth go round with McCullers this year, where you're hoping to find something different. We continue to sit there and look at these other guys, going, we hope after how many times we've thrown Arrighetti out there already that we hope he starts to figure it out and become the old Spencer Arrighetti. But we're doing a whole lot of hoping right now, with not a whole lot of answers to anything. And Blue Ball, at least in his last start, was good.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
His last start, they sent him down. That was it.
Well, that was out of the pen. Remember remember they had an opener. He was a follower. He was the bulk
that's right.
guy.
He was supposed to start, but instead there was an opener.
Yeah.
It was Okert, and then he pitched.
He pitched multiple innings, but it was
in Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Which is why I kind of like him in that role. Like I think he's better suited as a multi-inning reliever than a starter right now. It might be his best role in general. Like if you start looking at next year and crunching the numbers there, all of that. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRMP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
What's up? Hey, man, they're not going to rush Alvarez back. First of all, he's been out a long time. They got to see how his hand is going to react after that. They're not going to just send him up and then his hand, he have a reaction with his hand and he's not ready.
What's the
They're
difference?
Make sure that his hand,
like, what's the difference?
Well,
like,
they're going to, let me tell you the difference.
Okay.
They're going to make sure that his hand is healed and he's ready to go, and then they're going to send him up. They're going to see once, he give it 2 bats in, they're going to evaluate his hand, see if it's healed and is ready to go. And also, with that 1.5 WAR, Cam ain't going nowhere. He's the best outfielder that they have. You keep hoping it, pushing that narrative. Yeah. He got a 1.5.
You keep fighting, Israel. You keep fighting. Keep hope alive. Because here's the thing.
I mean,
let's go back to your other point first.
The 1.5 is the best in the outfield. He's the best outfielder they have. Myers is hurt right now, and that's just a fact. Everybody can look it up. Thank you.
He's the best outfielder.
I like how he gets out. I like how he gets out there real quick. Finish his point. Gotta go. See you later. Here's my thing with the Yordan hand thing. Like, if Yordan reports that his hand is good today,
That's what. Yeah.
Flight to Baltimore, baby. Flight to Baltimore. Because, look, Israel's point about, like, Jordan's hand could flare up on him again is 100% accurate. Like, would it shock me if Jordan's hand flares up after he plays back-to-back games Thursday, Friday? No. But it's not more strenuous in Baltimore than it would be in Corpus. So any at-bats that you're getting right now from Jordan, I want to be at the big league level. It's not a rush back. He's getting the same amount of work that he would be getting in Corpus as he would be with the bigs. I'm not asking for more games. I'm not asking for more plate appearances. I'm not asking for more physical toll on the hand. If he gives a good report today, his butt needs to be on a plane to Baltimore because you got 35 games left to play and your offense has been anemic.
We are not in May. We are not in June. Time is running out. And if you're going to play back-to-back games, regardless, to see where the hand is at, you need to play back-to-back games in a major league situation to help your major league team, even if it is for 2 games, because even as we figure out how the hand reacts and how he feels, the fact of the matter is he's better than, sorry, Israel, but it's to your point, whether you think Cam's the best outfielder they got or not, but the fact that in the lineup, he would instantly become one of your best hitters, putting him back in those next 2 games in the major leagues.
Mm-hmm. When Jordan comes back, I feel the Astros will get a little worse defensively. I mean, Altuve's going to play left field whenever Jordan comes back. Dubon and Arias will play some second most days. I'm not reading that 1984. That's not a very nice thing to say. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your mother's disappointed in you. Rocky, you'll act like Jordan is going to save the Astros. No. I don't want it to be twisted. I'm not saying that Jordan's going to save the Astros, but he helps. Jordan helps the Astros. Is Jordan Alvarez right now today one of their best 9 offensive players?
Yes.
Then that helps. All he has to do is clear the 9th man, and it helps you.
It's the old adage, you go down swinging. You're going down swinging with your best players. You're not going down watching this, if, and God forbid this happens, but if the ship is sinking, you don't want your best players hitting back in back-to-back games in Corpus. You want him possibly saving the ship by coming in and adding some offense when they have been absolutely putrid offensively.
Yeah, and the whole physical toll, it's not a bigger physical toll. Like, how can it be? He's 4 at-bats somewhere, 4 at-bats somewhere else. It's the same physical toll. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. So Daniil Hunter actually made the NFL Top 100 list. We thought he was going to be snubbed. So another Houston Texan coming in, which shows you how good this foundation is. The question that I have, a couple of questions here. Should he be ahead of not Chandler Parsons, should he be ahead of Micah Parsons? Age is a Cowboy fan. Also, who is the better edge rusher for the Texans? Who's the better edge? Daniil Hunter or Will Anderson? Which one of those guys is better? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We'll get to Jordan or the Danielle Hunter in a bit. People got some Jordan thoughts, and we do what the people tell us to do. We're puppets for you.
Except for Israel.
We're just entertainment pieces. We're just here to do what you want us to do. At what point do we call the Jordan Alvarez trade even? I think he's taking a shot at me for calling that Kyle Tucker trade a lose-lose, tongue-in-cheek-ish. We never call that trade even. Never.
Is that key?
Jordan Alvarez turned a game upside down. I don't know. Is it key?
If it's what's the area code?
747.
Oh, it's key.
See, he usually
he's taking it from a Dodger perspective.
See, he usually types his name though when he does that, so it confuses me when he doesn't. How could you take that well from a Dodger perspective?
Well, the Dodgers are struggling right now, so he's not going to put his name on anything. He's going to place blame elsewhere.
I mean, so are the Astros.
I understand that, but then he's going to try and deflect by taking shots at the Astros because he's such a diehard chicken bleep Dodger fan. There's no way you ever say that Josh Fields for Jordan Alvarez is an even trade.
No. Dodger fans, I mean, they've won a lot, so it probably makes it easier to recover. But you have to look back at that trade as
awful.
At least, I don't know their history that much, but it would have to be one of their worst trades of the century, at least.
I mean, they've always had a really, really deep farm system. They've always had all the money in the world. So they can recover quicker from bad trades. But yeah, I mean, just based on the returns for both players from the time the trade was made, even if Jordan doesn't do another thing, Josh Fields didn't do anything for them that year.
No, that wasn't help. Dustin's arguing with me on Twitter about this. He doesn't think that the Astros should call up Jordan until he, I guess, goes through a period of time. I don't know how long his period of time is. A texter earlier said Dana Brown pretty much confirmed that he's not coming up this week. He did tell Robert Ford over the weekend that there was a possibility it could be Baltimore. I don't know what he said this morning. I didn't get a chance to listen to that because I was watching and listening to the Astros game.
I want to think how he feels about the city of Baltimore and the hotels.
Jordan?
Yeah, because I was going to say, if push comes to shove, he has any issues, and you're only going to be there if he is going to play the back-to-backs in Corpus, then he won't be here till the homestand.
No. Hopefully they don't do fireworks before the games either.
Good point.
If he does that, then goodbye. Just go ahead and wait until they come home to the Dike and they take on the Rockies next Tuesday. My argument with Dustin is he says that he needs to find form and he's got to be able to get the rhythm, and I get that. I do understand that, the timing aspect of it. I think the timing aspect of it, the rhythm, the form, that's like an actual credible point in my opinion. I think that deserves credence. The physical toll argument to me, no credence whatsoever, because it's not an added physical toll, it's an equal physical toll. You're not adding anything. The argument that I would have, though, is that Jordan Alvarez without rhythm, without timing, and again, 2 for 4 yesterday with a walk, so I think he has a little bit of it. How much, that could be argued, but I think he has a little bit of it. I believe that he's instantly one of your best 9 offensive players. I asked Dustin, do you think that Jordan's one of the Astros' best 9 offensive players? He said 2025 Jordan, nope. Okay. He also posted some stats. He posted the Astros lineup today next to Jordan Alvarez's numbers this year, which Jordan Alvarez's numbers this year are not good. Right. That is correct. 210 batting average, 646 OPS, which in today's lineup would only be better than no starters. He wouldn't have a better OPS than any starters. A couple of the pinch hitters, but none of the starters. I don't believe that Jordan Alvarez currently is a 646 OPS player. Also, what do we know about Jordan Alvarez prior to him getting hurt? That he had a broken bone in his hand. Why are we ignoring the fact that he was hurt whenever he was posting a 210 batting average and a 646 OPS?
To me, I said it previous to Dustin's comments. He's better than just about any other option that you have right now to light a spark and give you more offense in this lineup. Everybody that needs to be in the lineup is in the lineup. But if he comes back, he's better than the guys you've been trotting out there. He's better than Chas McCormick. He's better than Trammell until he got hurt. He's better than guys that are going to be in the lineup or have been in the lineup because he hasn't been. And I do believe that he was hurt. And I believe between the broken bone and the time that he ended up having to be put on the IL, I totally believe that he was dealing with this all of spring training, if not the majority of it, and from the time the season started, and that is exactly why he was not good.
Should call him up, Baltimore. And if they don't do it, they're wrong. At least that's what I think. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter, I'd rather him get his timing off of Major League pitching, not Double-A Corpus pitching.
I think there's a point to be made
I think it goes both ways. Like, I do think that the ramp up in the rehab process and the rehab assignment, like let's go the ramp up. He joins the Astros next Tuesday when they open the homestand against the Rockies. Mm-hmm. I do think the ramp up could put him in a better spot when he joins the team to hit the ground running. But would he be in a better spot playing Thursday, Friday, Sunday in Corpus for that Tuesday game against the Rockies? Or would he be in a better spot for that Tuesday game against the Rockies if he faced Baltimore Thursday, Friday, Sunday?
See, I think the opposite.
I think it could go either way.
I think that from my standpoint, he could get fat and happy on Double-A pitching. But we all know that the Double-A pitchers are there for a reason. They don't have the kind of stuff that does the kind of things that Major League pitchers do. So if
not consistently.
Yeah. So if you're going to see Major League pitching in Baltimore, I think he would definitely be more primed and ready to really take off in Houston when they come back against Colorado.
If he saw big league pitching?
Yes.
Like let's just assume the target, because, I mean, I think we could put tea leaves together, 2 and 2 together, and we hear Dana talk, and he's like, yeah, there's a possibility for Baltimore, but more homestand. It feels like the target date is August 26th, Tuesday against the Rockies, right? Like, that's all our target date?
That's exactly how they thought this out before this team started to tailspin.
So, Jordan yesterday in Corpus Tuesday. He's off today. He's going to play Thursday and Friday if all goes well. I imagine off day Saturday, play Sunday, off day Monday, play Tuesday. And that's the circled day, right?
Right.
So, let's play out the scenario both ways. Let's say they complete the rehab assignment in the minors in Corpus. He plays tomorrow. He plays Friday, off day Saturday, plays Sunday. Astros have the day off Monday. And then here we go. You've met your target date, Tuesday, August 26th against the Rockies. Let's say he catches a flight to Baltimore today. He plays against the Orioles Thursday, Friday. He sits Saturday. He plays Sunday. Astros have an off day Monday. There you go. There's your target date, Tuesday, August 26th. In which scenario, the minor league rehab, option A, or basically a rehab in the bigs, option B, in which scenario is he readier to go Tuesday, August 26th?
To me, it's the major league from the standpoint of the level of pitching that he's going to face to get him ready and prepared. He might struggle a little bit early, but we've seen pitchers do that when they're called back up. They're going to have a level of not being 100% or being where they were when they were at their best before the injury. At the same time, he's facing the same kind of pitching that he's going to see consistently the rest of the year. So when he starts hitting that, he knows he then can hit the ground running the rest of the season because he's facing major league pitching. Mm-hmm. Instead of just getting fat and happy and crushing everything in Double-A, and then suddenly the pitching is at a different level when he plays Tuesday.
I think it's case by case for the player. And I think for Jordan, I think he'd be readier with the big league path. Now, I think there's some guys who could be overmatched coming off of rehab assignments and stuff like that, where they could kind of screw up their return, like a Jake Myers maybe. Like maybe Jake Myers couldn't one rehab game ready to go.
Because of
so I think
that
it's
calf is.
Well, not even the injury, just like the prowess of the offensive player. Like Jordan is one of the better offensive players in baseball when right. We can all agree to that, right?
Yes.
So, I think that he's not going to be overmatched by big league pitching where it hurts his return. Whereas a batter who's kind of mediocre, I think hurrying his return to the bigs could impact him because he can get overmatched and overwhelmed. I don't put Jordan Alvarez in that category. I think that the big league option gets him readier for that Tuesday, August 26th.
I think there's only the things that you factor into that are the fact that this injury is in his hand. So we've talked about it from a conditioning standpoint. What he's going to do and what's going to happen to that hand is going to happen against pitching, live pitching, whether it's Double-A or major league pitching. So that's why I think that's a check mark for just put him back in the big leagues. And the only other thing that I think could factor it from a negative perspective when you asked it initially in terms of the scenarios is the travel. Because of the fact that you're leaving from a place, I assume they're still in Corpus. You're leaving from Corpus, trying to get the flights and everything to line up to get him to Baltimore as soon as you can. And then as soon as he gets to Baltimore, he hits the ground running because he's going to be in the lineup because you need him, to where that could be taxing on him. Other than that, if all things are even to me, I'm putting him on the major league team as soon as I can.
Yeah, I would too. Texture says that Salisbury pushed Dana a couple times today about it, and that he basically said no way. That's disappointing. Dana's getting this one wrong, in my opinion. Texture, he's been swinging. He's had batting practice. He's done all that. It's time to see major league pitching. If his hand isn't hurting and it's not swollen, he needs to start seeing major league pitching. I'm in agreement, especially with the dire straits the Astros offense is in.
That's the biggest thing that we're not factoring in
If
enough.
they were hot and had a 5-game lead, take your time, princess.
Exactly. If you're running away with the division, or if you're in May or June, this is a totally different conversation. Your team is struggling and has hit rock bottom. You need whatever help you can get. And right now, after the deadline, with this many 35 games left, you need, if he's your best offensive player when he's healthy, you need to press that button right now and figure out what he's got for you.
Who on the active roster has feel or form right now, Heather? Outside of Correa, nobody. I think Correa is the only one.
Altuve had it and lost it.
It's all gone now.
Yep.
It's all gone now.
Yep.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. If you had to pick, gun to your head, Steph Stradley's trying to dance around the question. That's not what we do here with the Killer Bees. If you had to pick one for 2025, who are you picking? Daniil Hunter or Will Anderson? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
ESPN Houston Listener Appreciation Party is back, baby. We'll be giving away tickets all month, and the only way to get in is by winning. Or just ask Granado on Twitter, and then he'll tell Joe, hey, get on this, Joe.
Did that happen?
I saw it happen a couple times in the last couple days. Somebody was begging Granado on Twitter to give him tickets. And Granado, quote tweeted and tagged Joe. Be like, hey, Joe, take care of this. So I guess you could do it that way, too. You could beg. The party will be September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold. Be sure you're listening to John and Lance in the morning, the Olaleye Show, the Paul Gallant Show, Soccer Matters, and, of course, us for your chance to win. We're giving away a pair of tickets tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning in tomorrow as we'll give away a pair of tickets. 713-780-ESPN. Myers, mediocre. He had the second-best road batting average in the league behind Judge, LOL. Yeah, he caught a stray there. That's my bad. I was just trying to think of a mediocre bat real quick, and Myers popped in my mind. That wasn't fair of Jake. I apologize. I'd like to have that one back. My apologies. All right, Daniil Hunter, number 25 player on the NFL top 100 list. I didn't think we were going to see Daniil Hunter, kind of like Nico Collins the other day, where we saw CD Lamb come out. We're like, no, there's no way that Nico's going to be on this list. I saw Micah Parsons and maybe even Will Anderson. I was like, yeah, Daniil Hunter's probably going to get snubbed again. No, Daniil Hunter climbs all the way up to number 25. He was at 68 last year. We think that Stingley's going to be on here, so there's going to be 6 Texans. Six Texans.
Here's the thing. Before we get down to the who do you think is better of the two, contrary to what we might have believed going into this, maybe there is more respect for the Texans and their players than I personally thought that they would have before the countdown began.
At least from the players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. From a player's perspective, it seems like no matter what you're getting elsewhere, they believe that this is a truly talented team with some really stud players.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I didn't think Nico was going to make it once CD Lamb made the list. I didn't think that once Parsons made the list that Daniil Hunter was going to be on the list.
So we're looking. So Joe Mixon was the first one. So he was the one that you got out of the way. Hate to put it that way, but the one you got out of the way. Next up was Stroud. C.J. Stroud was number 2. Will Anderson, Nico Collins, now Daniil Hunter. And then
Sting's got to be top.
Yeah, Stingley's going to be there.
20.
Stingley's going to be there.
Yep.
So, the Texans, this list, what does it mean in terms of wins and losses? Nothing at all. But it does show you that the Texans have respect from the players around the NFL.
Yeah, it shows you that their respect starts with the level of talent that these guys have and the believability that they're going to be big-time players in this league for this team for a while. So that's a good thing because we know general managers judge talent, but no one knows the talent short of the analytics and player the player scouting departments better than the players themselves. If they're going against these guys play after play and they respect them like that, it's a good sign.
We got a text on July 24th, so almost a month ago when we started talking about this, that texted in and said that he's seen the list and that Baker Mayfield was 16th. So I screen grabbed it just to see. Baker Mayfield, we think, is going to be a top 100 quarterback. He's still not on the list. So this text is coming a little bit truer and truer by the day.
Really? I thought he was 50th.
Did he already get on the list? Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Oh, he was 50th. Age is right. That's why you're producing today. So that texter was wrong.
Yeah.
That texter made
Double
the list.
bad take.
And I guess I made the list too because I hadn't seen Baker yet. Yeah, so you were wrong, texter. I thought I overlooked Baker. That's on me. Anyways, the Texans on this list, just give you the accurate number on all of them. Daniil Hunter, 25. That came out today. Nico Collins, 32. Stroud, 39. Will Anderson, 46. Mixon, 58. And then Stroud. I missed Stroud? Stroud, 39.
You said 39.
Okay. So I got them all.
Yeah.
I got them all.
So far, right? That was 5?
Yeah, we think Stingley's going to be on the list. How could he not? Where are you putting the over-under on Stingley?
I said he's top 20.
Let me go back and look at last year's list to see the highest-rated cornerback.
I think he's top 20 because I don't think he'll be the highest-rated corner. I think he'll be one of the 2 highest corners.
I think he should be second, though.
Yeah.
I think he should be second.
Right. So, and especially because in most of the list, it's Surtain and then him.
So last year, the top-rated corner was Jalen Ramsey. Which
it's kind of iffy.
He was 25th. The highest-rated corner last year was was Ramsey at 25. So if there is a corner, we think there will. Obviously, there's going to be. They're going to be higher than last year's corner. Second last year was Deron Bland.
Where was Surtain last year?
Well, Bland had a great season the year before, but
Surtain was 52nd.
Because Daniil's jump was big, too. He went from 68 to 25, right?
Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah.
Especially for a guy who's older in his career and didn't have as good a year last year as he did the year before.
So maybe now.
Still a good year, but not as good.
Maybe the shift comes because of the fact that there's been so much focus on elevating and paying the importance of receivers, and then the defensive backs kind of fall in line with that to where now their value goes up to where now you see two corners in the top 24.
I think I kind of like that there's a lot of swings here, though, because it's like we're not going to be prisoners of the moment. We're going to, adapt based on – well, I guess they would be prisoners of the moment. They wouldn't be restricted to the back of the baseball card.
Yeah.
Whereas there's quick movements.
Yeah, there's a shift in the league.
Yeah.
And the focus has become on receivers. And then with receivers, then the other focus is we need to pay the guys that stop the receivers. So now they're all elevated in importance.
So Stingley's on the list. That's more than 10% of the top 50 are on the Texans. I don't think so. I think it'd be 10% of the top 60.
Because Mixon was over 50.
Yeah, he was in the 50s.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon was
59?
I think what did I just say? I clicked off the page. He was 58. 58. So it'd be 10% of the top 60. Which that texter also told us the other day, different texter, that there's no way that the Houston Texans would have 10% of the top 60. Which is still not official yet, so we can't dunk on them yet.
It's coming.
We think it's going to come. All right, so if you had to pick one between Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, you can only pick one of these guys. Who would you pick?
Now, how do you say to put on your team?
You're DeMeco Ryans.
I thought you were just going to say who's better of the two.
You're DeMeco Ryans. You're the head coach of this football team. You're trying to win as many games in 2025. The NFL's not going to exist after the 2025 season. So it's a one-year conversation. DeMeco Ryans, head coach, also calls the defensive plays, 2 edge rushers. The NFL's going to go away after the 2025 season. If you had to pick one, Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson, which of the two are you picking?
See, I don't like this because I thought if you were going to say which is better of the two right now, that's an easier conversation for me to have. But if you're telling me I got one season left of NFL football and I got to take one or the other.
To win as many games as possible. Let you think about that. I'll give you the break to think about that. 713-780-ESPN. Hey, you think about it, too, even though you're a Cowboys fan and you don't know ball. Because you're a Cowboys fan.
Plus, I'm just a Cowboys fan on the fact that his guy was not rated as highly as the Texans guy.
Yeah, are you insulted by that as a Cowboy fan, that Micah Parsons, who won't be a Cowboy for much longer, was below Danielle Hunter?
I disagree with that second part, but I understand because he missed 4 games. I mean,
I've seen rumors about that.
I
don't think they're credible rumors, are they?
No.
Yeah, they're like
you
weird.
don't want to say they're credible because you don't want to see it happen. He could be a cheesehead.
Have you seen a credible rumor? All the ones that I've seen are like random Twitter accounts.
I've seen him on a list of 3 teams that would be the best chance to land him.
Okay.
Jerry would never trade him to Green Bay. I'm just letting you know right now.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
Jerry does a lot of stupid things that you'd say he'd never do.
But that's kind of one of the spiteful. That kind of tracks though, like kind of spiteful.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
we've been their daddies for so long that they just hate that. They have to fly into Green Bay and then Jerry's little plane has to fly home upset. Now, how do you feel about Parsons not being rated higher than Danielle?
I mean, I understand it because he missed 4 games last year, so I mean, I think that plays a role too. But overall, I mean, we know who's a better player.
Do we?
Yes.
Who's we in this conversation?
Yes.
We as a general
people
public,
who watch the NFL, yes.
Or we as Cowboy fans.
Us that know ball,
yes.
is what he said. So Danielle Hunter last year, 12 sacks. How many TFLs? 17 TFLs. Will Anderson last year, he missed 3 games, whereas Danielle Hunter had perfect attendance. 11 sacks, 16 TFLs. Pro Football Reference. 713-780-ESPN. You had to pick one last season of the NFL as we know it, and you're trying to win as many games as you possibly can, obviously. Which of the two are you picking? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Come out, join us at El Tiempo Cantina on Washington on Friday. This is your last chance for the summer circuit. Final chance to register to win our grand prize of the summer. Pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company of $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table to broadcast. If you have registered before, you can win. I sound like I was eating marbles there. If you have registered before, you can register again. So come out, join us Friday, noon to 6 at El Tiempo Cantina on Washington.
Which one of our loyals wins it this year?
I don't know. There's been a lot of people that have signed up for this
We've
bad
had
boy.
a good run of people that are normally like priority one.
Who won last year?
Clarence won the
That
the
was 2
grill.
years ago?
Clarence won the grill 2 years ago.
Well, did we have one last
I
year?
don't think we had one last year. I don't remember.
I think we did.
Did we?
I think so.
What was the prize?
I don't know. Those things are above my pay grade. I just read the teleprompter here. But yeah, El Tiempo Cantina on Washington. Paul's going to be lit. He's going to be so lit, Paul Gallant.
A couple margies for Paul and nighty-night.
It's going to be a good time. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So where did we land? If you had to pick Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson, only get one. Only one more season. NFL's going away after the year. Who are you picking between the two?
This is so tough. I'm going to take Danielle Hunter because Danielle Hunter is a polished product for that year. For that 1 year, he has got every move in the book, and he is in the prime of where he's at. Will is going to continue to get better and better. He's going to continue to be more and more dominating and disruptive and all those things. But I think if you put it the way you put it, then I'm going to say Danielle Hunter for 1 year.
Danielle Hunter hasn't missed a game in each of the last 3 years. Will Anderson missed 3 games last year, 2 games the year before. Do you factor that into your decision at all?
You have to, because you're trying to say the way you set it up to try and win as many games as possible. You don't have as good a chance to win games if one of the guys you're relying on isn't playing.
So I've been waffling on this all day. And look, Danielle Hunter's higher on the NFL top 100 than Will Anderson. So like there's one person's vote, or at least a collective of people, their vote. I'm going to go Will Anderson.
Okay.
And look, I am a little worried with the ankle injuries with Will Anderson. But Will still has a lot of room to grow, right? Like from where he was in his first 2 years. I think he is going to take a step up this season. I think Danielle Hunter, obviously a very, very high peak. I think he has plateaued. I mean, he's going to be 31 years old this year. I don't see him having room to grow. Danielle Hunter had 12 sacks last year in a full season. Will Anderson had 11 sacks in 14 games. So, I think he would have caught Danielle Hunter if he played in those 3 games. I agree with you, though, that Danielle Hunter's like a more polished pass rusher. He's got more in his bag. The spin move is ridiculous. I do think Danielle Hunter's a better pass rusher. But Will Anderson was one away in 3 fewer games. Will Anderson had he had 16 TFLs. Danielle Hunter had 17, despite playing 3 less games. I think Will Anderson, for the first time in his career, will surpass Danielle Hunter in 2025.
See, and I came from the standpoint of I've got to go on what I've seen to this point. There's no doubt that it's kind of like when we're doing these top 100 lists and everything else. There's no doubt that the potential moving forward, and if this is
well, we're talking about getting as many wins as possible this year.
And I think Will, if you think that, what I was leading to is, if you think Will's breakout is coming this year, then I understand it. And I think, like I said, it's a very, very tough call to make. I just think when you still look at where Danielle Hunter is, he has plateaued, but he is at the highlight of his career right now. He is at the high point of his career. Moves, athleticism, strength, speed, everything that he brings to the table. We talk about the fact that he left sacks on the table and things like that I don't think Danielle Hunter would.
No, but I think Will Anderson passes him this year. I think that
quite possible.
I think he finishes a few more. I think he looks different too. Like that dude he's starting to look a little bit closer to Danielle Hunter. Like he's getting close to that Danielle Hunter physique, if you're into that sort of thing.
And we always have to put the caveat on it. This isn't a poo-poo on either guy. It's a blessing you have both. If you were gun to head forced to have to make a decision between the two for just one more season, then that's my answer.
Steph Stradley got mad at me. I knew actually whenever I tweeted this out, I was like, I bet you Steph Stradley, if she sees this, she's gonna yell at me. It's not. I mean, Steph doesn't really like the pick one or the other. Like they're like both kind of her babies. She like, here's her response, which I can't read the whole thing because it's very long. Eject the question is an unnecessary bummer. See, already she's getting on to me. The thing is, Houston has both. Houston has both. Houston has both. Both. This is happening. They are Texans. I don't need to rank Texans. This is beautiful. So I knew Steph was going to get on me for suggesting you pick between two Texans, and she put me in my place.
I didn't realize that she had
She's very pro.
The anti pick one.
Well, I think it's more of a why create a question or an issue if you don't need to. I mean, she's got like a lawyer mind, legal mind. I got a let's farm some engagement mind.
You do radio and social media.
So it's a little bit different. But I knew she was going to I knew it. As soon as I tweeted, I was like, I bet you Steph Stradley's going to write me something about this. Anyways, Texter says, you forced me to. Will Anderson laughing emoji. And look, Steph's right. Like, it's a great problem that you have both of these. It's not a problem. You have both. You have one on each side, and that's like the brass tacks of it, the reality of it. But yeah, it's a fun conversation. Texter, Hunter, because he has a better skill set and strength than Anderson. I do think he has a better pass rushing skill set. Texter, TFL should be singular. RBI loser. No, delete your account. In fact, you're banned for the rest of the show. You're banned. You're not going to have propaganda. It's false. Learn some MLA. Learn some AP. Any chance the Texans get Micah Parsons? No, there's no chance.
No.
The Texans get Micah Parsons.
That's another one Jerry wouldn't trade him to.
Texture says both exactly, but we're having some fun. We're having some fun. It's a bar conversation. You're having a cold beer with some buddies. Which of the two do you think is better? There's no harm in this. We're not trying to force these two studs to go head to head. It's just a little conversation. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie with two eyes. You're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Willie?
Four. Hey, and thanks for taking my call. I just had to call in because Joe said something for the second time that I agree with.
Woo! Joe or Joel?
Okay.
Joe or Joel? Who? Joe or Joel?
Blankers.
Oh, okay, Blankers.
Blankers.
I thought you said Joe. My bad.
Yeah. The first time when he said CJ needed a veteran center, he couldn't change the play or call the mic out and stuff. But, yeah, I like Hunter because, number one, well, you ain't got a game plan for either one of them. But at least if you miss you missed 2 games the first year, you missed 3 the second year. This year, you'll probably miss 4. So availability is what I'm going with. Thank you.
You got it, Willie.
Willie says the best ability is availability.
Look, it matters. Like, that's the reason I brought it up. Like, I mean, Danielle Hunter is going to be there. But also, I don't know if a 24-year-old is going to trend in that direction on average.
Well, but you're right on average. But we also, like we always say, every individual's body and genetic makeup and everything is different. Some people are injury prone.
For sure.
Some people have joints or, whatever that don't hold up.
Right. But, like, and look, maybe that is Will Anderson. Don't know. But I wouldn't think that a guy that was 22 his rookie season, 23 his second season, math would not tell me he's going to miss more games at the age of 24. That's usually an older thing. Danielle Hunter is going to – this is 31? His age 31 year.
Yeah, if he's 31, yeah, the odds are and the argument side is on Will Anderson, the younger, more spry – more flexible at that point in his life.
The counter to that is Danielle Hunter's been more of an Iron Man.
Yes, but at a certain, like we always say, at a certain point, you turn the corner to the back line and start fading a little.
But what I would say though is that, Will Anderson's missed some games in his NFL career. Because he missed 2 games at the age of 22, because he missed 3 games at the age of 23, I wouldn't just automatically assume that he's going to miss more games at the age of 24. Now, if it was 32, 33, then the 34 season, 100% would agree with you. But usually the middle, like your mid-20s, you're usually healthier.
Not putting you on the spot, but from a recall perspective, were all these injuries ankle-related?
I want to say so.
Because I thought that they were.
I thought one was in the preseason.
Okay, regardless, the games that he missed in season, if they were all ankle related, then I would tend to think that it's a bigger issue because now it's like Steph Curry with his foot early in his career. You don't know what you don't know, but if he, based on either genetics or the fact that he's had so many injuries to his ankles that it's becoming a lingering problem, then it's a different story.
So last year was a preseason. He injured it in the Hall of Fame game and then missed the remainder of the preseason games.
Ankle?
I don't remember what his injury was during the year of why he missed.
Because we know leading up to that Colts game at the end, the last game of the regular season, that was ankle related. Because
it does say ankle.
That was an
here.
ankle sprain.
This Fox Sports injury history: 2023, questionable with a knee but played. Then 15, 16, 17, he missed because of an ankle. And then he missed 2 weeks last year, 10 and 11 because of an ankle. Maybe 3 even.
So then that would lead me more cause for concern.
Well, I've been on this ankle thing.
I know you have, but that's why I'm saying. But that was that one time he had an injury. But now when you look at it, the games he's missing over multiple seasons are all ankle related. That's when I would start to think that that's a bigger problem to be concerned about.
And if he's adding mass.
Sure. It's like anybody. Back, knees, even ankles. If you're getting heavier and carrying more muscle, yeah, that's a problem.
Will Anderson's ankles or Jordan Alvarez's hands.
I hope that's not the case. But there's definitely enough there to think that you need to be concerned. He damn well better not get it. Hopefully he doesn't have an ankle injury this year.
We're talking about the Texans because the Astros suck right now. We'd be talking about the Texans right now.
We talked about the Astros for a good portion of this show.
I don't know that he's saying that we're not talking to the Astros specifically. He might be. He might be. Like, it depends on how you interpret that, I guess. But we would be talking about the Texans regardless. Look, football season's here. It's football time in Houston, and the Texans are ready to play. Not win, not be successful, not perform well, not win the AFC South, not get to a conference championship, not to the Super Bowl. No, they're just going to play.
See, Jeremy, here's
football
the thing.
time in Texas, and Houston's
if
ready to
Will
play.
Anderson does indeed hurt his ankle again this year, is he better off coming back and doing the end of his rehab somewhere on the practice field?
Not the same. There's no rehab. There's no minor leagues.
Well, but there's just practices. He needs more practice time.
Yeah.
Against competition.
Yeah, it depends on their record and their form, quite frankly. If their defense is playing really, really well and they lead the division by 3 games, no, he can take his time.
They got shut out in 3 out of the last 4 games.
He can take his time.
Subject.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's do Willabits coming up next. Willabits, you never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be very, very good. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
Oh, lady. I have nothing to buzzkill today, lady. No. We're going to do food takes instead. We can have some fun since Brian's not here. The boss isn't here to rule with an iron fist. We can talk about whatever we want. I saw this a couple of days ago. Actually, a couple of weeks ago. There's a new smoothie. Heinz and Smoothie King are coming together.
Nope.
To do a ketchup smoothie. Would you try this?
All you had
a
to
ketchup
do is say
smoothie.
Heinz and smoothie. And as much as I love ketchup,
you like smoothies too.
And I love smoothies, both separate. That collab is not something that I need in my life. The thought of I would never use ketchup on anything sweet.
Ever?
I don't think so. I know that there's been ketchup-flavored ice cream and other things that has been brought up. I will use ketchup, as we all know, probably more than most, on a variety of salty foods and warm foods and things like that. Never in a million years have I even thought about putting ketchup on anything sweet.
What if it wasn't sweet? What if the smoothie was not sweet? It was salty.
That doesn't sound good either.
So you wouldn't even take a sip of it?
No.
I mean, I would take a sip of it.
I don't want to try it because it sounds disgusting.
Because you're scared you're going to like it.
No, I wouldn't. I guarantee you I wouldn't like it. It just, the thought of ketchup on anything sugary or sweet just is blech.
Yeah, this is a weird collab. It's resulted in a Heinz tomato ketchup smoothie, which combines Heinz simply tomato ketchup with fruits like acai, apple, strawberries, and raspberries.
No.
It is described as a sweet and tangy smoothie with a ketchup finish.
No, thank you.
That sounds awful.
Yeah,
I mean, I would try it for the bit, but I can't imagine liking this at all.
Like, the only reason why I would use ketchup on anything sweet is on carrot cake because it sucks if I had to eat it.
You would put ketchup on carrot cake?
If I had to stomach it. I'm joking because I told you that ketchup is the great cover-up when we used to travel and, like, you'd get to a bad media food.
Yeah.
Then you'd use ketchup to try and make sure you got something in your system.
Or like hotel eggs.
Yeah, but I don't really – because, I can't stand the thought of carrot cake.
Yeah, I like carrot cake. I think some carrot cake is very, very good. It's got to be done right, but I'm a fan of carrot cake. There's another so you're out on that. I'm out on that. I would try it if somebody bought me one, but I wouldn't enjoy it. Probably wouldn't finish it. There is a viral dish. It's a dessert dish that has gone it's gone viral, and it's a Blackstone fruitcake. Have you seen this?
No.
They get a bunch of frozen fruits, strawberries, mango, blueberry, orange, it looks like, maybe some strawberries. They put it on a Blackstone. They layered it on a Blackstone, right? Mm-hmm. They put 5 sticks of butter just around, generously, spread out. Brown sugar on top of it. They do some sweet seasonings. Then they put some cake batter on it, and then you cook it right up there on the Blackstone. You put some marshmallows on top, some sprinkles on top, and then the final product actually looks pretty good. It looks like a Fruity Pebbles.
I was just gonna say
cooked in a cake.
Yeah, looking at it off of your computer, it does look like Fruity Pebbles.
So it's got all this frozen fruit. Frozen fruit. You put the cake batter on it, all the sweet stuff, the marshmallows, the sprinkles. Would you do this?
I don't like
the dessert of the summer.
See, I don't like the thought of heating up fruit either. I like my fruit chilled.
Peach cobbler?
No, I'm not a fan of peach cobbler.
I like some peach cobbler with some vanilla ice cream.
Again, you're just choosing desserts that if there was nothing else to choose from and you wanted something sweet, I might consider. Otherwise, there's always a better option than carrot cake or peach cobbler. But
how about bread cake? Bread pudding.
Bread pudding, nasty.
Yeah.
Not a fan. Like, the way that they prep this, it definitely looks edible, more so than the ketchup smoothie.
Yeah. It looks like diabetes on a Blackstone to me.
I just don't like the thought of Blackstoning fruit.
This looks so sweet. I think it's too sweet. I think it's too much here. They went too far.
Yeah.
It's pretty innovative, but there's too much going on here.
Well, now look, there's hot apple pie, there's hot cherry pie. So I would definitely try this. and I think it has the potential to be edible. I don't know that. I mean, what are you gonna put? And then you put a big scoop of vanilla ice cream.
She put
on
a
the
scoop
top.
of ice cream on the top.
That might make it better.
It'll be so sweet.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so sweet. I mean, I would try it. Obviously, I'd try anything once, but I don't think I would like this either. All right, last one here. I saw this on Pop Crave the other day. The best fast food restaurant for fried chicken, according to the USA Today. Did you click the link yet?
I'm doing it now.
Don't click it.
Okay.
Too late?
No.
Did you already
still
see
not
it?
Open. No, it's not open.
Age, you want to take part in this as well? Guess the best fast food fried chicken. I've never heard of this place. There's 3 in Houston.
Well, since you never heard of it, I think I'm gonna say Bojangles.
No,
Okay,
I've heard of Bojangles.
Bojangles is
I
more
traveled
more like Carolinas.
Oh yeah,
There's one in Webster. area
honey
now.
biscuit chicken sandwich. I hear is very good from Bojangles. I picked up a 3-piece at Bojangles before, driving from Greenville to Raleigh. In fact,
What's the place on Cullen?
you're thinking of Frenchie's. Frenchie's isn't. There's more than 3 in Houston. There has to be, but they're not really like.
Not national.
They're not. I don't even think they're like outside of Houston, are they? Yeah. So like
Churches?
that's not. That would be nope, not churches. It's a place called Jollibee.
Jollibee?
Jollibee. It's red with white lettering. Jolly, Jollibee. You've heard of Jollibee?
I've heard of it. I just never have it.
There's 3 in Houston. There's actually one pretty close to the station. I have never seen a Jollibee in my entire life.
Is the red and white the spinoff of Kentucky Fried?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything
never
about
heard of
Jollibee. Apparently, it's big in the Philippines. That's where they have the most stores. They have over 1,000. Vietnam is second, and then the U.S. is third. But there's 3 Houston locations, and it's rated by USA Today as the best fast food restaurant for fried chicken in the country.
Thinking the Philippines has the corner on the fried chicken market.
You're saying they don't?
I don't think they would, as opposed to the United States.
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know what they're doing differently.
Have you ever done the Bonchon, the Korean fried chicken? There's one over there by
I've seen it
in
haven't
Midtown.
tried it.
I've tried it once. It's not bad. It's pretty good. But I've never heard of Jollibee. If any of you have heard of it, I don't really care if you've heard of it. But if you've tried it, let me know. Let me know. I'd like to try.
Anti-killer bee.
Huh?
It's the anti-killer bee.
Jollibee.
Jollibee.
Yeah, it's not for us.
No, definitely
Jollibee's
not for us.
Texture says, I think I missed that one. It's Gus's for sure. Gus's is fantastic. I can attest to that. Jollibee is a Filipino fast food place that is now in America. I'm curious to try it. White people definitely made that chicken list. That chicken is terrible, said a texter.
Huh.
I guess you're not a white guy. Jollibee. Somebody guess Jollibee. Texture says that you have the worst food takes of anyone you've ever heard.
Me?
Loves nasty ketchup, but hates wonderful desserts like cobbler, says the texture.
Sweet.
You want a rebuttal?
No, I mean, I appreciate your support.
Gus's Fried Chicken is a bunch of Gus's people.
Where's Gus's?
There's one on Washington. It's like closer to downtown, though. First time I had Gus's, which is the original Flex, is Memphis.
Okay.
It started in Memphis.
So it is? Okay, so it is a chain.
Well, it started to franchise out, Gus's. The first time I had it, there wasn't one in Houston, and then it started to branch out. It's a little bit spicy. A little bit, not much. There's a little pica there. They do some fried okra. They have some good ranch. The fried chicken is fantastic. I love Gus's. Gus's is very good. AR says that I stand by carrot cake. Another Gus's
Well, you don't
text.
stand very tall, AR. I can see over it.
Peach cobbler with 2 scoops of Bluebell vanilla is definitely a top 5 dessert of all time.
Top 5 peach cobbler?
I do like peach cobbler.
Top 5?
I mean, peach cobbler's pretty good, man.
Pretty good is not top 5.
Definitely down in the South. I think it's more of a Southern thing, though. That might maybe that's the issue here.
You ever had rhubarb pie?
No.
Don't.
Ketchup smoothies is a buzzkill. Thanks, Buzzkill Branham. Sorry, man.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not reading that. Fake Tony Stark. That is just disgusting. Thanks, Branham. Threw up in my mouth. I mean, we finished strong. We went from ketchup smoothies to an overly sweet dessert to some of the best fried chicken in the U.S., according to white people, according to the texture, which is according to the USA Today. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mo City King. What's up, Mo City King?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling.
Go ahead, man.
What's on your mind, Mo City?
Forever 8.
You broke up there.
Try it again. Try it again. Start now.
Yeah, Jollibee's the worst chicken place I've ever ate at.
Wow,
Ever.
really? Well, now I want to try it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No, it's
don't
terrible.
try it.
I'd rather eat Raisin Cane's.
Whoa!
but-
Why is Raising Cane's catching strays?
Raisin Cane's is pretty good.
No, because we have Golden Chick. There's so many better options. Jollibee's awful.
Okay,
They,
all right.
they give you chicken with a boiled egg.
Really?
Yeah,
that's
it's
probably
terrible.
to the culture there. I appreciate it, Mo City King. You didn't really sell it very hard to me.
No.
I think I might be out on the Jollibee. Appreciate you, Mo City King. Maybe saving me $10.
Maybe just said
The boiled egg has to be a culture thing. I mean, I'm sure that's big in the Philippines.
Maybe so.
It's got to
Doesn't
be.
sound good at
Because you
all.
see that a lot, like on ramen and stuff. Not that that's the Philippines, but you see that a lot in ramen, like where they do like the half boiled egg.
Yeah.
You a big ramen guy? Have you done the ramen?
I mean, it was in college.
But different the ramen noodles. We're not talking ramen
Yeah,
noodles. We're talking like
nice.
a ramen place that like does like elite
I've actually
ramen.
never ate ramen. in my life.
I've had it like once. It didn't do much for me. I'd rather have pho. I love pho. Pho is fantastic. It is. I better be careful there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, careful how much pho you want in your life.
I love pho though. That place downstairs actually has really good pho. You smell it when you leave sometimes. You ever smell it? The pho when you leave?
No.
What's that place called? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
It's good. We got some good places right below us.
Sure.
Peach
You wanna
cobbler is
get
definitely
the
a
pho?
southern thing, and nothing beats peach cobbler. And
Outta here?
sometimes I get the vermicelli. Sometimes I get the the banh mi. Is that how you pronounce it? I love Vietnamese food. It's really good. Peach cobbler is definitely a southern thing. Nobody beats peach cobbler and ice cream. Tell Blankers to head back to Yankee Land and eat his strudels.
It's not even about strudels, but tell me you don't know me. But at the same time, I would 100 times out of 100 take hot apple pie with ice cream over peach cobbler.
Not saying that word. Fuck. Oh, no. You almost got me. He almost got me.
Woo!
Almost got me there, 2180. You almost did. Almost did. Actually, I believe that he actually did go to that place, though.
Which place?
They're
the
like, they do stuff like that. They
Oh.
do stuff like that.
You see that?
With the word pho. They'll add things to the back of pho, and they'll put it in the name, and it'll be like funny, like, hey, we're catch your attention. He almost got me, but I do believe that's an actual place.
There's a commercial now where they do the same thing with Ship.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, no, there's a national commercial where they don't even hide it.
Really?
They go to all of the yeah.
Amazing banh mi place in Old Katy that has dope beef banh mi. Beta. Never mind. Whatever. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We definitely heard pho. Yeah, pho. Everybody loves pho.
It was Granado-esque.
It's hard to eat the pho in the summer, though. Like, it's 100 degrees in Houston. It's hard for me to go pho. That's whenever I'll go with the banh mi or the vermicelli bowl. But you get into the winter, even the little cool air, give me some pho. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car Wreck of the Day, what is yours? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day. 713-780-3776. What you got?
I had a couple, but because of time, I'm gonna go with a little levity today. I'm gonna go with Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell, love him, hilarious, all that. Will Ferrell tells a story on Colbert about what he used to do with his spare time.
I thought he got fired.
In college.
Oh, yeah, I thought he got fired.
No, he's got 8 months left.
Really?
Yeah. They give him the rest of his contract.
Soft.
So Will Ferrell's on Colbert, and he tells about what he used to do in his off time in college.
So I would do things like in college, I would dress up like a janitor.
Yeah.
And interrupt my buddy's lecture class with like a bucket and a mop. Once again, a lit cigarette.
And just roll in.
Roll in, and the teacher would say, "Can I help you?" I go, "No one threw up in here." And the professor would go, "No." I'm like, "Well, I'm sorry. I'm from physical plant. They gave me a call that someone threw up in here. Are you sure no one threw up in here?" Teacher would go, "No. I don't know why you're here." And just to make two of my friends laugh in the back row. And then I just walk out.
That's friendship, man. That's a whole lot of effort.
I heard that Will Ferrell, vaguely, the story is very vague, but he knew he wanted to go into comedy, and he knew he needed to like get thick skin. So he would do stupid stuff so people would make fun of him. So he'd get conditioned to people making fun of him. You've heard that? I remember where I've heard that, but he would do, and so that kind of adds up with the janitor thing, where like he was just going to do stupid stuff. People would make fun of him, and the more people made fun of him, he wouldn't care.
SC, right?
I don't know.
I think he's a big Trojan fan.
I drove by his house actually doing those celebrity tours in L.A. when we went last December.
Really?
Yeah, we did like a celebrity tour, and he was on there.
Huh.
Yeah, he's up in the hills, as you might imagine.
I'm pretty sure he's a big USC fan. He goes to all the games.
I think that tracks. It does. I do remember him in USC gear now that you say it, but I don't know where he went to school. I don't know if he went there, or if he just like became the cool thing to do for LA. That's what LA people do. Like they'll go live in LA, and hey, if it's cool, I'm gonna do it. Yeah. Granada's gonna be a Dodger fan before we know it. My car wreck of the day: Yordan Alvarez stealing a base in his rehab game.
Yeah.
What are we doing, big fella?
Yep.
One of the Yordan rules is you don't slide, period. Especially don't slide in a rehab game. You've been out so long. The Astros desperately need you. You can't be stealing a base in a rehab game. You can't be hitting the dirt and sliding in a rehab game. Yordan, get it together, man.
Absolutely.
And then this Jake Paul versus Tank Davis exhibition fight. So soft. They're ruining boxing. I say it every time. I sound like an old man, but I'm going to say it every time because I cannot stand it's an exhibition. It's not even a real fight. It's ridiculous. So those are my noms. What's winning? You pick, Age.
I say, I don't like the Tank Davis and Jake Paul fight either.
Yeah, they can win it.
Farrell graduated from SC.
Yeah, okay. It's cool. This texture actually added a little bit of context. Sports degree, or sports history degree. How do you have a sports history degree? Sounds like that's for me. All right, Tank Davis, Jake Paul, you win before the fight ever began. Does it for us. Thanks to Age for doing the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Swarmcast at 7, Destination 2026 right now on ESPN 97.5.